That's right, my fellow users. It's time. Oh, we're so back. Now, those of you who are asking who Dan Olson is, that's a very fair question, and we're going to get into it in more detail here. But the main thing that you might remember from my various coverage of him at this point is that he posted child porn on 8chan to own the conservatives. I don't know. Allegedly. Allegedly. And I don't know about the new video. I haven't watched the new video. Maybe it's going to be really good and I'll enjoy it. I don't know, but I've heard it making the rounds. It could be the latest terrible YouTube video in a summer of trash. I'm just so excited.
What kind of fate awaits us there in the night as we dissolve into the light? Set your controls, enter a place and witness mysteries unfold. Dangers will face us, our engines ignite, blazing our way into the light. Set your controls.
It has been such a bountiful harvest of crazy people this year. We've had Insane Piece of Shit. We've had every video from Noah Samson and Ethan is Online. I mean, it's just been so wonderful. It's just been such a great year for trash. We've had such constant bangers of terrible videos all year. And I mean, I'm gonna be fair to this one. It might not be that bad. People are saying they didn't hate it in the chat. Some people watched it. Maybe it's gonna be okay. But am I wrong for hoping it's really bad though? Okay, whoa. This is absolutely nothing like Avenged Sevenfold, you fucking retard. What's wrong with you? Jesus Christ! I'm sorry, I guess it's a little bit like, you know, it's not entirely dissimilar. It's not like it's fucking like Ugandan throat singing or something. I mean, you know, there's guitars, it's high tempo. I suppose it's not like the furthest thing out of the question to say that it's like Avenged Seven. I just never would have made that claim, personally. Someone said penis music, and I wasn't gonna dispute that, but Avenged Sevenfold, though. Alright, well, anyways, welcome. Welcome to the stream. It's been a little while. And, you know, when I said before that we were going to do, like, a week without Sangi, I didn't really mean literal week. But we're kind of continuing that. I'd like to try to keep, you know, maybe the rest of this month, the streams, we can just kind of try to chill a little bit. July, we can try to find more insane zoophiles or whatever. But June, we can just, like, a little moratorium is great, I think. And I took a little break. I was playing SMT5. Someone made some really cool art, by the way. I'm going to share this here because I don't know when I'm going to next stream SMT5. But someone made some cool art, if I can find it here. It was a few days ago now. Was this 21st? Oh yeah, it's right here. Someone made some really decent fucking art for the next time I play SMT5 on stream. Which might be soon. Last time I played it, I started off a new open world segment, and now I'm, like, toward the end of the next open world segment, so I've been playing it a good amount, but yeah, I've just been taking a break. I went pretty hard on all the editing and the streaming for a little while there, and instead I've decided now I've started trying to play music in public around the city, and it's been going pretty good, you know, I've been turning some heads and things. It's been a nice time. I also got thrown out of a subway station at one point, but that's neither here nor there. Yeah, so I've been, you know, taking a little break. There's been a lot of podcast stuff happening too. We have Kid Icarus on for the next episode once again. I think the next episode technically is going to be Doctor Who again. I think we've just finally, Gabe finally edited. It's been a whole combined process where there's an intro song that I made, unrelated to anything. I was just like, oh yeah, I have a Doctor Who related song that I made. We could use that as the intro. It's only like 30 seconds, but it should work, and it did. And Gabe did the editing, and yeah, it's like 5.5 hours of Doctor Who talk. Matt Smith and Peter Capaldi, and a little bit of Jodie Whittaker. But you know how much is there really to say about that era? But yeah, then more recently we talked to Caddy again, and it was a really good it was a really good episode because the other ones we did, one was sort of like an interview thing, and that was pretty cool. And then it was the music thing, which was like a totally different thing. But this was just like a normal episode that had Kid Icarus on, and you know, we got to just complain about stupid people on Twitter or whatever. It was pretty fun. So you know, I've not been unbusy, but I haven't been streaming and stuff. And in the time, I think it's been 8 or 9 days or something since I last streamed. In that time, another insane person video potentially has hit the Pentagon. Now again, people in chat, it's mixed. People are saying it's a borderline hit piece on James Rolfe, AVGN, if you're not familiar. Shitload of fuck. This video may very well wind up being a shitload of fuck. By the way, I've got the art here. Sorry, I was about to post this. Share this with people. Copy this. No, copy the link. Sure, that works. Paste it and go, my friend. Paste it and go. So this is from... Oh, I'm not sure. It's very good. It's my bear as the Nahobino. This is from, let me see here. This is from Squiddy on Discord. I don't know. They sent it to me on Twitter as well. I would say, you know, it's in my likes, but those are private now, I guess. So maybe I'll retweet it. I'll go back and retweet it. But it's pretty cool. It's a very high effort art piece, honestly. And they made my hook arm be the like Nahobino sword, so that's pretty great. I enjoy that. Thank you, Squiddy, for the SMT5 art. Unfortunately, I gotta say, update on SMT5. I got to we'll keep this up while I'm talking about it. I finally got to Mara, the penis demon. And Mara's a kind of a fucking, it's a bitch. It's very difficult to fight Mara. I might need to like severely outlevel Mara because I don't know how to. I'm stupid. I don't know how to formulate a fucking strategy for the thing. And I mean, at the last resort, I might look up like how to beat Mara easy. But you know, I think I'll try to figure it out. It's been a while since I've tried. I think I was like 3 levels under. Now I'm like on par or something, so getting toward endgame. In fact, fun fact about SMT5, it toward like it depends on how thorough you're being. I'm being kind of completionist for some reason. Toward the like later part of the game, you actually get to the Kamurocho area. It's Kabukicho in real life, but it's identifiably similar to the geography of the Yakuza city. Where you enter the area is basically Tenkaichi Street, and then you can kind of make out like the general shape of it. It's pretty interesting. And there's some cool stuff going on there. So yeah, we'll probably play more of that soon. But for today, it's time we get on with things. Thanks again, Squiddy, for the Nahobero art. Appreciate it. And yeah, we got this video here from this fellow Dan Olson. James, Folding Ideas is the channel name. And, right, so I said at the beginning, like, there's this, I cannot, like, all jokes aside, I don't know the proof. The proof that it happened is someone said it was real. Like, I don't know how true it is, right? This supposed claim that he posted child porn on 8chan to prove that Gamergate and the chuds on 8chan had child porn on the site. This is a supposed claim that dates back like a decade, and I really don't know the validity of it. It's a funny, stupid fucking shitpost thing. I really don't know how true it is. Every time I see I've never seen it with my eyes, is basically what I'm saying. Like, I keep seeing people go, no, it's proven. It's definitely confirmed. And I'm like, all I've seen is source, trust me, at this point. I'm sure potentially the proof exists. I don't know. All I'm saying is that's the sort of the extant meme of Folding Ideas. But people like this guy to some extent. He's sort of a bread tuber. He's one of the high-ranking bread tubers because he, sucked off Lindsay Ellis early on, so he got, he got nepotism points or whatever. His videos were never really... We watched Hassan reacting to his Gamergate era video from 2016 or whatever. It was, not Gamergate era necessarily. It was a little after, but it was a long time ago at this point. And it is similar to an Anita Sarkeesian. The videos were not good. Very, very boring. I don't know if he stopped being so boring, but I've heard a lot of people say they like a lot of the guy's videos. At this point in time, I always just go, oh, it's him. Oh, that guy. That weirdo anti-Gamergate guy who was just one of those. He was just one of the, totemic fucking... He was, one of the Mount Rushmore heads of, Goonie Beardman anti-GG guy. Just sort of looks like he works at a tech company, has a large beard, or looks like he can't grow a beard, either or. I say that as someone who can't really grow a beard. But, he had that look about him. He definitely, he looked a bit like a nerd. That's right, Ziltoid was a nerd. But, I don't know. I will say, when we watched Hassan watching his video, from years and years ago. his video wasn't the least agreeable thing. I mean, like, maybe I said that wrong, but it wasn't the most horrible. Like, he made some points that weren't insane, basically. So I think he might have it within him to make a video that's not total trash. I just haven't watched too many of his videos. This one's getting a lot of buzz, though. I mean, for additional context, some people don't really know James Rolfe. He doesn't either, apparently. But, AVGN guy, James Rolfe. I think there was a recent anniversary, actually, of the posting of the first ever AVGN video, which I think it wasn't it might have been Back to the Future, actually. It wasn't, I assume it was Simon's Quest, but I don't think it was Simon's Quest. It was another, like, really early one. It might have been TMNT or something, I'm not sure, but, it was a recent thing that happened with that. And, Castlevania, maybe? Yeah, I forget. Yeah, it might have been. The AI chat always fucking sucks, I know. Yeah, it's been fucking 20 years now at this point. It's insane. It was Simon's. That makes sense. Yeah, that's the one that I assume. I thought it was one that, like, oh, I didn't realize it was that one. No, it was probably Simon's Quest. No, because I thought it was. I always thought the first one was Jekyll and Hyde, but no, I guess it was probably that one. But regardless, it was a recent anniversary that happened with AVGN. If you're not familiar, you probably are. I mean, honestly, you probably are. He's the shitload of fuck guy. He yells at video games. He plays the shitty games that suck ass. He's spawned Nostalgia Critic and everything. The shit rolled downhill. Great videos back in the day. I still rewatch them. A lot of people do. I'm not in I'm not able to rewatch old Nostalgia Critics. That's just a bridge too far for me. But Nerd, I can rewatch a Nerd. Though the old ones are still good. Unfortunately, the newer ones, not so good. I've said it before, there's some that are okay, some of them are fine, but they're never really all that great like they used to be. They always have kind of a vague soullessness about them, because they're produced by, like, some fucking MCN company or whatever that, like, manages the channel. And, I understand it's hard to, like, provide for his family and everything, but just working entirely on his own on AVGN videos forever, that's probably not the best thing. So it's best for him, like, in the long run, that he has, maybe the videos aren't as good. Who gives a shit? He's able to, like, provide for his family, whatever. But, like, not have to slave over a Barbie review every day. Not have to be, like, the quartering in the fucking content pit basement while his wife is off getting pizza. So, it's a natural consequence of, like, yeah, the guy's getting older, he's got a family, he's got more responsibilities, he can't be doing everything like he used to do. So, yeah, a lot of the newer AVGN stuff is not as good, but then there's also stuff like plagiarism, which happened. There's general accusations of a lot of things. There's Mike Matei is no longer invited to birthday parties because of that time that he showed his enormous penis to everyone, and he was a little drunk, and I don't think that's exactly what happened, but something happened. I think they realized that Mike Matei was problematic 20 years ago, so they had to cut ties with him or something. I don't know. I think that might literally be what it was that, like, 20 years ago he made a racist webcomic, and that was enough to be like, yeah, no, we can't, we gotta cut ties with, like, the main guy that's, the Bandito. Like, Mike Matei was one of the main reasons why AVGN was good, and I know people have a lot of problems with him, but, like, you didn't get the early episodes without him. And, Brown Bricks and Minecraft, yeah. You also got some of that, too, but... But, yeah, they got rid of him, and there's a lot of stuff circulating around James Rolfe. So it's probably fair to make a video critiquing James Rolfe and AVGN and all of that. I think that's potentially fine. I've seen videos that do that, and I can't imagine this one's that bad. Like, I can't imagine it's that bad. People are saying it's not that bad. I've seen videos about him that are not exactly favorable, but let's watch. It's time to finally watch. This is I Don't Know James Rolfe by Folding Ideas. Dan Olson, who allegedly... I don't know if you've heard about this. Yeah, it's fine. We don't need to. It's fine. So it's 70,000 upvotes, 3,500 downvotes. So not that negative. This might be just a video that we wind up agreeing with, or whatever. We just kind of wind up annoyed with. I'm gonna put it on 1.25. Just, I know the way these bread tubers are. It's preemptive. It's preemptive.
I feel a certain amount of kinship with James Rolfe. We're basically the same age. We both went to film school. We both ultimately found ourselves making...
Alright, red flag right out the gate is... I mean, like, I guess I understand it. Like, a lot of people who make videos feel a kinship with James Rolfe, but when you put a point on it and you're just... It's like, okay, well, this is gonna be like when Cinematic Venom made his video about Channel Awesome, and it was really obvious that Cinematic Venom just had a bone to pick with not being part of Channel Awesome. Maybe that won't be the case here, but it sets it up for that kind of criticism anyway. But alright, sure. I mean, it's fair. Yeah, a lot of people people who were around for that era probably, feel some sort of connection. Sure.
We're basically the same age. We both went to film school. We both ultimately found ourselves making videos about media for YouTube. Better known as the Angry Video Game Nerd, James has this behind-the-scenes video that I can't stop thinking about. AVGN Behind the Scenes and Nerd Room Tour 2021. There's just so much going on with it. There's a light stand suspended from the ceiling with craft wire, a cable hole made in a desk by attacking it with a drill like a slasher villain. The whole thing begins with an awkward disclaimer that the audio is being recorded from a different microphone just off screen than the one that's immediately apparent.
I recorded this entire video and realized this mic is not plugged in. The shotgun mic is plugged in.
Then there's the tripod. James expresses...
Yeah, I mean, like... He's supposedly a filmmaker, and, like, I don't know, it's like it's gotten worse over the years. I mean, there's a funny joke back in the day, because this is the great part of, this is why I wanted to watch this videos, because I'm interested both in potentially making fun of or agreeing with Dan Olson here, but also, I guess it lets me talk about James Rolfe a bit. I remember back in the day he had a video, I forget, it was one of the, mid-early ones, like 30, 50 episode, whatever, where he joked around about remastering some of his early videos in the, it was basically the Star Wars remaster thing. And it was like, oh, I didn't like the effects here. We're gonna go back and make sure that the nerd doesn't shoot first because it makes him look like a, that sort of thing. But nowadays it really is like in a different way. It is like you really were, you had something. For what you did, you were the George Lucas of your time. And now you're the George Lucas of your time. You're just kind of, farting along, I guess George Lucas eventually gave up. He went off to make quote unquote, personal films for his family or whatever the fuck. But, we're still, in this universe, we're still getting Star Wars 57 by, Revenge of the, space janitors from Dexter Jettster's space pizzeria. He opened up a new pizzeria. It's not just a diner anymore. It's a whole franchise. It's great.
A desire to keep things out of his way, tripods, light stands, and such, to maximize floor space in his studio. A worthy goal I can empathize with as I sit here in a veritable forest of aluminum and steel. But then...
This is... So, like, I'm looking at this and it's making me think of Inside, but divorced dad. I swear, I really enjoy Bo Burnham's Inside, but it really fucked up a lot of people. It was one of those things that's a bad... Anytime anything gets popular now, it just becomes a horrible influence on so many people. It's unfortunate. And the moment something gets popular, I'm just like, oh god, this is gonna happen again. Even if it's good, it doesn't matter if it's good, it's gonna wind up with videos like this that are like... This, like, fucking Milhouse's dad made Inside.
with.
Goodbye!
Veritable forest of aluminum and steel. But then he shows his solution. A tripod head secured to a strip of lumber by two mismatched scraps of wood. It is a wrong thing, a kludged together precarious mess whose wrongness is intuitively apparent even to those who have little familiarity with the equipment of filmmaking. This thing ruined my life in the way that only the inexplicable decisions of strangers can. Why was this made? Why was this made this way?
Okay, he's being over dramatic. I mean, it's fine so far. The video's fine so far.
What was happening that created the circumstances that led to this being made the way that it was made? Many of the solutions being shown off in the video seemed counterproductive, solutions to inefficiency more inefficient than the original problem.
I don't understand why he has a thing on the ceiling. What's the point of that? I guess that they probably tested putting it on the ground and it didn't work, so they like fucking strapped it to the ceiling. Okay.
This glimpse
anti-grav nerd corner
behind the scenes paints a blurry yet still identifiable picture of a process of endless maintenance.
IPOS type voice. Yeah, the phonology.
A forever war.
Phrenology, whatever it is.
James Rolfe is engaged in against the twin belligerents of Entropy and James Rolfe. He includes a captivating outtake from the recording of his 2021 video.
I started my stream with a song from an album called Space Metal, where every song on the album is based on a science fiction TV show or movie. The song that I picked was based on Doctor Who because of the recent kick I've been on, and it was the first song on the album. First two songs, really. That all being said, why are these people so pretentious? Why do they need... I'm a prog rock fan. Why are they so pretentious? Doctor Who fan over here. Why are they so pretentious? What's going on? Why is that necessary? Why do they always need to... what was the fucking...
And James Rolfe.
James
Rolfe is
what are the...
engaged in against the twin belligerents.
The twin belligerents. Oh my god. You know, I don't know who she is, but she's not gonna fuck you. Like, I don't know. Lindsay Ellis, I don't know who. Whoever she is, she's not gonna fuck you, man.
Of Entropy.
You don't have to settle down. So put your cock away.
And James Rolfe. He includes a captivating outtake from the recording of his 2021 video, Shrek Fairy Tale Freakdown, where he's tied to a chair and trying to hold an onion in his mouth like a ball gag. He loses his grip on the vegetable and lashes out in frustration, cursing the onion, cursing the ropes, cursing COVID, cursing the lack of hands to help.
Boy, I wish I had a crew. Wish we didn't have COVID and all this fucking bullshit.
It is a sincere frustration, honestly more compelling than the video.
Wait, was this also shitty inside? Jesus Christ. This is for 2021. That was 2020. James Rolfe is like strapped up because of COVID and his... God damn it, it's inside again!
In his mouth like a ball gag. He loses his grip on the vegetable and lashes out in frustration, cursing the onion, cursing the ropes, cursing COVID, cursing the lack of hands to help.
Boy, I wish I had a crew. Wish we didn't have COVID and all this fucking bullshit.
It is a sincere frustration.
Yeah, we need like a bread tube style video bingo. I don't know what I know there doesn't need to be a bingo for everything, but it's just it makes me think every time. People keep saying it needs to be a bingo space, but like this isn't a user. So it needs to be part of its own special bingo, right? Where it's this type of video. This type of extremely overwrought, pretentious guy who really, really likes the smell of his farts. You know, this is a whole genre. I mean, they have a name for it, right? So, yeah, I mean, he's not really there's probably some user overlap, but very little, I would assume. Why is he holding the microphone, too? Like he's complaining about James Rolfe's fucking, you know, production value, but, like, you've got a microphone that clearly looks like it should be on a stand or something. But I guess it's the YouTube thing now to fucking hold your microphone like a retard. I don't know why everyone needs to do that. Some guy decided... There was a whole video about it. I didn't click on it. But there's a video someone made that was like, why does everyone hold their fucking microphones now? I didn't click on it. Perhaps I should. But I have also noticed that trend. of like, yeah, everyone, this guy, just get a stand. What's wrong with you? Just, you're like sitting on the floor. Just put it down. What are you doing?
Honestly, more compelling than the video it's from, but it betrays a lack of foresight, a lack of planning, and its inclusion feels rhetorically misplaced. This rhetorical confusion marbles throughout the studio tour. Repeated shoutouts given to his multi-channel.
It's like on a stand, but he's still holding it. What the fuck?
Screenwave, a seemingly out of left
Why does
field
he have a microphone wand? What's going on, Dan?
defense of his wife April, and a laundry list of one-off projects consuming his time.
I think this is the same video that he's talking about here, the 2021 thing, or maybe I might have said this is a different one, I'm not sure. I'm more focusing on his microphone wand now, but I think he this might be the same video where he James Rolfe goes on his like Dark Viper-esque rant where people, I guess, don't want so much Screenwave influence over the AVGN videos and stuff. You know, one that I never see other people bring up, but it was perfectly it wrapped up the whole thing in a neat little bow for me. It was when he brought back You Know What's Bullshit, and it was like a 3-minute video and like 2 minutes were an ad. And I'm like, good God, just like, can't you just make a Patreon? What the fuck is this? What are you doing? So that was horrible. But yeah, people wanted less of the fucking Screenwave monetization corporate bullshit. And so he goes on this rant, and I don't know if it's this video. I might be talking about this, and then it doesn't even come up. But if not, it should be in this video, where James is just like, "Why must I suffer? Why must I suffer needlessly? Why do you people want me to suffer? 14 pages, Charlie!" It is like a thing where he starts talking about how, like, it's either Screenwave or he suffers. It's like Captain Alex. So I guess evil wins and good has died. I guess evil has won and good is dead. It was one of those. And this might be that video, so I hope that we see that clip. I hope we get. I hope I didn't just set that all up for nothing.
James says he'll be addressing some complaints, in his words,
of the asshole-ish variety,
which suggests that there's something more going on. But why say these things? Why make these admissions? I thought I knew the angry video game nerd. I distinctly remember huddling with my film school peers around a computer in 2006, laughing over Chronologically Confused and mentally noting that the inevitable had begun. Serving video over the internet was on the cusp of viability, and the web was already developing its own vernacular. Internet videos weren't just...
God, I mean, the worst part is I see myself in that, like, you know, this kind of... this need to overanalyze everything. Every user I look at, I'm like, but what does this really say about mankind, you know? So, I mean, it's not like I don't, but it's like sometimes you just watch the funny video, dude. I don't know. Supposedly he was having this thought in 2006. The whole premise of this video is invalid to me, it seems, because it's like, yeah, you don't know James Rolfe. I mean, maybe the point of that will ultimately become apparent, but I mean, this seems very parasocial. Of course you don't know him. Why would you think that you know him? That's ridiculous to assume that. I mean, again, perhaps that is the conclusion that he arrives at, but God, I need to dumb down my speech. I need to start talking like Jesse Lee Peterson or something so that I, you know,
happenstance of
I don't sound like this fucking guy
anymore. Out of context clips forwarded via email or repurposed clips of shows and movies, they were things being made for the internet. And everything was about to change. I may not have been the most ardent fan, but it was impossible to not know about the angry video game nerd and, by extension, James Rolfe, the man behind the Pocket Protector. As the story goes, James Rolfe was a pioneer of new media. While he arguably spawned the entire genre of angry reviews and undeniably set the tempo for thousands of creators.
I really hope this video has a long segment where he's pretending to be an angry reviewer. That would be great. Like a little parody segment. That would be really awesome.
He set himself apart from the crowd by being a trained filmmaker, having a leg up on the skill sets of lighting, sound, and camera work.
Someone says they're down for a commercial stream. Listen, we're going to do a commercial stream. I want to do that. It's been a little while. It's been too long. And again, as we're trying to reduce as much as possible the Sangi influence for a little bit, because it's just been overwhelming, you know. We need to, you know, just a little break is needed, right? Commercial stream, that sounds pretty good. Yeah, so yeah, you can expect that sometime soon. Now that I'm back into the swing of streaming for 8 hours a day, potentially, you know, hey, who knows what'll happen.
As YouTuber became a real career, he never really seemed to embrace the identity, always seemed apart from
These
it.
people always, these like breadtuber people, they're like very, specifically the men. The women all look fine, but the men, what is the deal with a lot of these guys? Like, why does he... Like, you could just shave your head, right? Why does he have, like... He looks like a crazy professor who was in, like, an accident with fire. It burned off most of his fucking hair, but, like, there's parts of it that are, like... It's not great. It's just not great. And then the beard needs some kemping, too. It's at least he's not Big Joel, right? I mean, it could be a lot worse than... It could be a lot worse than this. It could be Big Joel. Guy who looks like he's lived in a hole for 40 years. You know, it could be a lot worse than that.
As his peers would often detail, he wasn't a YouTuber. He was a filmmaker. But how could I square that reputation with this admission of his process, with the light stands arduously suspended with craft wire in lieu of a $15 scissor clamp? James says his camera work has grown stagnant, claims that it frustrates him most of all, before detailing an insistence on disassembling an entire rig to move from the prompter to the tripod, rather than using a quick release plate or investing in a second camera body, only to then, minutes later, admit to having a second camera body. This made me keenly aware of one thing above all. I do not know James Rolfe.
You didn't already know that? I like that this part is called title drop. He said the thing. Like, but you should have already known. You should have already known that. If the video doesn't arrive at the conclusion that of course I don't know James Rolfe, you fucking ninny. Of course nobody on the you don't know any of these fucking people. That should probably be the conclusion, I would say. Of course you don't. James Rolfe isn't my best friend. Yeah, I don't know what the point of this video is. Some shit about a camera. Like, I get it. It's like he was a filmmaker and he kind of gave up. I understand kind of what he's getting at, but this is such a weird... I guess if this is the impetus for this video, and this is just naturally this is what it is that made him make this video, then that's fair. But as a start for the video, it's just this shit about, like, he has a camera rig that's bad. Like, what? We're 6 minutes in. Who cares? There's a lot of things you can say about James Rolfe. I'm sure we'll get to some of them, you know, perhaps many of them, but to start with that, it's not a great intro. I don't know. What are we doing now? This is so... It's not even just pretentious. It reminds me of every, like... the type of video game that this motherfucker would love. Like all the Gone Homes or whatever, where it's like, you could have just made a movie, but they wouldn't let you make a movie. Like, your movie wouldn't have sold. Your movie, like Last of Us the movie, if it was just a movie, probably wouldn't have been that great. It would have been just another zombie movie that no one really remembers. But because it's a game, it's, like, elevated for some reason. So it's the same type of, like... You really clearly want to make like a Netflix documentary with a whole title sequence and everything, but you're just some dude in you want to make Inside, clearly, but you're just some dude. I mean, it's not quite the same. I don't know. It's just a little, it's like a little boy wearing his dad's suit kind of feeling. Like, it's like the best you could do.
Having glimpsed something of his oddities, the distant specter of the man gripped me with a hunger for comprehension, a compulsion to know more. Fortunately, he had already offered me more.
Why are we getting your audio through like a filter? I hate this. God. This stupid fake artsy shit.
In 2022,
This is so tiring.
James self-published his memoirs and autobiography, A Movie-Making Nerd. Circumstances being what they are, I feel a reintroduction is necessary. Between 2004 and 2006, fresh film school grad James Rolfe created a trilogy of short skits where he played a stereotypical nerd complaining about old Nintendo games. The character lampooned something that James saw as inherently funny: his friends getting intensely angry about video games. His university buddy, Mike Matai, thought they were hilarious, and in 2006 uploaded the videos to the fledgling YouTube, where they would see enormous success, compelling James to make more of them and creating what we now know as the Angry Video Game Nerd. The brand and
Getting a general history here for all of those in the back who never watched one. My history lesson wasn't this comprehensive, so fair.
format coalesced quickly and has remained largely unchanged for 20 years. For the 7th video, McKids, their friend Kyle Justin wrote an absolute earworm of a theme song that is honestly somewhere between 40 and 80% of the reason that we're having this conversation in the first place.
It's gonna take you back to the past.
Hell yeah.
For the first many years, the show was a collaboration between Mike and
Yeah, that was when the show started to really go downhill, was when they started to pivot away from the traditional Kyle Justin theme song toward like weird like cover versions, and they were always fine. It was always like, oh, someone made this, isn't this cool? But eventually it's like, man, I just want the Kyle Justin song back. Why can't he be on the couch? Let him be on the couch!
James. Mike, an avid retro gamer with an extensive collection, would feed James material and manage logistics like web hosting, maintaining the YouTube channel, securing partnerships with outlets like Screw Attack, and James would handle the video production. The show's comedy hinged, and really still hinges, on a combination of acidic vulgarity, casual violence, and an excess of juvenile machismo.
Well, that's fair, but he's not. I'd say AVGN's decent at, like, talking about the games a lot of the time. Sometimes he fucks up. There's some games that he entirely misrepresented and mischaracterized because he was just fucking stupid and didn't know how to play them. Namely, the newer games get, the worse he is. Like, it was Castlevania 64 was the main one, where he claimed that he was, like, soft-locked and he couldn't continue the game or something, but it was really just that he like didn't realize you had to press a button. It was some incredibly like DSP level thing that he missed. That he made a whole video like, this game is stupid, I hate it, and it's like, and it solidified a lot of people's. It was one of those things like how everybody thought Sonic was terrible for years, and now they know that Sonic is great, obviously. But everybody thought Sonic games were terrible for years, even the old ones, because there were just a bunch of cool, epic YouTubers that were just like Ego Raptor, just like, yeah, they were always bad. And so people who, had no idea and didn't play them just kind of spouted that opinion. Same thing with Castlevania 64 and James's review of that. It's actually not a bad game. I mean, it's not a great game, but it's like not as bad as he makes it out to be, and, so yeah, he wasn't always great at talking about the games, but I would say his critique of them generally, for the older ones anyway, the ones that he was more capable of talking about, the ones that he had more of a connection with, the non-3D games, essentially. Majora's Mask was another one I think he beansed up pretty hard, but, that was more recent, too. But yeah, like his criticism was also I guess it all comes back around to some of the vulgarity and stuff. Like a lot of the criticism would wind up being, I mean, if we're talking about what makes it funny, it's not necessarily the criticism, but what makes it entertaining was the combination of like real critique of the old stupid shitty video game and a bunch of silly penis humor. So he's kind of downplaying that a little bit. I would say it's a little higher brow than he's making it out to be. I mean, it's like, but we're pause-andying.
Acidic vulgarity, casual violence, and an excess of juvenile machismo.
Right. Sure.
This game is worse than a Mischief Night prank. Mischief Night is throwing toilet paper all over someone's yard. This game is the equivalent of throwing toilet paper after you wiped your ass. It's as refreshing as a horse's anus. Fuck the crawl up its burn ass. And fuck you, you fucking clown-faced Joker, Kiss makeup wearing King Diamond, Beetlejuice, Alice Cooper, Marilyn Manson motherfucker.
Yeah, see, this is one of the newer ones, and it's like you can just... I don't know what it was that happened, but you could easily... Like, it was always a joke, but you could tell he was able to flip on that Dogs Eating Dogs 6 anger back in the day, where it seemed really genuine, but you did know that it was a joke, unlike Dogs Eating Dogs 6. It seemed really genuine. But at some point, he just stopped being able to really be that angry. I don't know, maybe he got like a heart condition and he had to like chill or something, but he used to really explode on this shit, and now it's very reserved, it's held back, it's like he got neutered. It's not the same.
But it wasn't James's first creation. James did not.
Well, this isn't a newer one, but it's like 2016 or whatever. It's after the period where I would say like 2014 is kind of where it starts to fall off, and after that point, it's like there's a notable. It's after the movie. Everyone kind of points to the movie, like something broke him when he made that fucking movie. Which, you know what's funny? Not many people talk about the AVGN movie. I might need to watch it and talk about it, actually. In fact, I don't know if Bane or Tristan are here, but that might be one for the podcast. I'm just saying. But not a lot of people have really discussed the AVGN movie. It's always the nostalgia critic ones, but that movie, allegedly something happened that changed a lot about AVGN from that point on. And that is right around when he stopped being quite as angry.
Operate Ex Nihilo in 2006, and a movie-making nerd is an opportunity to delve into that prehistory.
No. The thing is, the AVGN movie is like a step above the Nostalgia Critic movies in terms of like legitimacy, so I wouldn't really be able to stream it, but I could watch it and then talk about it and like, you know, clips, whatever, like a Nostalgia Critic video or something, you know. I could do a fucking Nostalgia Critic parody of talking about the AV. That's played out, but yeah, no, something along those lines, you know.
Now is as good a time as any to mention the odd conflict that swirls around James. He has attracted a not insubstantial audience of cankerous hate watchers, self-styled
So he really doesn't go into how James was a little bit more analytical. He does kind of, I would say, like, yeah, sort of, I don't know. It's downplaying the elements of AVGN that were more than just penis humor, adult humor, penis hell. Which was a lot of it, for sure. But, you know, a lot of, like, I learned to be more analytical of things in general because I watched AVGN. Like, I feel like that's not an uncommon sentiment necessarily, and I feel like a lot of people, you know, probably came away with that. And maybe he'll get to that at some point, but so far in the introductions, it seems like he hasn't necessarily covered, you know, that angle. It is kind of just like, yeah, it's just a series where a guy talks about poop or whatever. Like, if you don't know anything about it, you might not recognize that there's more to it than just him screaming. That's like a lot of it, but there's a little more to it than that, you know.
Who have made a hobby of disseminating what they see to be the truth of James Rolfe, that he is a man of hubris, ungrateful for his success on YouTube, and dismissive of the very fans who gave him a career in the first place. Alternately, a know-nothing failure of a filmmaker, or a cuckolded...
I don't know why he's like... Did he say cuckold? What? I don't know why this is a profile shot right now. I mean, like, it's super artsy. He's doing the movie trailer thing. Like the movie poster thing where it's like orange and blue. I've done that before too. I mean, it's a time-tested combo, right? But I mean, it is a little played out. I mean, you know, the orange and blue, like, and he's just wearing this like sweatshirt, like fam, at least drip up. What are you doing?
In the first place. Alternately, a know-nothing failure of a filmmaker, or a cuckolded visionary who could have had it all if he hadn't been laid low by his bitch wife. I am...
This is him talking about how other people perceive him. Right. This is the Cinemassacre truth perspective of James, I guess, is that he got neutered by Anissa or whatever, which I don't really think is the case, but I do think that it's fair to assume that a man getting older and with a family might want to, you know, make some sacrifices for his thing to, you know, to make his family happy or whatever. So, you know, that's fair. But, I mean, yeah, you know, the thing is, by nature, his series is kind of immature, so it is going to attract a lot of people that are just kind of dumb or children. But people that, you know, are not going to maybe recognize that there are more important things than, you know, making the super, like, the greatest Majora's Mask review for the internet. Like, I mean, that would be nice if he could do that. You know, again, you know, provide for his family and whatever and be there for his fucking kids and stuff. But, you know, sacrifices need to be made for more important things in life. And I think that, you know, generally a lot of people kind of get that. But, yeah, there's going to be some fucking stupid people that are going to be like, he got cucked by his wife! Which, I mean, from what I've heard, there is some truth. There might be some truth to that. I don't know, but...
Far from the first person to ask the question, who is James Rolfe? James is, by reputation, personally extremely offline. He values his privacy and sees social media as a distraction from his craft, tries to
and that's a problem for people like this.
Keep his personal life personal.
Are we going to are we going to slander James Rolfe about politics? Is that going to, like, God, oh God, oh God. There's no reason for it, right? Like, there's just no reason why that would happen. I'm sure that there's no way that that would happen, right? Like, he's talking about how he's not very online and everything. Is it gonna turn into, is this gonna hard pivot into, he goes to church sometimes? Like, I just don't know what to expect from these fucking people anymore, you know? Like, I don't know. This could radically shift into James Rolfe walked past a conservative once, and that means he has the virus. I don't know.
An admirable quality, but it's also obviously not a hard line. Obviously, I'm holding a copy of his self-published autobiography. Whatever secrecy James enjoys by not dropping selfies on the gram every day, he makes up for with infrequent but overwhelming trips into his personal affairs. He may not go often, but when he goes big. And maybe that is why it has wormed its way into my brain. Not all of the fascination with the historical arc of the AVGN is odious. There is something profoundly compelling about James. People who become aware of his quirks find themselves enthralled.
Anyway, that's all I have to...
I'd really like it if he was just like, oh shit, I'm looking the wrong way, I'm sorry, and just like a really long, like, awkward reconfiguration part where he gets up and he has to move his mic around and everything, and he, like, maybe he knocks a light over. That'd be great.
To say for now, there's 10 more videos to make on the subject, but that's a James Rolfe and the DVX 100.
People talk about James in a very specific way. My friends talk about James in a very specific way, and I have developed a very strange, almost adversarial relationship with that. The
of course you have, motherfucker.
Cultural impact of AVGN is undeniably far-reaching. He is, without question, the direct inspiration for many, many imitators and derivatives. AVGN set the tone that all YouTube reviews would in some form or another respond to. 2 decades on, the cultural impact of AVGN is deep in the DNA of YouTube. But it is also likewise easy to overstate the uniqueness of...
You see the way the mustache is? It, like, goes all the way over the lips. This seems incredibly awkward. Like, look at this. I mean, like, any drink you have, that's disgusting. Can he trim the mustache just a little so it's not, like, draping over his... That's insane. That looks like it would be very ticklish and uncomfortable. That seems like an awful facial hair choice.
In the DNA of YouTube.
Trim
but
the
it is
beard.
Also likewise easy to overstate the uniqueness of the angry video game nerd, as though James captured something that would have never otherwise existed. The concept of media critique as entertainment did not begin with James Rolfe. The bottom line is this: Swamp Buggy Racing is one of the most inexplicably bad pieces of software ever mass-produced for the consumer market. Do not buy it, do not rent it, do not even pick up the box. I'm going to go launch the game one last time to get screenshots for this review, and after that I'll be giving the game disc to the 4-year-old who lives downstairs so he can turn it into a colorful frisbee. 6%, PC Gamer, May 2000.
Yeah, I mean, there's a long history of funny game reviews. It's always been funny to poke fun at bad games and bad media. I mean, long before AVG, well, maybe not that long. It was like a 2005 game, but before I ever found AVGN, anyway, my introduction to making fun of bad games as a concept was the video from GameSpot where the guy's reviewing big rigs over the road racing, and doesn't he just, it's like a silent video where it just shows clips of how bad the game is, and he doesn't say anything, he just like goes out and lays down in the street or something. It's a great video, and you know, that was the one that I watched and I was like, oh, making fun of bad video games, and it just like sparked something in my fucking brain, and that's become integral to my existence ever since.
Classic. Basically, as long as the review has existed as a literary form, writers have sought to make them entertaining for their own sake. Even disregarding that long legacy, the DNA of the angry video game nerd follows in a lineage with Siskel and Ebert at the Movies, Mystery Science Theater 3000, Stomp Tokyo, and SeanBaby.com. Culturally...
Oh yeah, definitely Sean Baby, absolutely. Absolutely. He was a writer that occasionally appeared on Cracked as well. So I was aware of him because of Cracked, but then I looked at his website, and yeah, that was definitely proto-AVGN in text form. I remember he had one talking about, I think it was like a Game Boy Color Berenstein Bears game or something. And it didn't go into I think this was pre, like, epic Berenstein universe or whatever the fuck. Horrible cringe shit, but it was just like, this game is fucking AIDS, and it looks like the mom had an abortion, and, you know, very proto-AVGN. I mean, I don't remember if it was exactly like that, but it was a bit edgy from my reckoning. I don't know. So yeah, Sean Baby is a good reference. Somebody in chat was like, I'm confused, why do we hate this guy? Well, allegedly, he went on 8chan. That's neither here nor there. I don't know about that, but, we don't necessarily. I don't know if we hate this guy. I mean, I'm kind of very annoyed by the way he's choosing to do this video right now. This is very, very pretentious and overly artsy, and it's obnoxious to watch. It's like you're just making a YouTube video, settle down, don't rise above your station kind of thing. But I mean, generally speaking, I don't disagree so hard with what he's saying at this point. You know, he's just kind of setting a lot of things up. He's somewhat mischaracterized AVGN a tiny bit as being a little less of a, you know, critic than he is, and more of just like a shitty funny man, shit post funny man. Shit pickle. But, you know, generally speaking, this video's fine so far. It's a little bit weirdly parasocial, and it seems a little bitter. But, I mean, I don't think we've gone entirely off the rails yet. It's okay. It's okay at this point.
AVGN was...
It's just fairly annoying, but that's to be expected from this kind of fucking video.
Right in line with Penny Arcade. In 2006, Jerry and Mike were entering their 8th year of success with a webcomic whose comedy hinged on acidic vulgarity, casual violence, and an excess of juvenile machismo. A formula that had proven so successful, they were able to spin it off into its own expo in 2004. There were many people putting out the same kind of material as James, but his filmmaking background gave him a critical advantage in the early days of YouTube. Simply owning a digital camera and having a basic grasp of audio separated him from his competitors filming on webcams. James Rolfe was perfectly positioned and by coincidence struck an iron he didn't...
As much as those old videos look very shitty by today's standards, at the time... You know, him having just a real camera and not like a 2004 webcam, like, yeah, that was probably the same with like Ashens. I think one of his earliest video, I think he used like a really shitty camera, and then he recognized, like, if I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna get a real camera and make these videos proper. And so, yeah, it was like they don't look that amazing now by our standards, but back then that was a cut above the rest. That was a cut above the rest.
even know was hot.
It raised the bar.
YouTubers, he got lucky. He got insanely lucky. While the early YouTube subscriber numbers look modest by modern standards, James Nintendo Nerd was briefly the 8th largest channel on YouTube in 2008 with 125,000 subscribers. And the
Hell
channel's
yeah.
3, almost 4 million modern subscribers are respectable but somewhat mundane. The subscriber numbers don't betray just how popular the nerd really was. By the time the AVGN
Because eventually people stopped subscribing because it was a lot of just fucking rental movie fake half in the bag. Did any of you watch the fake half in the bag they did? Because I watched it. It's like a combination of Half in the Bag with Best of the Worst with Review. It's like all 3 of the Red Letter Media series together, like the 3 main ones, because they're in a fake. They're like they like have a fake storyline where they're like in a VCR. They're like in a rental shop or something. So it's like Half in the Bag. But then they all talk. I guess it's the least like Best of the Worst, but they do talk about bad movies a lot on there. I guess it's mostly like Half in the Bag meets Review, but it is very derivative of Red Letter Media. But the hosts had no charisma. Half of the time James wasn't even there, and when he was, he had very little to say or do. It was just like the fucking fat guy and the caveman guy and, I don't know, rotating other guy. Like, it wasn't great. I think they've stopped doing that. Now they've got a new one, which is like James and his neighbor who looks like a penis. I mean, the man looks like a penis. You hear the term dickhead, and you don't really think it so literally, but you look at that guy, he looks like a penis who himself potentially used to be in porn. I don't know if that's true. I mean, I have not heard any rumors thereof, but like that's just the vibe I get. Is like he looks like a former porn actor who himself is a sentient penis. That's the neighbor, and I don't know. This is like the replacement of James and Mike Mondays. It's very sad. So yeah, there's a reason why the subs are not really fucking there anymore. You know, because it's like it's one AVGN video for every like 5 random trash from the other Cinemassacre people that are at this point no longer Mike Matei, so I don't care. If it was random trash from Mike Matei, it might at least be bad, funny, or maybe interesting, but it's like a bunch of other randos, so yeah. No, there's a reason why the subs have fallen off, for sure.
movie was announced in 2011.
We're talking about the movie now. That's necessary.
The channel had nearly 300 million lifetime views. He didn't just have viewers, he had fans, passionate fans who made fan art, not just...
We need to see it? Okay, hang on. Let me show you the penis, man. Hang on. I'm going to show you the penis. Let me see here. Yeah, it's this penis, man. I'm not watching this. I don't know. Like, the channel's got like millions of subs, and these can barely get 100,000 views. And it's like, you're playing Overwatch 2? Really? GTA 5? No, thank you. No, I politely decline that offer. Thank you.
Fan art, fan video games. It is no overstatement to say that the Angry Video Game Nerd was a phenomenon. The book is structured around James's career as a filmmaker, taking it as a given that James is in fact not a YouTuber.
That's right, chat member. It's a Bimmy stream and Bimmy and Jimmy over here. You see? That's them. They finally get they finally got the Hollywood casting for Bimmy and Jimmy for the Double Dragon movie, and it's not what anybody would have thought, but you know, there it is.
AVGN is conceptualized as a Cinemassacre production, just one of the many things that James has made. James has been making movies since he was 8 years old, and in the telling of the story, James chronicles his career from that point through film school to the first performance of his band Rex Viper in October 2021. The shocking thing really is how absent the nerd is in the book, to the point it's hard to articulate how little weight is given to the subject. You learn more about what James thinks of the film Wavelength than you do the web show that is, holistically, his 20-year career.
Yeah, James is an interesting person, and that's why I was so interested to watch this video, because it's about someone I'm interested to talk about, and it's by someone I'm interested to talk about. So, you know, it's a great thing. James is a very interesting guy from everything I've heard of him. I remember hearing there's this classic 4chan post that is, you know, it's a 4chan post, so like who knows, it's probably bullshit, but it struck me as sounding pretty true. And I'm just like paraphrasing or whatever, but it's basically like this guy who was like neighbors with James. You know, maybe it's Bimmy over there, I don't know, but neighbors with James, I guess. And like I think it was something like they started talking about politics. It was like James and like his father-in-law or something at dinner. They were talking about politics. And like one of them made a joke about one of them said the Mexican B word that you can't say. That Danny Gonzalez is very sorry for saying that one time. And James apparently just started like making funny like fart noises like like they were talking about Trump or something and like immigration, and it was like an adult like politics conversation. Relatively adult. They started bringing in slurs into the table, but then James just like he's there, and allegedly according to this post he just starts like he starts doing like fucking hand farts or whatever because he hears Bean. and he just runs with it. And I don't know how true that is. It's probably not real. It's probably just a TV shitpost, you know? But it sounds so true to me based on other things I've heard about James that he's just kind of like, you know, he's very like, you know, he's got his head in the clouds a little bit. I don't know. He's able to do one thing and one thing only, and not even that very well. Based centrist diffuser. That's right.
Wavelength is
Respond to the slurs with with funny fart jokes. That's how you do it.
1967 experimental short film created by Canadian multidisciplinary artist Michael Snow. Wavelength as a film is relatively...
So to catch us all up here, allegedly in this book, talking about the Nerd, and the making of this movie that the Nerd made, and, you know, his series and everything. You know, James Rolfe, rather. Not the Nerd, but the Nerd movie that he made. I guess apparently in this book he talks more about this like film, this Wavelength thing, more than his actual series. And based on the title down here of this chapter, I'm assuming that he's going to parallel James's existence in some way here. And you know, maybe we'll see that that's valid. I don't know, but it's let's see.
Really easy to describe, but difficult to explain. It functions as something.
You say this is Canadian?
Wavelength is a 1967 experimental short film created by Canadian multidisciplinary artist Michael Snow.
Yo, we got Justin Bieber and Michael Snow, everybody, and also the other Snow, the rapper. You know, things are looking up for us.
Wavelength as a film is relatively easy to describe, but difficult to explain. It functions as something of an inkblot test for critics, as the way in which you go about explaining it will inevitably betray something about the way...
Why does he have this fucking thing taped to a wall? It's these, like, supposed creative decisions where I'm left very confused at, like... I don't know why you decided to do... There's much... I mean, I guess it's more artsy than... You know, it's more unique or whatever than, you know, just having, like, a simple video with a timeline edited in, like, Premiere, where it's just, like, clips of a movie with a background, you know, whatever. Something a little more normal, I guess, but you get this, and it just seems so extra. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's some people's thing. I can't get over the meta element of imagining him being like, you know what I'm gonna do is... I'm gonna tape my iPad to the wall. Yeah. I'm gonna put my iPad on the wall. And I'm gonna film it on the wall. Like, he's sitting there just, like, imagining how best to do this. And I'm thinking about the meta element of what goes into making a video like this. And I'm like, Why on the why tape? What's going on? Just show me a clip of the fucking movie. What the hell is this?
in which you approach film. Some critics praise the film as the birth
Oh,
of a
it's
nation, or
ironic.
Citizen
Oh.
Kane of underground films, while other critics heckled the film and
Why is it ironic? How is it? I mean, well, of course it's ironic. Look at this guy. Everything he does is probably ironic. When like I've taken that into consideration. I don't recognize what element of this is supposed to be irony. Is it because James Rolfe doesn't make videos that are like this at all? So I mean, is this all still based on the fucking stupid like wooden camera stand thing that he was like complaining about in the beginning? I don't know. I guess. I don't know. But this is the way a lot of these types of videos are, is just they have these really odd decisions where it's like they'll jump cut to fucking someone like sitting naked in a corner or something. Like, God forbid we remember the Patricia Taxon video. Jesus Christ. Yeah, a lot of them just do this sort of thing. So, I mean, like, I don't know. If it's ironic, are they all ironic when they do this?
he walked out. Michael Snow, for
This
his part,
goon
found
wall.
this hilarious. Wavelength, like many avant-garde films, is what you bring to it.
Oh, now we're in, like, Cool Vision, too.
Is it a 45-minute long shot of a wall, or is it a film about film and its relationship to time? That is an exercise for the viewer.
Oh, God, I'm sure he likes this one, doesn't
This
he?
versatility has allowed the film to be used as a foundation for complex discussions in film theory, but despite its importance, Wavelength is perhaps better known as a foil for students, the archetype of heady, pretentious films to endure in film school.
I mean, aren't there, like, a bunch of these fucking things? Like, why is this a genre? Because it's like, didn't Andy Warhol make one that's, like, just an 8-hour shot of the fucking Empire State Building or something? Just throw that one on. Why do we need multiple of these? We don't need another one. You want to watch something like it? Put on Koyaanisqatsi or something. Like, do we really need another? Oh, I filmed a wall. It's so artsy. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Students prime themselves to
off.
reject the film, but even in rejection, they engage with Wavelength. The only constant in watching Wavelength is the active viewership itself. You must physically experience the film to understand it. If Wavelength could be said to have a core theme, it would be reflection. The film uses boredom and frustration to
Well, you see, we're jump cutting away from the view of him. This is almost exactly what IPOS did too, in the beginning of his conservative horror movies video, where he just like zooms in on a television, or maybe he zooms out like this. I forget. But for like 20 minutes, it's just like a very slow zoom out for the entire first segment of the thing, or zoom in, and then, you know, when it ends, when the zoom out, and then when the zoom ends is like the end of the first segment. It's the whole thing. It's shorter than that at least, but
force the viewer to engage. A wandering mind is, in its own way, an intended response. The viewer is compelled.
he's doing the He's doing the Majora's Mask thing. You know, we're about to get to the dawn of the next day.
To reflect on their role in proceedings, their role as a viewer. The movie, in
Okay.
essence, holds a mirror up to the audience. In cursing the time lost and in describing their tortuous experiences, even the most checked-out students unknowingly engage with the film's ideas.
I'm so done with this as a concept. Again, we have that. Like, can we be done with this? We got the fucking song that's just like 4 minutes of fucking silence. And it's like, oh, it's the audience! That's the sound of the... Fucking shut up. I don't give a shit. Fuck you. You complaining about it is the art. Oh, that's so deep. Wow. It's amazing. How long did it fucking take you to think of that one? That's great.
That is
God.
the unique power of Wavelength. Even in rejecting it, the viewer learns something about
You
themselves.
zoomers. Oh, fuck off. You piece of shit. You with your, like, fragile opinions, so you need to be like, well, you're probably a zoomer! Fuck you, retard. You're probably a boomer. Anyway, whatever you say, boomer. It's unironically an important piece of art. People staring at a fucking wall for... how long is it, too? Is it, like, 12 hours, too? How long is it? I probably said... I don't know. I'm sure it's great. I'm sure... how many of these fucking things are there, though? You gotta answer me that one, though, chat member, with your super cool elite... I'm just a zoomer. I wouldn't understand. So you have to clue me in. Just how many of these fucking ridiculous... Oh, the point is that it's pointless and you stare at it and there's nothing going on. Because I feel like there's a lot of those. There's, like, still pieces that are that. There's films... There's fucking songs. Can we be done with this? It's a whole fucking. We're done. We've made the point. Anything can be fucking art. It's great. Good. Very cool. We need at least 5 more. Right. Okay, now we're just zooming
James's
out.
profile
All
as a filmmaker is ultimately dominated by his one feature film, crowdfunded in 2011, shot in 2012, and released in 2014. Summer 2024 will be the 10th anniversary of The Angry Video Game Nerd, the movie, a truly bizarre and intriguing piece of outsider art. All movies are miracles, but this one is a bit more of a miracle than most. By all rights, it should not exist. The production was troubled in all the ways that productions are, and then on top of that, in a number of ways that movies typically aren't. It is, on some, not very good, but that much has been said before. It is, as a story, rudderless.
You have to engage with it, which makes you mad. I'm engaging with this. You engage with everything. That's such a cop-out. Oh, you have to engage with the thing that is doing nothing and took no effort to make. You have to engage with it. You have to put in more effort watching the fucking thing and trying to glean some point out of it than the person making it. At least a video like this, there's stuff going on. Yeah, I'm engaging with it. The guy's got stuff to fucking say. Some of it's stupid. Probably.
And confusing.
I gotta say, most of the video's been fine, though. I mean, this is very pretentious and overwrought, but, it's fine. It's generally fine. It's up its own ass, for sure.
Unresolved conflict of creative fascinations, external pressures, and foundational bad decisions. It's tempting to get caught in the quagmire of those decisions, but for the most part, it can all be traced back to boring foundational issues. In learning of all the myriad ways in which the budget was poorly optimized, in seeing the dated and weak humor, in watching an actor who isn't enamored with the mythology of James Rolfe pronounce the name Death Mwathics to little success, it's easy to latch on as though those details are the thing that makes the movie what it is, but the true problem is much more basic.
Honey, don't get your panties in a wad. I'm not wearing any panties.
Oh no, it's gonna get political. Guys, did you know that all art is political?
The script was written haphazardly by James and his high school buddy Kevin Finn over the course of almost 6 years, originating shortly after AVGN itself in 2006. It is trying to be a supersized episode of the web show and a flex of James's skills as a filmmaker.
I think it's a decent creative choice. I'll give Dan this. Decent creative choice to use yourself covering up half of the screen as, I'm assuming, a copyright buffer or something. I don't know how religiously they're guarding the copyright on the AVGN movie clips being on YouTube. Maybe that's why there's not that many videos talking about it, big ones. But yeah, that's an okay choice. I think it's an interesting pick. You have yourself, the projector is, I guess he's probably doing a projector thing. That's probably what it is. So there you go. There's a choice that's fine. It's artsy, but it kind of works. I can kind of get that one. That's fine.
And a self-aware B-movie version of a blockbuster, and just something altogether not the web show. This is the foundational problem, an inability to decide on what the project actually was. Without a creative vision, an actual big picture creative vision of what the finished product is supposed to be, the end product lacks focus, lacks intent.
Yeah, I assume that it's a copyright thing, but it might just be an epic, cool, artsy thing, in which case it's less... I don't know. I guess it's fine. I think it's better if it's a way to get around copyright, that you do something like this. Maybe that's what it is, but whatever it is, I don't hate this part. This is okay.
Lacks the backstop.
Better than seeing his fucking side view profile for 10 minutes.
Feedback that would tell the two of them that Death Mwathics, as the name of the film's ultimate kaiju villain, is an in-joke between the writers that just isn't very funny. The entire movie bizarrely revolves around the nerd being compelled in some way to review E.T. for the Atari 2600, the fragmentary shards of the movie as a supersized episode, but clearance for the actual E.T. intellectual property was never secured, requiring the movie to revolve around a spoof instead, which undercuts the verisimilitude of the movie as a big budget episode. The core plot never makes much sense, the motivations of the nerd are incoherent, and the core conflict seems to be that the nerd doesn't want to review the game because it gave him nightmares as a child, which itself appears to be an episode lifted from James' own childhood as a version of the scene as one of the recurring nightmares James describes in the first chapter of the book.
I mean, it really sounds like this movie is just, in fact, the big budget movie version of every... You know, we always joke about the Dark Phalus review video. Is Big Jack still here? You know, where I haven't watched that much Big Jack stuff, but if he doesn't have like a nega Big Jack yet that shows up, who's like him but in like goth makeup. Hey Aiden, you have verisimilitude. Yeah. Well, parasocial makes sense though. I mean, like this video is pretty parasocial. Yeah, but, yeah, I mean, it's every one of these, like, you know, I have to review this game, but it's my childhood nightmares stop me from like, I guess it is basically just, it sounds like a big version of one of his videos, but one of the things he's not mentioned yet, and maybe he will, is that the weird part of this movie, I know that they like, try to create, like, a world around the nerd where he's like, he works in a store. It's like fake GameStop or whatever. And he's got like coworkers and shit. And there's, yeah, they try to do shit like that. So there's like side characters and stuff. And so that's kind of another element of like why this whole thing, it's like, it's like a big episode of the thing that you came for, but it's also mired with just like a bunch of weird, they're not even like real nerd characters, you know, like it would be one thing if it was whatever, if it was Bootsy, but I guess that's not gonna fucking happen. You know, the one YouTuber that I think got out of this type of shit unscathed was Ashens, because I haven't seen the second one, but the first movie that Ashens did was alright. It wasn't like great, but it was pretty good. It felt like an Ashens thing. It didn't feel like alien to the concept of like an Ashens video. It felt like the AVGN movie sort of concept, but done somewhat effectively. It was not amazing, but it was pretty good. It was pretty good. And I didn't see the second one, but I heard it was like a little better, maybe. I don't know.
The production itself was plagued with indecision. James was wearing a lot of different hats that placed tremendous demands on his attention, requiring a level of delegation that he was simply unprepared for. The process stretched out years longer than anyone wanted and left James thoroughly burnt out and disillusioned with the whole circus. Some AVGN viewers wonder why the film introduces two new characters, Cooper and Mandy, rather than relying on Mike, Kyle, Bootsy, or any of the other day players that featured in AVGN episodes. And
well, this is just, it's endemic of the same thing that happened with, I feel like, with Nostalgia Critic, where it's like, why can't we have this video have Spoonie in it? And instead we've got Malcolm and fucking Tamara. Why does every video have Malcolm and Tamara now? Why can't we have... I mean, shit, say what you will about Linkara. It would have been a lot better if some of those, like, Malcolm and Tamara roles were Linkara, you know? But instead, it's always just these yahoos that eventually, at least they got some... People like Malcolm and Tamara now on their own qualities or whatever. But for a while there was this feeling of, like, man, why is Film Brain not here? Who the fuck is this guy?
The answer is obvious. Can you imagine Mike Matai trying to act in a feature film? No, just...
Lightbringer!
No. James himself struggled...
Come on, I can't imagine James... That's a stupid... I know he's just being funny or whatever, but that's stupid. I couldn't imagine James being in a movie either. Mike Matai might have brought something to this fucking thing. I mean, shit, what was he gonna do? Make it worse? It might have made it funnier at the very least. It might have been bad, but it might have been funny. No, I could see him on screen more than James, frankly. I don't know. I feel like he could do... I feel like Mike could act if he wanted to, but James... I mean, like, the only thing he really can do is, like, be angry. And he also... I wonder, again, if this is going to wind up talking about how he lost his edge with this movie, because, I mean, this is kind of what we're getting into here. It's like he used to be this angry fucker that was able to flip up the diarrhea dial to 11 or whatever. and now he's just he's very calmed. He's cooled.
Goes through the movie
I'm getting into
because,
that now.
well, he's not an actor. Like, well, he is an actor in the literal sense. He performs a character on camera professionally, but he is an
Oh my god, we all know what you mean. You don't have to fucking you're just like preemptively circumventing the actuallys. Like, there's gonna be one, I'm sure, but come on, dude.
always has been an actor of convenience. The only reason he is the nerd is because he didn't have anyone else around to play the nerd instead.
we gotta
That's
do
not to
this.
say James isn't good at being the nerd. It takes
He's awkwardly trying to get his face into... This is a great thumbnail for this. Jesus Christ. He's awkwardly trying to get his face into the same spot as James's face here. And you can see him like fumbling around in this effort.
to play the nerd instead. That's not to say James isn't good at being the nerd. It takes work to
Like, I get what he's going for here, but he should have just, like, cut to a shot where he was already in position as James and him merged. That would have been at least better than the awkward shifting into position. It's like the worst Doctor Who regeneration. Jesus
be
Christ.
a clown. James has skills as a performer. His ability to suppress his self-consciousness and yell, scream, fart, and vomit for an audience isn't to be downplayed. Do you have any idea how hard it is to get mad on camera? There's a whole instinct of embarrassment, of self-preservation that you need to bury in order to sit alone in a room and howl at full volume for an audience that doesn't even exist. They can't see you, the real you, sitting on the floor of your basement, debasing yourself for them. They're just phantasms off in the future that are going to consume some ghost of you, spewed out at them by their phones as a crass homunculus.
I get what he's going for, but crass homunculus and phantasms are in this rant, and you need to put away the thesaurus, big guy. You gotta settle down. You gotta settle down. I don't know how these people don't recognize how pretentious this looks, or they think that's a good thing, or something. Like, all of these people are somehow completely oblivious to how unbelievably fucking annoying they look when they use language like this, just in service of talking about fucking AVGN. Fucking chill.
Of photons and digital audio. It's easy to postulate on what the movie maybe should have been instead. A low-budget horror movie
Oh,
or
good, we're back to this. This is a crass homunculus of photons, by the way, is the name of this segment here. So, you know, we're fucking full steam ahead on SS homunculus right now.
feature.
I feel like I'm watching one, so it's
Literally
great.
just a big budget YouTube video in the same vein as the Channel Awesome anniversary specials. Basically,
I mean, to be fair, we call SSG a homunculus. There's something about the way that he's using it. He's talking about, like, an internet reviewer guy, and he's using this, like, Lovecraftian purple prose. It's a bit much. It's unnecessary.
anything other than what it actually was.
So he seems very insecure of his own intelligence.
But I have mulled
other
on
people
and
won't
dismissed the
recognize how
notion that
smart he is.
AVGN the movie is an aberration. Well,
like
there are
Yick.
undeniable
Yeah.
conflicting incentives in the mix. The whole thing was clearly an extension of the angry video game nerd because that was the thing the crowd would respond to, the thing they could raise money for. I still think what we got is ultimately truthful to James's instincts as a filmmaker. James's earliest filmography has been lost to the inevitable rot of VHS tapes, but conveniently the book preserves many of them as anecdotes, lessons.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm, again, just too fucking stupid. I haven't stared at enough wall films for 40 hours or whatever. But, like, maybe I'm too fucking stupid. I don't know why he's in the dark right now. Like, thematically, I'm not sure. Is James in the dark, or is that what we're talking about? I don't know why we've cut to him in, like, darkness. What that's supposed to... You know, if this whole thing is artistic or whatever... It seems like a very random, sudden choice that he's now just, like, sideways in darkness. I'm sure it's supposed to mean something. I'm sure it all means something. I'm sure this is his fucking magnum opus or something. Probably not. He makes a lot of videos, but, you know, I'm sure he's proud of this. I'm sure this is supposed to convey something, but I'm not really getting what exactly the point is.
And technological milestones in James's journey as a
Soft R autistic. Artistic. Oh, slip of the tongue. Right,
filmmaker.
right.
The book by volume is mostly concerned with, second, the shooting of AVG and the movie, and first, the documentation and preservation of over 24 home movies James produced in the 1990s between the ages of 12 and 18. James, from his own telling, draws a lot of energy from being the director.
People think the problem is him using big words. That's not the problem. It's that he's very... It's. Have you ever heard the term purple prose? That's the way it comes across. It's big words in service of nothing. It's obvious, like, attempt to look very erudite and, oh, see, I just did it. Look at me. Obvious attempt to look like you're extremely intelligent, to like appeal to like, oh, people are going to listen to me and what I have to say if I throw fucking 100 big words in here from a thesaurus. If I call him a crass homunculus of photons, that'll really validate me as like an intellectual YouTube scholar, fucking bread tube thinker. You know, whatever. That's the vibe that it presents. It's not the fact that he uses big words. It's not the fact that he be talking all big word, big smart talking book learning. It's that it comes across very much like someone who's pretty, you know, they're pretty insecure for whatever reason about, I guess, not being listened to or something. Like, people aren't going to take them fucking seriously. It's the same thing with IPOS, where he has a whole part in there where he, like, you know, one of the many moments in the conservative horror movies video where he, you know, says the quiet part loud, and he basically lets slip. He's like, this person would have you believe that I'm not to be taken seriously at all. And it's like, right, because that's the only thing you care about, right? Is again, it's little boy wearing daddy's big suit. It's like, please, someone notice me. I know so many words. I'm talking about angry video game nerd like it's fucking a historical conflict. Like, bitch, sit down. This is a purple prose to the fucking extreme. I don't know what to tell you.
Which in the
There's a time and a place for crass homunculus, and I don't know if it's in your deep philosophical fucking video talking about how you aren't James Rolfe's best friend. I don't know. It's the context. It's like if you use, using $5 words like that in like a more of a joking sense or something, or having some sort of a reason for it. It makes more sense, but here it is just like, you could probably convey exactly what you're getting across in significantly more, significantly less esoteric language. But especially to talk about somebody whose whole fucking existence is poop and pee fart jokes and shit. It's like, it's a real clash, I would say. And mayhap that is the point. But but that's the way all of these videos are. You could argue that that's maybe an element of this specific video is like, he's being very analytical about like a guy who's generally speaking known for saying this game gargles my balls, it's a shitload of fuck and stuff like that. But the thing is, all of the people like this dude, all of the bread tubers, quote unquote, they do the same thing. You watch a video from one of these motherfuckers and it's always the same shit, where they just pepper it with these there's a few types. Because there's some of them that are like Ethan is online, who's like really immature and he doesn't do this sort of thing. But then there's the ones who want to be like taken very seriously. The ones who are super important intellectuals in the YouTube internet leftist space, TM, are the type of people like this who are, I remember the debate that it was a sort of debate. It was just a discussion. It was just mostly a discussion that Kamal The small up-and-coming channel Kamal had with the guy FD Signifier, who's one of these BreadTube people, one of the big ones. And he was very proud of being referred to as smug, being called smug and pretentious. He was like, he proudly whipped out the, what was the fucking quote? It's like, all others I teach, or whatever. Like, he's just so intellectual and high-minded, that he's out here teaching the chuds with every fucking, he's laying down gospels for humanity's sake. Like, and I don't know that that's the same necessarily with this guy, but it's certainly the same. I would assume that from everything that I'm getting from this video. And other videos I've watched from the guy, and 10 years of knowing him being like this on Twitter, and talking about Gamergate like it's a, you know, like in similar extremely overly dramatic, flowery purple prose. Like, it's enough already. We get it. You've got degrees. Good for you.
Hierarchy of the playground is less a creative visionary and more the child who leads the play. These home movies, which James pointedly and explicitly calls films, are, from their descriptions, basically what you'd expect from a child let loose with a camcorder.
And I think a lot of this is also an attempt, I mean, you can hear him talking about this, like this stuff about filmmaking. He's very much trying to put his best foot forward as like, fuck you, James Rolfe. Look at me. I'm enshrouded by darkness like it's Kingdom Hearts. Eat shit. I'm a better filmmaker than you are. You know, like, maybe I'm reading too much into it, possibly, but he's directly comparing himself to James Rolfe. There's an inherent, I know, I guess Aiden hates this word, but it's just an inherent parasocial nature of, like, I don't know James Rolfe. Of course you don't fucking know him. And now it seems to me like, you know, based on other videos I've seen that have similar red flags anyway, and other stuff, you know, all my time on the internet, whatever, it seems like the takeaway from this is, look at me, I'm a better filmmaker than James Rolfe, which is kind of like saying, I don't know, I'm a better pitcher than that disabled boy with no arms, you know. But, that's me, by the way. I'm the one. I got no one arm, and then the other one, I'm just not a very good pitcher. You know, it's just not. I was always more of a batter, honestly. But that's the takeaway I have here is it's just this very pretentious. Look at me, I'm better than James Rolfe. Like, of course you are. Of course his videos are not very well made. I mean, yeah. You don't have to do that much I've made videos that are more cinematic than James Rolfe videos. You don't have to do that much.
They're improvisational, loose, unfocused, and shot in linear order. In short, filmmaking as a form of play. Getting friends to act wasn't
good God.
easy. Everyone was busy. Next time I got some of them over was Snyx, 1993. I quickly thought of a spontaneous story about an ancient warlock, Snyx, who died centuries ago but left behind a mask made of paper and feathers. In the present day, the mask is discovered and possesses my friend with the warlock's spirit when he puts it on.
It's my desire now to make videos like this as a joke, though. Like, I want to make a video about someone like Movie Bob, like I'm reading Movie Bob's brick by brick book. But it's all, like, overly dramatic, like, you know, shot from, like, a Dutch 45-degree diagonal, like, top-down angle where you're, like, looking down at me. Like, it's like you're looking down at me from heaven, whatever that means, you know? Whatever, you bring your own interpretation, right? And there's, like, a spotlight on me, and I'm just sitting there and I'm reading, and then I jumped over the Goomba. And verily this doth made me think about society. Oh, and we got like a whole soundtrack, you know, we make it into like a rock opera. It would be great. It'd be great.
He stalks me and tries to kill me. We made up the plot as we went along, but it was cut short when his mom called him home to dinner. After that, I had to complete his scenes by puppeteering the mask in close-ups only and performing Snyx's voice myself. Again, it was complete garbage.
Why do we need to know about this? I mean, it's like his super past of, you know, filmmaking, whatever. I guess this is some like old thing that he did, sure, great.
But it survived. It's my oldest existing movie to feature live actors besides myself, and has become sort of, in a strange way, a classic of mine. His actors were whatever neighbors were available.
This is just like, yeah, a lot of people have the dream to be like filmmakers, and then it's like Red Letter Media always says, like, you wind up realizing that making movies is fucking miserable and you don't want to do it, right? And like that's what they apparently have learned, and they assume that that's what's happening to Neil Breen and why he's so tired in all of his new movies now. It's like, yeah, because making movies just fucking sucks. So maybe AVGN, maybe Nerd, maybe James Rolfe the man just realized that, you know, he made this movie and he's like, yeah, I'm done. I'm good. You know, bare minimum, you know? And who can really blame him? Again, he's just a working man trying to like fucking, you know, provide for his family or whatever, and this is what he does, and it brings in the views and everything, and I can't fault him for that. It's not really my thing anymore, but you know, if you're like a kid or whatever and you're watching AVGN now, you're probably not noticing a huge difference between modern AVGN. Like, if you don't know the whole fucking history or whatever, but if you're just like if you're 14-year-old me, or however old I was, 15, whatever, when I found AVGN, you know, and you're 15 now and you're finding like one of his new videos, and then you go back and watch his old stuff, you might like the old stuff more, you might like the new stuff more. I remember really liking early 2000s Simpsons, which is like long past when people say it's stopped being good. But it's like, well, that's what I remember watching new episodes premiering exclusively on Fox this Sunday. That's when I remember watching those as a kid. So it's just nostalgia, right? So like there's every chance that the videos he's making are still perfectly serviceable for people that haven't been watching the guy for fucking 15 years, you know? For like the layman, whatever. It's like, I don't know why we need to grill the guy super hard for like, you lost your will to make films! Like, maybe he fucking did. Maybe he just wants to be a dad now who occasionally makes a nerd video. Is that so fucking wrong? I mean, it might not be my thing necessarily anymore. Yeah, is it lazier? Sure, it would be better if the fucking videos were better. I don't know what to tell you, but it's not the end of the fucking world.
Despite of his pleas, the filming of Dino Men from D4, 1994, rolled over from Saturday into Sunday and had to be abandoned because his friends just didn't want to do a second day. Night of Total Terror, 1996, was the first movie where James felt his friends wanted to be there. It was, in his own words, a blatant rip of Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Says that's the point this gets to at the end. Well, I'm glad that thank you for spoiling it, asshole. We're watching the whole thing. I'm making my opinions as I go. You know, this is a live action process. We might wind up loving this video. This might all be in service of pointing out how fucking silly this type of filmmaking shit is. And at the end of it, he just goes, "Boy, that was all stupid." Anyway, you know, it could be like the mythical sequel to Other M, where it turns out that the events of Metroid Other M were just fan fiction, negative, derisive fan fiction being written to spite Samus. I was about to call her Metroid. I was about to do it. Being written to spite Metroid. And it turns out none of it was canon. It was all just angry, negative fan fiction. Anti-fan fiction. Hater fiction. Written by a space pirate. That could be what this video turns out to be. It's like, yeah, it turns out making videos like this is stupid. I don't think that's gonna happen, but I think maybe the point will ultimately be somewhat agreeable.
In The Maltese Falcon, the MacGuffins of those films replaced with a cursed genie lamp. His films eventually settled into a routine of James hanging out with a few friends making stuff they found fun. James learned to treat
so he's like Adam Sandler. That's great.
The films with soft hands, as his friends refused to learn lines, rarely respected continuity, and occasionally
hate-based fiction. That's right.
He would just overwrite the tape and destroy the footage. This informed his style as a director. James says he likes to work in small crews, treating actors as close personal friends and encouraging them to improvise. This informal
like Adam Sandler
style, where productions are
you see Angry Video Game Nerd. I'm seeing Happy Gilmore over here. I don't know.
Measured in hours rather than days, and the enjoyment of the actors is given priority, was well suited to the Angry Video Game Nerd series. Mike could goof around and make James laugh, and it would translate reasonably well to YouTube. But the AVGN movie exposed the flaws in James's filmmaking approach. Union actors in Los Angeles don't want to be the director's friend, and the shooting schedule of Snick's Returns does not prepare you for 28 days of principal photography for a feature film. The AVGN movie...
I mean, at this point, it's a lot of hot air saying things that other people have said much more succinctly, too. That's another thing when I'm talking about, like, he uses too many fucking big words. It's not... It really is in service of nothing, because I've seen videos that talk about it. Essentially the same point is just that, he didn't have what it takes, and he realized that when he made this film, and it doesn't need to be this whole drawn-out thing where you're, like, dramatically lit and everything. It's like a 2-sentence summary that you can give. I guess there's no reason you can't draw it out, but there's no reason I can't criticize that for being kind of, what it is. It's like, you just get to the fucking point. I've heard all this before. I suppose other people might not have. But I've heard it all before from people that didn't need to draw it out over the course of, like, how long is this segment? It's like 23. It's like a 5-minute segment that could be trimmed down to, maybe 2 minutes at most. Just like, hey, yeah, he used to make, he used to make films around the neighborhood with his fucking friends, and that was not able to prepare him for Hollywood or whatever. Pretty simple stuff to summarize, but he needs to draw this out to make this, like, longer, so much longer than it needs to be. We're not even halfway through the fucking thing. Yes, I keep pausing. Absolutely. It's mostly my fault. Absolutely. I understand. But we're still, like, this is my pace. This is the pace I go at. And by my pace, we're not even halfway through this fucking thing. This could be cut. I feel like the length of this could be cut in half easily. Especially if you removed me talking over it.
Is spiritually just another home movie.
Right.
So, I may have misrepresented the book, though maybe you already figured this out. It's bad, but in the constellation of awful YouTuber autobiographies, which range from shamelessly improvisational to active attempts to obfuscate crime, a movie-making nerd doesn't really rank. It's not that kind of bad, but it is also impressively
Now I'm just reminded of Metal Gear Solid 5, so yeah, it's not bothering me that much, but if I start thinking more about Metal Gear Solid 5, you might need to stop. You might need to pull away from that.
destructive.
I might start dragging down the video a little bit.
Went through its pages, I found myself tempted to make sweeping claims about how James sees the world, how he sees himself, but stopped when I realized that I couldn't tell the difference between statements that implied a total...
Stop gaslighting the chat into thinking Metroid is trans. Metroid isn't trans. He's a very capable bounty hunter man who is not trans, but he can't crawl. So there's, he does have his limitations.
Lack of self-reflection, a mind that still held juvenile opinions 20 years after the fact as sincerely as the day they were first formed, and the weak writing. Large swaths of the book are very basic in their construction. Pages of paragraphs.
What you doing over there, buddy?
Of 6 to 7 word subject-verb sentences.
The most fun class was acting. The instructor was very serious about it. He was like a drill sergeant. The fans take an active role in the movie. They're the ones requesting the nerd to review the game. I think that's a great thing. The fans helped create the idea for this movie, but my character, the nerd, doesn't want to review the game. He feels pressured. Not all of the assignments were fun. Some of them were rudimentary, like painting grayscales and color wheels. All were tedious, messy, and basic. Some of the textbook classes required writing boring essays to explain why time is like a grain of sand. In other words, do your best to come up with some bullshit.
I mean, and I'm thinking about this movie too, like, this is talking about the movie, like, I remember when the AVGN movie came out, and when it, like, the lead up to it and everything, and it was generally this feeling for me of, like, do we need to do this? Why are we holding up the production of normal episodes of the fucking show so that we can make this movie that I probably won't watch? I still haven't watched it, It's like 10 years later. I wanted to just see the regular show, but they were making this fucking movie, so there were, like, long breaks, and then I found out that they put this, like, they put this E.T. review thing in the movie. The long-awaited AVGN review of the quote-unquote worst game ever made, and it's really not the worst, but it's pretty bad. And I remember just being like, why, I would have rather just seen this be a video, just the fucking review. I think most people just want, I don't know, every one of these fucking people wanted to make a movie. Like, it's the same thing with Spoonie too, right? Like, Spoonie didn't wind up making the fucking thing, but it was the same shit. where it was like, bro, we just want you to make like Ultima retrospective. Stop fucking like talking about this movie. I think he did finish Ultima retrospective at least, but you know, like, we want you to do more Final Fantasy or whatever. Stop talking about making this movie. It's never gonna happen. Nobody wants it to happen. What the fuck would the movie be? It would be some embarrassing shit. Like, no one needs that. No one needed the Spoony movie. And you know, it just held up him doing anything else that people actually wanted him to do. It's kind of the same thing here, but this at least this fucking thing came out, but it's like nobody really cared. I don't feel like anyone was really excited for this thing. Cinema Snob has 2 movies. I'm not familiar. The Spoony movie is still coming out. Claw, trust the plan. Well, to my knowledge, Bane is writing a script for the Spoony movie or something. So, like, apparently we were going to make the Spoony movie before Spoony could actually make it. That was the goal, was we were going to usurp the Spoony movie out from under Spoony, which I think is very funny, but I don't think I really want to make... Yeah, Big Jack made a movie. Hey Jack. It could happen. I mean, I kind of like the idea of a very unspoony movie, you know? That sounds kind of fun.
Over 430 words are dedicated to a failed location scout for a boiler room set during the filming of AVGN the movie that...
Well, no, you're right, Aiden. It's interesting because it's like this guy clearly wants to be viewed as legitimate. He wants to be taken very seriously with his $5, you know, his big Scrabble words, his winning Scrabble words. This is just kind of like the new version of how, yeah, I mean, back in the day it was, I want to be a real Hollywood filmmaker. I want to be taken seriously. I'm going to make a movie. I'm going to make Kick-Assia so people take me seriously. What a disaster. Oh no. But like, that's kind of the same thing, right? It's like, yeah, you make the thing so that people take you seriously, and then the end result is everybody looks at it and they're just like, oh, this is a bit much, isn't it? Did we need to make this? I mean, I say that the video's overwhelmingly positively received, but some people are taking it pretty negatively. So far, we're almost halfway. By the way, I'll be reading super chats and stuff at halfway here when we get to the scroll for details mark here. But so far, close to halfway. It's not that bad, you know. It's not like hang on just a second. I think is that fucking in oh fucking hang on. Someone's knocking. Oh boy. These motherfuckers. I got fucked on a package return yesterday. I'm trying to fucking... Is it... I don't think it's them. Okay. No, it's probably not that. Is it them? All these motherfuckers. God damn it. Okay, well, I think it's fine. They were supposed to call me anyway. I waited around all... This stream was gonna happen yesterday. And then they came, like, at some point. They didn't call me. I'm, like, leaving. I'm like, oh... Great. They came at, like, some point in the day. They didn't inform me that they were there to pick up my package, so I just basically wasted the whole day waiting. I hear knocking outside. I'm like a Pavlov dog. But anyways. Yeah, this video is not the worst thing. It's definitely not IPOS tier at this point, but it's certainly not great. I mean, it's very wish-washy. It's just taking so long. Like, I'm just thinking if I just watched this and I had no prior knowledge of Dan Olsen or anything, like, this is my general opinion. At this point in the video, I would be, like, kind of annoyed. Say I have this in a tiny little P&P window playing SMT5 or something, and I'm just, like, I was just kind of annoyed. Like, get to the fucking point, you know, I mean, well, if I was watching this in a tiny window as background noise, I wouldn't notice all the awkward filmmaking choices, so that would probably help, but, we now have him in, like, a reverse spotlight, and we're on, like, what are we doing? We're on a table? I think this is... Oh, he's on a phone now. Okay, great. Good stuff. Good quality stuff, Dan. But, yeah, this is very meandery at this point. I'm not a big fan, but it's not that bad. It's fine. It's an okay video. It's very 5 out of 10. It's mid. as the kids say, as the skibbity toilets say.
130 words are dedicated to a failed location scout for a boiler room set during the filming of AVGN the movie that could be funny if it were well told, could be a trivial event that details a state of mind or just elicits a chuckle, but is delivered with the narrative intensity of a grocery list. I don't doubt that the book is a reasonably accurate accounting of factual events, more or less in the order that they...
If AVGN had to make an I would rather, you know, in relation to this, what would it be like? You'd rather lick out the tailpipe of an orangutan's anus and then French kiss it with rotten goat cheese and give it a little pat on the head and do a little dance than ever watch this video again. Fuck this video. This video sucks my anal fissure.
Occurred, and that it contains certain insights into James, his life, his way of thinking.
That's what we need to do. We need to AVGNify this video. As we go along. Just imagine in like AVGN's voice, just like, he keeps talking and talking. Why won't he stop talking? Shut the fuck up! Get to the fucking point! God damn it! This video fucking sucks!
And his relationship with himself.
Cowabunga piece of dog shit!
I don't think it can really be trusted for much else. It is not a bad thing that it was self-published, but it is a keenly present thing. It is self-serving, as all autobiographies are, but equally self-destructive. The portrait painted by the book is one of a stagnant man with limited capacity to self-reflect, a poor understanding of how and why things happen the way they did, and a general lack of curiosity. A movie-making nerd compels us to conceptualize James not as a revolutionary YouTuber, but as a failed filmmaker. James Rolfe, the main character of the book, reflects back on university 2 decades after the fact and seemingly has no new insights into what his instructors were trying to impart. There are no lessons that were obnoxious in the moment but made sense years later. There is no appreciation for the exposure to cross-disciplinary fundamentals.
I mean, like, I don't know what it is. I don't know what is the specific quality about this, because I'm watching this and I'm seeing these, like, artistic shot choices that he's doing where he's like on a phone and then he stops the video and he grabs the phone and then he cuts to the fucking, and like again, I'm thinking of Inside, and I know it's like funny, I know Bo Burnham bad, whatever, but I remember being impressed by that. Like, wow, he really did a lot of cool stuff, basically all single-handedly, just he'd play a song and like do the lighting while he was playing the song and stuff like that. It was pretty impressive stuff. As someone who was, especially at that point in time, I was doing some stuff with lighting or whatever, and then I eventually fucking gave up. But yeah, you know, there's something about this though that's just annoying with it. I don't know. I feel like it's just a little too fucking. I can't put my finger on it. I'm a terrible critic, obviously. AVGN did not adequately outfit me with the critical skills that I needed to deconstruct why I don't like this video. But there's just something about it that's just very, the word pretentious is worn through the mud by this point, but something about it.
Thing to suggest that being made to draw household objects with the cold precision of a draftsman gave him an appreciation for...
Yeah, at least it isn't 3 hours, that's true.
...the geometry of camera.
It's still overly long, though.
Optics. No reflection that being made to write about film as an art, as metaphor...
What the fuck are we doing now? What are we looking at?
...gave him...
Is this a fucking camera viewfinder
tools that he has called on in his nearly 20-year career as the host of a show deconstructing creative works. He tells a story about a technical exercise in his first year of university, an assignment meant to familiarize students with the basic operation of the 16mm Bolex cameras that were standard film student tools of the day, that he hijacked in order to remake A Night of Total Terror. His own framing of the story makes him look like an egomaniac. The assignment is to simply use the camera successfully to create an image of literally anything. James pitches an elaborate shoot with costumes and lighting. The instructor kindly explains that it's not that kind of assignment. James says he found the assignment annoying at the time, but on reflection, it was really valuable because it taught him to stand up for himself. Because he ignored the instruction.
Well, okay, so another thing, too, to remember is, like, I don't think anybody probably nobody in chat has read this fucking book. I didn't know it existed. So we are kind of just taking his word for it and like his interpretations maybe of things that are said. I assume it's not that deep, so it's probably pretty surface level. He's most likely just Wikipedia synopsizing the events to us, but it is worth noting that, I mean, there's probably some level of, you know, telephone game happening here where there's maybe some elements of this that are being lost in translation a little bit. Something that he maybe felt was not relevant to include as he describes this, but perhaps if, you know, someone else looked at it, they'd be, oh, of course this is relevant. Why didn't he mention this? You know, so I don't know. I don't know how many fucking people have read this book, but like we're not getting a lot of like excerpts from the book being like, he'll read certain parts out, you know, totally, and those are kind of out of context, but at least he's reading like a, you know, paragraph or something. But a lot of this is just him kind of explaining what's happening in the book and certain things like that. Like, well, I mean, if you just showed us like a bit of a, you know, a chunk of text or something, I mean, at the very least to sort of back up what you're saying, it's probably he's just summarizing it. I'm just saying there's a possibility that he might be somewhat misrepresenting the book, and a lot of us might not know about that necessarily.
Showed up on the day with a box full of Halloween costumes and hijacked the entire class, and then the instructor just kind of caved because...
I'd rather eat cheese off my foot than watch this video. That's how I feel about reading the AVGN's autobiography, actually, funnily enough.
Whatever. It's not entirely clear from
too.
the book, but the implication is that he spent the entire time as the director. No one else got a turn with the camera. They just got to be his actors. He let me have my way, coaching me through
See, now you're getting some of this. Okay. Well, there you go.
bulky 16mm technicalities, but letting me shoot my little narrative as intended. Directing a room full of 20 students gave me a positive rush. The energy and excitement was high, and nobody here was goofing around like some of my younger experiences.
You see, like I say, the video's not that bad. I'm complaining about things, and then most of them, I mean, a lot of it is just really obnoxious, but for the most part, it's not a terrible video. It's just an annoying video.
Here, they were all 100% cooperative.
It's not really out of the realm of normal fucking bread tube, though. I mean,
It made me feel like a director. It's a heartwarming story about how if you just ignore the instructions and disregard your peers, you too can get to feel important for an afternoon. He would then remake A Night of Total Terror again in junior year, his third crack at the story by my count, the cursed skull being replaced with a cursed cat statue. Seemingly every movie James makes revolves around an inanimate object that is either cursed or alive, or cursed and alive. A conspicuous chunk end with the protagonist being pursued by a demonic doll or action figure.
Yeah, see, this is good information. I am enjoying this segment the most of all, I will say, because he is giving me info about this book that I'm probably not going to fucking read. And, I mean, you know, he's showing excerpts from the book, too, so, I mean, like, again, you could say it's maybe some of it's out of context, but, like, yeah, I mean, it mostly sounds like it's just the stuff in the book. It's fine. And, yeah, that's an interesting anecdote that I guess a lot of the stuff he makes does seem to revolve around that kind of, you know, MacGuffin or whatever you'd call it. You know, this is a fun part of it.
He keeps remaking movies he made when he was a literal child. If not remakes, then sequels. There are 6 Snicks movies. His most recent crack at something not AVGN related was The Head Returns, a 20 years later sequel to a home movie he made in high school. And it ends with James being chased by a haunted doll. Boring anecdotes are interspersed with...
I heard that one it's not great, but it's like... It's at least something new for him that's, well, not new maybe, but it's something different that's not, you know, it's not as derivative as a lot of the stuff that James is doing lately. You know, James's best videos now are the ones where it's just him as James Rolfe talking about, like, I played Tears of the Kingdom with my kids and this was our experience and we enjoyed it, you know? Like, where it's just him being himself and it's not some whole production. I mean, that's the always the fact with these people when they make these, like, super fucking complex. It's I gotta make the movie, the PewDiePie movie, and it's like, all anybody really wants is more Pew News, dude. All anyone really wants, I mean, AVGN is cool too, but at this point it's like, I'm willing to just have him be, like, an older guy who talks about, like, you know, how him and his kids play video games sometimes or whatever. He's a YouTube dad guy. He could switch to fucking vlogs or something, whatever. You know, like whatever videos like that where he's just like, I saw one where he was talking about, I think it was Godzilla -1, and you know, he liked it, and he was just talking about how he liked the movie because he's a Godzilla fan, and it's like, yeah, when it's just James sitting there fucking talking and he's not putting a whole bunch of effort in, it's great. And then every time he tries to put in effort, it's like, no, stop doing that. Just be yourself. Be yourself and and do as little effort as possible, and it's better that way.
Bizarre claims that seem rooted entirely in an understanding of the world it calcified decades ago.
No, Pew News, his news program from like 2019, where I learned about like TanaCon. That was the first video I watched about TanaCon. Was his video about TanaCon. And his Pew News stuff was great. I always hated PewDiePie, and then I watched that, and I was like, oh, this guy's actually pretty funny. I like him. And then he stopped doing it really quickly because he got canceled like 16 times, and apparently Pew News was a problem for him. I don't know. He got really fucked over. It's unfortunate. He literally is just a victim of his own success.
Speaking of high school, James states that in 1997 he got into the kind of music you don't hear as much on the radio, like Metallica.
Uh-huh.
Metallica.
What?
Metallica in 1997 was one of the biggest bands in the world. Every weirdo nerd
On the radio, too. That was when they were going radio.
our age had a Metallica phase in the mid-90s. I had a Metallica
I
phase.
think everyone had a Metallica phase in their mid-teens, regardless of time.
Phase
really.
in the mid-90s. Just to seal the
What's your favorite Metallica song, Chad? It's sad but true.
absurdity, he name drops King Nothing, a
Okay, but that's a good one, though. That's also... That was my favorite for a long time. Actually, good fucking taste. I know James has got metal tastes that are pretty good. I mean, Rex Reed, or whatever it's called, his stupid band is terrible, but, like, when he talks about metal, you know, he talks about, like, Witchfinder General or something. It's like, oh, I didn't know about them until James Rolfe talked about Witchfinder General. I'm like, that's a pretty good band, actually. Thank you, James Rolfe.
top 10 single on the US Hot 100 from an album that was #1 in 18 countries
Frantic's
in a
not
decade where
bad.
people still bought albums. If you wanted to communicate the
Whiplash,
irony
Tony
of a
Hawk,
character in
yeah.
a film, someone with a self-mythology of outsider status while ultimately being no less in step with
I don't know why. Sad but True is probably not my favorite necessarily. I like a lot of their earlier stuff and their later stuff too. I really like, you know, what is it? Fucking, oh god. The, I want to say Leper Affinity, but that's Master of Puppets. No, it's the Lowman's lyric from Reload. You know, 90s Metallica is pretty fucking good. And Saint Anger, mostly bad, but they did eventually salvage All Within My Hands with like a new acoustic version that's really, really good, actually. So, like, there's at least 3 decent songs, because Saint Anger and Frantic themselves, the Saint Anger title song and Frantic were okay. Rest of that album, complete trash. Now there's a version of another song from that album that's good, that's official. There's like 3 entire songs from that album that are okay. One even that's quite good. It just took them. It took them like 20 years to make it good. But anyways, we're getting into the weeds here.
extremely
Anything to keep us from talking about this fucking video.
mainstream
We're almost
tastes,
halfway in.
you would drape the character in a Metallica t-shirt. An editor would have caught this immediately. The actual substance of the book is largely a chronological catalog of over 24 of James's home movies, many of which are sequels and outright remakes of his own prior movies. In a roundabout way, this actually seems to have been the original impetus behind writing the book, or at least one of the books that became this book. There's evidence scattered throughout that large chunks of the book are lightly adapted from contemporary documents. Though by evidence, I really mean James basically says it outright on page 150. Now the trauma has long faded, just as the VHS tapes have deteriorated. I never digitized or preserved them since the tapes have had no purpose to me outside of the college circle. This text is the final preservation, which I first wrote down while the...
So this whole thing is just James trying to come to terms with his childhood films he can't watch them anymore. We all, again, this is another thing where it's like we kind of all... I think collectively we have that vibe that he's just like he's like stunted growth in some way. I feel like this is still, it's a very long-winded way of getting at stuff that we all kind of either know. I mean, like, this is confirming it perhaps and heavily alluding to it, but it's certainly taking its fucking time to get there. Like,
incidents were still fresh in my mind. It was the catalyst that made me want to write a book in the first place. Sure, it took decades to finish and publish, but those decades have given me plenty to add.
the whole reason he wrote the book was so that he could continue remaking his fucking movies that he keeps remaking.
This is weird, right? The admission that this was the catalyst that made me want to write a book in the first place, and that catalyst was still an animating force in 2019, that you're just adding stuff to something you started 2 decades earlier? Is this autobiography legitimately a project he began in 2002, long before the days of his public success, and then just uncritically picked up 16 years later and just started tacking more onto, as though the SNCC sextology, getting suspended for an academic year, and launching one of the most influential YouTube channels ever are all equally weighted events? The trauma he's referring...
Well, they probably are to him. Now, we're about halfway into this video now, and I'm going to take a little break here. If you want to go grab yourself a little fucking soda or whatever, you can. I'm going to read some super chats and stuff. Thank you, everybody, for watching. We're going to keep going. I'm not hating this video. It's not terrible. It's very annoying. Like, I'm being hard on it, but generally speaking, I wouldn't turn off the video by this point. If I didn't know anything about I wouldn't watch it. Because I know about Dan Olsen, and I'm not interested in watching a Dan Olsen video. But, like, if I didn't know about Dan Olsen, I feel like at this point, I wouldn't hate it necessarily. I would be a little annoyed. I would be like, all right. I would be, like, hovering my finger over the let's watch something else button. You know? Which they should make that button. Just to, like, like, I'm feeling lucky? They really need to make that a button on YouTube. Where you just click a button on, like, next to the play button, and it's like... it just randomly plays like another, video that, it's in your recommended or whatever. Just a random another video. That would be a great feature for YouTube. I would love that. But yeah, no, I wouldn't be necessarily clicking off. It's pretty annoying. I would be pretty close to clicking off, I think. 250 from Gabuko Mitsukiva. Hi, Claw. Sorry I haven't donated in a while. Love you. Hello, I'm sorry I called you a stupid retard for calling that music at the beginning similar to Avenged Sevenfold. I guess it does have guitars though, so you're not totally wrong. Thank you. £5 from Louise Ogden. Not been well, but at least I'm recovered enough to sit upright for a while and enjoy your latest stream. You rock, Claw Sensei. Well, why don't you lay down and watch the stream? Because if you're not feeling well, I mean, I guess sitting upright, if that's a goal, maybe, yeah, work toward that, I suppose. But yeah, you feel free to, kick back, lower the fucking, hospital bed or whatever, get the nurse in there. I don't know, you're probably not that bad, but, just relax, don't do it. $2 from Tivy2Vs. I need more Armageddon! Well, maybe we'll get some Armageddon soon. God damn it. Maybe we'll get some soon. We want to do, a shitty, hang on, let me get some music going here. Let's get some tunes happening here. Let's get some music. Hang on. You know what's a great soundtrack? You know what soundtrack I really like? It's this one. Hang on. There you go. Keep it low. Yeah, a shitty animation stream, that's something that I've been wanting to do. I mean, not just shitty, but, weird animations, old VHS music video stuff like that Armageddon video. There's multiple others in that series, and I really enjoyed that one. But yeah, also just weird YouTube channels that have strange animations and stuff, 3D animations, not necessarily 3D. There's some nostalgic Canadian ones I kind of want to take a look at. There's one with North Ontario IO, so that's got to be fun. It's very morbid, actually. It involves a guy being swallowed whole by flies or something. It's terrible. But yeah, it's that'll be potentially an upcoming stream. Just a hopefully non-Sangy event, $2 from Shark Gobbler. Endless trash. Indeed. $2 from Cobalt Siren, getting ready for work. Morning, Papa Claw. Well, it's 12:40, but I guess it's, it's morning somewhere. Good morning. $2 from Genova. Well, it was probably morning when that was 2 hours ago, so yeah, I am the penis. $2 from Genova. The trash hits don't quit. Indeed. We got plenty of fucking garbage today, which is to say this video, and probably some other stuff. I don't know. I don't really have anything necessarily planned for after this, but I'm sure I can find some things. It's been a bit. There's probably some stuff stocked up, $2 from Winter 1205. What song is this? If you mean the beginning, that was Lift Off and Set Your Controls from Star One. Aryan Anthony Lucason's Star One, off their first album. A song about Doctor Who, I guess. I mean, people say it is. It's pretty loosely about Doctor Who. The other songs in the album are more specifically about the movies or whatever that they're about. There's like a Stargate one. There's one that was so good that it made me start watching the show Blake 7, which I unfortunately have stopped watching. But that's just because there's too many shows and things, Because I want to watch Shogun, too. But, like, I saw the first episode and a half or something, and I'm like, yeah, I'll get to this again. That was 2 months ago. It's unfortunate. 7 months ago, member for 7 months, rather, Bungie Gummy. Thank you very much. I wasn't 7, but thank you. Glad to have a Claw stream today to ease my worried mind. Thanks for the many years of entertainment. Well, I'm sorry about your worries, but, your worries are over. We got trash. It's trash. So don't worry about anything. We got trash. Shark Gobbler has become a member. Thank you very much.
This user.
Thank you. Exiled Postman has been a member for 9 months.
This is an extreme mega killer rank.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, wait. Hang on.
We're going to rent on a user. Seriously, are you normal? No story, no motive, no reason, and no background check. I'm about to say some super harsh things. It is becoming more insufferable.
Thank you very much. Exiled Postman with 9 months says, I watched the vid a few days ago and he makes some good points, but the editing would be accurately called up its own ass. Yeah, that seems to be the vibe so far. I'm enjoying watching it on stream here. I think this was a good streaming choice. Lots of good conversation. Kate with the member for 11 months. Oh my god. Oh my god!
This user.
It is becoming more insufferable.
This user is also the opinion basher.
This is an extreme mega killer rank.
Thank you very much. Pamper Chew invoked. Oh boy. Well, Pamper Chew is just with us at the moment. He was there at the dawn of everything, so he's with us, but he's not necessarily, Sangi's not here, so that's what you gotta worry about. Pamper Chew, he's almost as bad at this point. I think he is maybe as bad at this point, actually. But don't worry about it. Pamper Chew's classic. He's I don't know. For some reason we're giving Pamper Chew the pass here. It's fine. Don't worry about it. $10 from I Don't Care. I get it, Dan. You got an A in creative writing. You can stop talking like this. Again, that's the thing. It's not even that he's using... Oh my god, he used a word with 12 letters in it. Jesus Christ. I feel so... He's so stentorian. I feel so... lamentablious. This is terrible. No, it's that it does come across, for whatever reason, it comes across in service of, inflating his own ego, and his own, I guess his very, very weak, he's not confident in, his intelligence or something. It feels like he needs everyone to agree that he's smart or something. I don't know. It's unnecessary. £2 from Niall Scott. Bingo Space holds mic weird / slumped on floor. Well, again, that would be for, like, BreadTuber bingo. I don't know how much we're watching BreadTubers, necessarily. I like to try to keep as much of this type of video off of my, you know, I don't want to be recommended more Dan Olson videos, but now it's going to happen. $5 from HG McCartoons. Starting to view these bloated, pretentious videos like Lasagna Cat 07, 27, 1978 if it wasn't ironic or funny. Well, I don't know which one that is, but I'm familiar with Lasagna Cat. Is that the one that's like 12 hours long and it's just like reading something? I don't know. There's another one of those, like, it has no meaning, you just bring your own interpretation. Whatever. Yeah, no, I mean, they're all starting to blend together is the thing. They're all like, I mean, I'm forgetting some of these that have existed now. Because there's multiple, and I'm forgetting them, and I'm like, you know, Insane Piece of Shit, that's the big one, but there's been other ones. There was the guy who said that, like, the YouTube critics are lying to you. We didn't watch that one. But there was a guy who was, like, whining about YouTube critics. That might be a great next video, actually. Ooh. But, yeah, a lot of videos like this, they just kind of, they're starting to fucking blend together. I don't know. $5 from Jitters XP. CJ the X holds their microphone, and it works because they're very high energy. Doesn't work when you're some middle-aged guy sitting on your ass. I mean, I watch people that have the mic holding. It's fine. You know, it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, if it's channel that's not super obnoxious, then I'm like, oh, whatever, they've got the mic, it's fine. But when I see someone who already has elements where I'm like, oh, this is kind of annoying me, then the mic is one of those elements at that point. It can be a negative, not necessarily ever a positive, but this is like Metroid Prime music. I didn't realize how much of a banger Bully's whole soundtrack was. You know, you always hear that one song, but now we're listening to more of it. I gotta play more of this soundtrack. This is great. This is really fucking banging. I gotta sample some of this. CJ the X, though, I think I tried watching one of their videos and they were not to my taste, necessarily. But, you know, you wanna... Does Mike's mic hold the mic? Because that's... Mike's mic deserves to hold his mic, because it's in the name, right? If anyone's gonna hold their mic, it should be Mike's mic, because that's like, I mean, if anything, that's the star of the show, if anything, if you think about it. But that's one person I would say, like, I don't know, I think he might. Is chat making observations about PAMPs? Wait, what's happening? Oh, AI chat summary. I hope so. Yeah, the sex survey results is the one I'm thinking of. That's right, the Lasagna Cat video. Two pounds from Louise Ogden. Oh, I lost it. If you want proto-AVGN, look up Amiga Power. Yeah, there's a lot of those old, like, even in the... Yeah, I think that would have been in the early 90s, right? Amiga, so... Yeah, way back in the day. I mean... What's amazing, too, and I really have to do a stream looking at this at some point. I think I maybe have talked about this before, I know, but I need to do a stream looking at it. The old news groups from, like, 1985 or whatever, where they're on the internet and they're complaining about video games, and it's so similar to now. It's like they're just calling each other stupid idiots because they don't like the new Zelda, you know, the new Zelda, by which I mean Zelda, the first Zelda, you know? And, like, you see people talking about these games contemporaneously or whatever, and it's like, Metroid is cool, but its music is a little droning after a while. Like, you know, good music, but you're right, it does eventually kind of drone a little bit. That's a good point, 1985 guy, wow. And yeah, they're so similar to modern arguments that you see. It's great. Like, I remember learning about that on V, and we were all just fucking stunned, like, wow, this is just like us, guys. Time is a flat circle. This is terrifying. Except the difference was back then they all had, like, they were all explicitly, like, .edu accounts. So these were all, like, you know, college professors or at least students. But actually a lot of them were, like, professors and people that worked in, like, engineering and shit that had access to, you know, the proto-80s internet. And, yeah. Meanwhile, I was, like, 14 years old on 4chan. There's a bit of a difference there, but the dialogue was largely the same, you know? $5 from Winter1205. Hey, Wavelength is only 45 minutes of a recording of people doing thing in a room. It's not empty, but also is weird. Well, alright, I mean, I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine.
I'm just thinking about, I guess I'm thinking more, I was thinking more of like, what do you call it, it's like 416 or whatever. The fucking song that's just 4 minutes of nothing and you're supposed to, you being angry about it is the peace, or whatever the fuck. You hear about that a lot. Chud Logic recently talked about the Ethan is Online video about how you don't understand modern art. And it's like, some modern art, though, is literally just like, I mean, we kind of get the point now. Anything can be art, yeah. You can just have a blank canvas and that's, haha, great, that's a cool art piece, I get it. But, like, we've kind of done that now. Like, I think we're done with that, right? Maybe that's not what wavelength is, but that's sort of what it sounded like based on how, you know, he was describing it. Maybe I was probably not hearing him correctly. Focusing on chat and stuff. $5 from Rorschach13. James said himself that he wanted the AVGN movie to expand on the AVGN universe in the same way that the Wayne's World movie did for the SNL sketches. Well, I mean, I guess that makes sense, sure. You could call... yeah, if you view it in that way, I guess that makes sense, sure. You know, his videos are like the sketches from, you know, SNL. And then the movie is, yeah, I mean, because you could look at Wayne's World and sort of be like, why is there all of a sudden, like, you know, all these characters that weren't in these sketches? I think another one like that was, what was it? It was like Bob McKenzie or whatever, and it's like Bob and Ted or something McKenzie. It was the Canadian one. I think that was SCTV or whatever. And they had that movie that, Colin and Jim talked about on Red Letter Media. I think it was Strange Brew, which is like a Canadian comedy or whatever. And I don't know if that's the same thing, but it was a similar kind of like this, you know, they took the style at least of the shorts, and it might have been the same characters even, but yeah, so I guess I can understand that, but it just did not really land here, right? 300 ISK from Baneblade. Bro thinks he'll be an artist after the revolution. Yeah, I mean... The thing is, we haven't really gotten into, like, Marxism yet. A lot of these videos will pivot eventually into something about capitalism or whatever. We're not there yet. We got a little taste of it with something about the movie, about the, like, panties joke or whatever. And almost looked like he was gonna shit his bricks about fucking feminism or something, but it didn't happen. It didn't happen. To his credit, he kept his cool. $5 from Edgelord Leon. People who talk like this must idolize Eugene from The Walking Dead. The difference is Eugene is actually smart and not just pretentious. Well, I didn't watch The Walking Dead, but I mean, there's a lot of anime and video game and TV characters and such, movie characters that people probably look at and they, you know, they idolize, and they probably shouldn't necessarily try to be like those people in real life as such. I mean, maybe, you know, take a lesson that they learned if that's meaningful to you or something, but don't, you know, maybe don't try to talk like the anime villain. That's probably generally for the best, and that's sort of how this is. It's like a few steps away from talking like an anime villain, basically. $5 from Brakir, an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. £2 from Niall Scott. So when's the Deadwing Dork movie coming? Probably not. I would assume not. That would be... Well, I mean, if I did a movie, it wouldn't be related to anything. It would just be a story. It would just be an unrelated story. It would be, you know, it might be lolcow related. Like, it might be about a... Because there's the story... What was it? The Pixie Sparkle dilemma? You know, I could see making a movie about Carl Weldon Chalmers and his battle against the trolls, and his story about Pixie Sparkle and her adventures, you know, like an original lolcow movie or something, something like that maybe. But I don't know about like a. I guess that would be a Deadwing Dork movie, actually, if you think about it. That's what I mean. What else would it be, right? I mean, it would be it basically would be that. So yeah, maybe that. But you know, it might be science fiction too. Maybe it'll be a sci-fi lolcow. Put a fun spin on it. $2 from Tivy2Vs. Mr. Enter already did this video and better too. Well, a lot of people have done this video. A lot of people have already. This is what I'm saying. Is like, as much as I'm not hating this video,
but it's very up its own ass, and most of it's it's got like a few points that are interesting, but most of it is just stuff that I've heard before in much more succinct fashion from videos that are less annoying and less pretentious. $2 from Liquid Dinosaur. This man is making me fall asleep. $5 from Liquid Dinosaur. This low-key sucks. Let's watch disabled puppets go to prison. Or whatever you want to watch. Just, I don't know, just something else. Well, I want to watch this. So I'm sorry, Liquid Dinosaur. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to just fall asleep there, Sleepy. $2 from Tivy Tubies. This book is where balls on the dick comes from. Well, I'm not familiar with that. And $5 from the Retro Shepherd. I'm a pizza delivery guy. Today is my day off. And listening to your user streams as I do deliveries has gotten me through many stressful shifts. Well, I'm happy to be of service. Try not to, throw the pizzas into the wrong mailbox or whatever happens. Don't do that. So we're all caught up with Super Chats. We got new members as well. I'm sure there was some people... hang on. Let me check out the fucking fan funding here. Oh, God. Chat summary. People are discussing their favorite shows and movies. Additionally, some users provide updates on Sangi and Eugene. Oh, Eugene from The Walking Dead? I see. I like this AI thing. This is great. Was there anybody? Lake Chowbanagungamog with 1 gift membership. Thank you very much. And I think that's it. I think I'm all caught up. All right, perfect. All right, well, back to it. Fucking back to it. That concludes Super Chat midway segment, and we got half of this fucking thing to go, so you better keep yourselves awake, motherfuckers, because there's gonna be a test later. I'm sure it's gonna be great. Let me see what the other parts here are, because we could maybe skip around. I keep coming back. The length of time it takes to get to some waves. We're talking about this wavelength thing again. I feel a certain kinship with James Rolfe, part 0. Oh, we're going back, and he shaved himself here. This might be an older video clip or something. Narrative of AVGN's decline. They are, in fact, just haters, is a segment here. And then another segment called They Are... Oh, no, that's all one. There's a line here that makes it... Okay. I did the thing any normal person would do. The nerd in my dreams at the end. Oh, dear. We'll hear him out for the end of this segment. We'll see what the next segment is, and then if we need to, we'll jump ahead to, I feel a certain kinship with James Rolfe, part 0. We might jump ahead like 10 minutes or something. I don't know.
Referring to is an episode that consumes much of the middle of the book. Over 50 pages, about a sixth of the volume, are dedicated to James getting kicked out of university at the end of his first...
Yeah, it's depressingly parasocial. I find it fascinating. I understand you're bored if you're here for funny lolcow, but I'm here for... I'm here for the psychology. That's what I'm here for.
Year, due to a whole chain of events where he had these roommates who were trashing their dorm, and he began taping them documentary style.
Someone lost 7 hours on a Morrowind death. That's unfortunate.
So they began performing for the camera, escalating their behavior, and then at the end of the year, James took all of the tapes he had of them.
Yeah, we're here for we're like pointing a camera at a camera viewfinder because it's super artistic. Dude, you don't recognize how artistic this is? What's wrong with you? You're stupid. Your problem is that you're just stupid. That's what your problem is. You see, you came in here and you're like, why are we looking at a camera pointing at a camera viewfinder? Like, why would we ever be looking at that? That's so dumb. Well, that's because you're stupid, is the problem. You're stupid. Y-O-U-R. Stupid. And you just don't understand it. It's very complicated. It's complicated art. It's like that movie where you look at a wall for 6 hours.
Lighting trash on fire, putting holes in the walls, throwing things...
These are all things I want to do right now.
...out of the windows, and cut it all together into a pseudo-documentary that he then sent copies of to the few other people involved, and one of these copies made its way to the dean, who expelled them. The entire episode isn't completely devoid of accountability. He does at times express some remorse for well, mostly his inactions, but these statements are seemingly stapled on, with the vast majority of the event talked about as unfair accusations and guilt by association.
But this is what I'm saying, right? Is where you get a shot like this, where it's like he decided and he put this together, and he was like, you know what's going to be really a cool thing for my video? I'm going to have a video camera film me, but then I'm going to have another video camera film the video camera. Dude! Because it's like a camera within a camera, man! Like, God. This is why this video is annoying. This is the problem with the fucking video. Is like, he can say anything he wants to fucking say. This is just annoying to fucking look at. Look at this shit.
The vast majority of the event talked about as unfair accusations and guilt by association, a thing that was done to him. And he even speculates that the school was deliberately malicious in their timing, as the letters of expulsion didn't arrive until too late in the summer to appeal before registration. He insists throughout that he was just a bystander and doesn't really contend with the fact that if you point a camera at someone and they turn to the camera and go, "Hey, check this out," before jump kicking a light fixture until it explodes, you are a participant. But is all this an expression of a true James, or just bad writing? Is self-reflection absent because James doesn't experience it, or is it merely his weakness as a storyteller? Is it the lack...
People saying that this is a borderline hit piece are, like, incorrect. I wouldn't say this is, like, a hit piece, but it does seem to be asking the question of, like, is James... Like, I am wondering what it's getting at, of just, like, are you basically just calling him a stupid idiot? I mean, like, I don't know. Like, is he just not capable of, like... all this stuff? This is why it feels like he's doing all this artsy, pretentious shit with his filming. Like, it feels like he's just trying to lord over James, potentially, if he sees it. Like, I'm so much better at this than you are, neener, kind of deal. And maybe that's not the point, but that's maybe subconsciously what he's accidentally putting out there, you know? And I'm just like, I don't know, like, what's the takeaway, ultimately? It just sounds like you're kind of putting the guy down. I wouldn't say it's like a hit piece, but it does seem like it's just sort of insulting him a little bit. So maybe, I mean, I don't know. It's definitely not IPOS level, but it is like, it does seem like it's just insulting at this point.
Lack of an editor to point out that he's ultimately just talking to himself, to tell him his emotions, however deeply felt, just aren't making it onto the page. The way he talks about unfinished
Someone says they think it's ironic. Oh my god, chat member, you don't understand. You don't understand. I kind of assumed that. Look at this guy. I mean, if anybody was really going to be ironic, it would probably be him. It would be him. Nobody else, just him. You know, I mean, like, he's got the beard and everything. His whole life is an ironic shitpost, meta-textual, post-ironic statement about life and capitalism. That's the way all these people, they exist in an ephemera of irony and double quadeca, triple flip post retard irony, you know?
Movies from when he was 12 is just really weird because he treats them as completed objects that are of the same stuff as everything else. AVGN the Movie, 2014, and Crazy Carnage, 1996, the sequel to Mighty Joe Rampage, 1996, left unfinished when the camera battery died, are not strictly treated as equal, but it's insane that they're being compared at all. I keep coming back to James's camera setup. The longer I stared at it, the more the beast consumed me. Why was it? What's going on? Does he even know?
Well, I do want to keep watching. I don't want to skip ahead because I'm so fascinated by why he cares so much about the camera setup. I can't give him too much shit because I will get really into there's a video that I'm writing which I erroneously stated would be my next edited video. It super won't be, but like, it already isn't, in fact, but it's still coming, and it's a scripted thing, and there's a part in it where I focus way too long on a video, a video about poetry that featured a trigger warning in the beginning, and how silly I think it is that in a video about the subject is poetry. Like, what else are you There's never been another thing that's meant to make you feel emotions more than poetry, and you need to give me a fucking warning that I might feel emotions. Are you fucking kidding me? And so, yeah, I go off for a little bit, or I'm not at that point yet, but I am planning on going off for a little while about how dumb it is that this one single video about poetry that I saw had trigger warnings in it. It was fucking ridiculous. So, I mean, I can get going way too into the weeds about something, but, like, this camera setup thing, I don't know, man, you gotta do what you gotta do. Like, if you've ever seen filmmakers before, I mean, not to say James is a great filmmaker, but you see, like, Sam Raimi or whoever on the set of fucking Evil Dead, they're doing a bunch of wacky shit to get the shots they want to get. I mean, it might not always be the most standard thing, but, like, you know, it's kind of the standard, it's typical of people that are, you know, creatively doing stuff that they're gonna, you know, kind of hodgepodge some shit together sometimes. It might not be the most, you know, professional. I guess you probably say that he could be doing better than whatever the fuck is going on here. Yeah, sure, but I'm sure this is just a temporary thing at this point. I mean, maybe it's not. Maybe this is his long-term solution. But if it works, don't break it, I guess. Like, that also is like, if this is the long-term solution, it might be ghetto as hell, but if it's functionally fucking, you know, it's working as like a camera mount or whatever the fuck this is supposed to be, then what's the problem? I mean, yeah, it looks stupid from a behind-the-scenes perspective, but like, okay, but he's fascinated by this. I don't want to take that away from him. I mean, it's his autistic hyperfixation. That's fine. Mine is the trigger warning in that poetry video, so it's fine, but I just don't get it. I'm not really getting what the fucking problem is with this camera thing.
Why was it?
Yeah, let it play out.
Going on? Does he even know? Maybe if I built it myself, if I held it in my hands, I could understand.
Is this the fruit of obsession? Is this where compulsion takes us? Are the damned and the damnable all doomed to wander to Home Depot?
This is like when the IGN guide tells Zero Lenny to throw his fucking router out the window. He just does it. It's like we just hard cut to Home Depot. All right.
Building something kind of the same isn't enough. A half-assed cynical replica isn't enough. If you build it out of malice, you inject it full of all your own prejudices. It ends up bad for reasons you created.
Really?
It tells you nothing. James's board is planed and square, so my board must be planed, squared.
I mean, you gotta give it to him. He's really, really obsessed about this camera thing. Shit. This is really, seriously, he cares a lot about the camera thing. This is interesting. Okay, well, I mean, I can't say he did not put effort in here. I mean, you gotta give him credit for the effort, right? But like I said before, sometimes the best videos a person makes are the ones where they're just sitting there in front of a camera. And that's all the effort they do, you know?
And sanded, taken seriously, a good faith replica, not just a joke. This thing is very strange to build, physically confounding at times. 2 strips of scrap wood and 4 3-inch carpentry screws hold the fluid head in place by gripping the flange around the base, a thing only possible because of the odd profile of the Davison-Sanford FM18 fluid head. I'll admit that by the time my replica was complete, it felt more secure than I'd assumed from photos, but simultaneously precarious. I didn't think it was at risk of spontaneous self-destruction, but still, there's a looming sense that I shouldn't push my luck. My screws had already started to bend during the tightening, so done was pretty much done.
The thing I struggled with from the very beginning, So
he made the thing and he recognizes that it's more sturdy than he thought it was. And already I'm looking at this and I'm like, why would you care? If it works, right? Like, that's the fucking adage. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. If it's a weird solution, then yeah, I guess why would he think to do that? But it worked, right? So like he won. Like that's a W for him. He came up with a weird fucking solution that's kind of out of this, you know, it's out of the box a little bit. You know, it's a little strange, but it works. He's able to film his very successful YouTube series with that. So like, what's the problem? I get that it's a little strange, but it works, and you've now demonstrated that it works. I might be pause-andying. Let's continue.
Tightening, so done was pretty much done.
The thing I struggled with from the very beginning, the thing my brain chafed against like cheap khaki, is that the end goal here, a camera head mounted to a board, isn't some far-off concept, isn't some radical use case. It's a thing the thing is already made for, already designed to do. Thousands of commenters saw this build and knew immediately, intuitively, that it wasn't right. But plowing through the comments and the commentary of the assholish variety, seemingly none of them knew why. That the head already has a hole in the bottom for a bolt. You can take the lumber and just drill a hole in it. In the industry, it's called a low hat. Cardellini will sell you one made out of anodized aluminum for almost $600, but those aren't very popular. Everybody knows you can get away with $10 of wood and bolts. It's so simple.
There's a lot to say that James Rolfe is not a very good filmmaker. I struggle to imagine his 17-hour Nostalgia Critic breakdown where he says, not a great critic. Didn't have a lot to say, actually.
So straightforward.
Bad filmmaker,
that
too.
I
Weird.
can't stop making them. I keep drilling holes in wood and bolting camera heads to them.
What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Yeah, someone said, this isn't a hit piece. This is just weird. This is very strange. He's apparently developed a literal obsession with this, camera bolt thing that... What the fuck? What is wrong? What is the deal with this?
I can't stop making them. I keep drilling holes in wood and bolting camera heads to them. The thing that's confounding about it is that this is low-budget filmmaking. That's James's thing, right? Scrappy, low-budget filmmaking.
Yeah, exactly.
Practical effects, all the movie magic that can be worked with styrofoam, hot glue, some plywood, and a drill. So why are his low-budget rigs so bad?
Well, they work. They function.
I have been watching Angry Video Game Nerd episodes for days now in a tsunami of diarrhea and nostalgia for games I never played as a child. I find myself at times uncertain about what it is that I'm actually watching. Maybe some of the beauty of internet video is that it demolished a lot of corporate ideas about what genres are and what a
He's talking about the newer episodes. So far, It's tough to say as he's talking about, I've been watching a bunch of AVGN, because, you have to kind of distinguish, are you talking about when it was good or when it's bad now? Because there is distinctly two eras. There's kind of a middle era, too, where it was still pretty good, but, it's not great anymore, and it used to be pretty good, so, it is a little, he's showing clips of modern AVGN. Of course, you're gonna walk away with not a great fucking takeaway from that.
The beauty of internet video is that it demolished a lot of corporate ideas about what genres are and what a show looks and sounds like. We now have so many things that never could have existed in a framework of network television where someone needed to describe their vision.
Yeah, I think I watched his Final Fantasy VI video, and that one was fine. That was mostly just him, again, when he doesn't try to be angry anymore, it's best. He was just talking about a game he likes. And some of the chronologically confused stuff. The FF6 video was recent, and it was okay. It's got an ad at the beginning or whatever, and he's got the funny hairline, but it's a fine video. That's the thing is at worst his new videos just kind of slot into stop skeletons from fighting Matt McMuscles type of content, whatever. And he has some of them show up as guests too, and it's it's fine. It's a slightly edgier Nitro Rad video. It's whatever. It's not as good as, it's not as revolutionary as classic Simpsons, but it gets the job done. It's not terrible.
To a 50-year-old man in a suit who hasn't watched TV since he was 12 and convince him to pay for it. In this framework of network television where someone needed to describe their vision to a 50-year-old man in a suit who hasn't watched TV since he was 12 and convince him to pay for it.
So, he's talking, I guess, about the, the distinction between modern media where it can be just a guy pointing a camera at, him pretending to take a shit on an old video game, and that's the content. And in the old days, yeah, you had a lot of stringent TV restrictions and stuff. That's true. Yeah.
AVGN is one of those things. It is across time formulaic, but ultimately very loose with its structure and identity. And the longer I think on it, the less I believe that it's even a review show. I'm probably not the first person to notice this, and maybe I'm even late to the party, but it occurs to me now, as I psychologically wade hip deep through Buffalo turds, that AVGN is, at its heart, a skit show that uses the premise of video game reviews as little more than a framing device. And
I guess, but honestly, my favorite part of the videos was always the reviews. Whenever he cuts to the skits, it's like, okay, this is charming, and sometimes I like them. Shit Pickle or whatever, Glitch Gremlin, you know, they bring in, like, especially when it's like the Spider-Man one, where it's like, I think that one was Kyle Justin as Spider-Man. That one was fun, you know, that was a good one. But then, like, a lot of the time they were never that great. I mean, I guess maybe that is the core of it, but I always preferred the parts where he's just talking about the game, really. I mean,
as such, there's scant allegiance to the games themselves.
Cringe.
But even that's not entirely true, because that would suggest a level of consistency that doesn't exist. Really, it would seem that the show is both review and skit in whatever ratio James and his co-writers are compelled by at the time of writing, though it's unclear to what extent they are aware of that about themselves. The game serves as fodder for jokes and skits, and the videos are rarely a comprehensive overview of the subject because they just kinda work them in.
Can we just see him, like, filming more of him, like, building camera mounts? Because I'm realizing now that's what we saw earlier, him, like, sawing some shit from, like, off, you know, he was, like, in the background of the frame or something. We saw that earlier. So I'm assuming now that was him, like, you know, extremely, obsessedly designing camera fixtures with wood and screws. So I just would like to see more footage of that, really. I mean, this is all well and good, but I want to see him design... I want to see him slowly go insane as he fills his house with weird camera screw mounts. I want to see more of that.
Material until they've got a video worth of stuff. It is what it needs to be in order to exist. The Nerd was never a sincere expression of James's obsessions. The Nerd was always a character. The critiques are as authentic or performative as is convenient. Superficially, the membrane of performance makes AVGN useless as insight into James, but the hitch is that James just isn't a good enough writer to divest himself fully from the end product, to write organically in the voice and mind of the Nerd. The way that James talks about wavelength, both in the book and in the standalone video on the subject as himself, are largely indistinguishable from the way that the Nerd would talk about wavelength. Wavelength is long, it's boring, it's grating, it's abrasive, it doesn't make any sense, there's no story, they show you a dead body, but then nothing happens. It's just a picture of some waves on the wall. Is that why it's called wavelength? The length of time it takes to get to some waves? Why would they do this? What were they thinking?
I love a good what were they thinking. That's always a good... I enjoy a good what were they thinking. We needed one of those, so I appreciate that. But I will say, like, when I watch him talk, that's a little bit of a mischaracterization. Maybe it's true of that story, of that movie, Wavelength or whatever. But, you know, when I watch him talk about, like, Godzilla -1, I guess it's because it's something positive. But even when he talks about something negative, it's, you know, I mean, yeah, I mean, if the point of the skit is criticism, and that's like the character is a critic, and the skit is him criticizing things, and it's not real criticism, you're still going to have him talk about things that are critical, so it's going to overlap the moment he has any opinions about anything. It's going to kind of overlap with that, I think. That's not really... It's not saying too much, I don't know. No story!
I feel a certain amount of kinship with James Rolfe. We're basically the same age. We both went to film school, and we both ultimately found ourselves making videos about media for YouTube. We both have an enduring interest in the aesthetics of old media, be it VHS camcorders or vintage video games. And we both feel the pressure of creation, the sense that there's just never enough time to do everything that we want to get done. Better known as the Angry Video Game...
Oh, good God. This is like Mama Max. I mean, it isn't by any stretch, but it's like the weird overdone editing. It's not necessary. fucking settle down. Just show me you talking. Why is this? It's like Zoomer editing. It's like can you just show me a guy fucking talking? You don't need to jingle keys in front of my face with this insane fucking editing. Maybe it's ironic. I don't get what the fucking irony is. If it's an irony thing, you'd think it would be ironic in some way relating to James Rolfe, but he doesn't film anything like this. His whole thing is being... I don't know. We have to get to the end of this. I might eat my own words, I guess, but I really don't think I will, because I see a lot of fucking people that film their videos that look like this. There's a lot of people that do this. This feels like this is just the style. I mean, if this is supposed to be ironic in some way, it's not really coming across immediately, because I've seen a lot of other videos that are basically like this. The Insane Piece of Shit video was basically a much... admittedly worse version of this. It's not a bad video from like a technical standpoint. I just find it very obnoxious. If anything, it's overly good from a technical standpoint. But yeah, IPOS's video was more or less similar fucking stuff. I even noted the one part where it's like a zoom on the fucking screen, where it's like a camera filming a video happening on a screen and we're zooming on it. And, like, that was in this video, that was in his video. It's like, this is just the style. I don't know if this is supposed to be... If it's supposed to be ironic, it's hard to tell, because fucking Poe's Law is dead, right? So, a lot of people just make their videos look like that, and if it's... You'd think that if it was an ironic thing, like people are suggesting, well, that would just be like... I don't know, I mean, have we watched other videos from this guy? Maybe he does other videos that are like this. I remember his old thing was Puppet. He had a puppet that looked like him. He had a puppet that looked like him, and that was like the Gamergate video that he did like in 2015 or whatever. He had a puppet that looked like him. And that was how he got across his stuff. But a lot of people in this area of YouTube do this same kind of thing. If it was being ironic, you'd think that it would be in some way spoofing the AVGN style. That's kind of what I expected, was there would be some sort of AVGN parody in this video, but instead it's like Mama Max, Insane Piece of Shit. It's like a little mix of all of this, like calm down.
Nerd James has this
editor, the editing equivalent of key jingling. Just calm it down, please.
Time to do everything that we want to get done. Better known as the Angry Video Game Nerd, James has this behind-the-scenes video that I can't stop thinking about. AVGN Behind the Scenes in Nerd Room Tour 2021. There's just so much going on with it. There's a light stand suspended from the ceiling with craft wire. It's not all weird.
Apparently James is older than this guy, but he's aged worse. Or he's aged much better. This fellow has not aged very well, that's true. I guess he's 42. It's a rough 42. I mean, hey, it happens. You know, I'm not a great 29, honestly, but it's a rough 42, I must say. Unfortunate, you know.
Though James has all his studio lights on the same power bar, so he can turn.
We'd give James a lot of crap for the hairline and like some of that, but you know, I mean, it could be worse.
The whole setup on and off at the same time. A kind of obvious yet still clever trick that inspired me to rewire the lights that I have.
Listen, better editing is subjective.
Over my workbench.
So I've got this idea.
The video ends with James cataloging a litany of reasons why he doesn't have as much time for AVGN as he used to. In addition to this,
James Rolfe, you have been silent on the issues of child trafficking for far too long. You will speak up.
Behind the scenes video, James...
I could literally cancel you, James.
...has an autobiography, a movie-making nerd, which he self-published in 2022. These glimpses James allows into his private life have become the locus of an entire para-audience of hate watchers, cinemassacre truthers, who have memified and dissected them to truly bizarre levels of hostility and entitlement that I don't particularly care to fully unwind. It's the usual soup of in-jokes piled on in-jokes piled on.
I will say, at least he looks normal now. This is better. I mean, make fun of, whatever. He doesn't look as good for 42 as James looks for whatever he is, but Definitely trimmed. He trimmed the beard. He looks like a normal guy now. We got to give him that. He looks like a normal guy.
In jokes. Almost as compelling as Rolf himself is this community that swirls around him, seemingly offended by his continuing existence, though they will absolutely take offense to that characterization and insist that they're not hateful, fatphobic misogynists. They're just too edgy for woke soy boys, and it is merely their...
Oh boy, hang on. We're... oh... How did I know this was gonna fucking happen? Okay, why are we talking about soy boys? Is Trump gonna show up in this fucking thing? Good God, here we go.
Them to truly bizarre levels of hostility and entitlement that I don't particularly care to fully unwind. It's the usual soup of in-jokes piled on in-jokes piled on in-jokes. Almost.
So we're talking about the Cinemassacre truthers, and I mean, they are silly people. Like I say, you cultivate an audience of people that think, haha, diarrhea, funny. Some of them are going to be a lot more immature than others, you know, and there's gonna be some of that. So yeah, there's gonna be some people on that subreddit that are a little silly. Lady Emily is a bit of a lolcow at this point, but I remember she made a video talking about similar to this, actually, much better video, frankly. But it was similar to this, where, you know, just talking about like James Rolfe and some of the history and everything, and it was like, it pointed out how, you know, she went on there and they were immediately transphobic toward her, and that was kind of, you know, whatever. And it's like, yeah, you know, you're gonna get some of that, and that doesn't necessarily make the subreddit look great, but the subreddit in general, they're very obsessive and overly. They focus a lot on. I mean, there's a tiny element of that, like with the like they could be maybe transphobic, but like to really tie it into soy boys or whatever. How are we getting to this exactly? Okay, we're finding this out.
Unwind. It's the usual soup of in-jokes piled on in-jokes piled on in-jokes. Almost as compelling as Rolf himself is this community that swirls around him, seemingly offended by his continuing existence, though they will absolutely take offense to that characterization and insist that they're not hateful, fatphobic misogynists.
Why are they fat-phobic? Oh, because the fat guy from Screenwave? Do they make fun of Justin? I think that's Justin. Maybe they're fat-phobic to Justin? I don't know. You know, sometimes people just make jokes, dude. This is the problem with this fucking... they can't stop themselves. You can't just make a video about James Rolfe. It has to wind up being about how much he fucking hates Trump or whatever the fuck. Every time with these fucking people. Every single time.
They will absolutely take offense to that characterization and insist that they're not hateful, fatphobic misogynists. They're just too edgy for woke soy boys.
And misogynists has to be like, I guess because James's wife or whatever, something about the wife, I guess. You spring this on me without any context of what it is they're saying, though, and you sound like an insane retard. Like, you just sound like another... This is where I would immediately... This is obviously where I'm clicking off the fucking video, right? Is where he just, without any context, just starts talking about fat phobia and misogyny. Like he's been programmed to by his Twitter overlords or whatever. But, like, he just... What the fuck ever that has to do... And I know because of context, I'm like, oh, right, because of, like, Justin and stuff about the wife, I guess, maybe... Maybe that's the reason, but if you go into this and you don't know, and he hasn't explained why they're fatphobic or misogynistic yet, you just spring this on people like this sounds insane. You just sound like you're one of these types of people. This is the immediate, like, what was the fucking... I have to bring it up. I retweeted it. It was great. It was great. There was a really great webcomic from the channel. The user is House of Decline. That's the user. And it was a really great webcomic here. Why am I still watching politics YouTubers? And the video is The Secret Marxism of Space Jam. And he says, I am 33 years old, and then he just goes and reads famous naval battles, you know? And that's That's really, I think that sums up this whole thing. That's House of Decline. That's House of Decline. It's a great image. It's an excellent image. And I think that really sums up a lot of this type of video. You know, this is like but this is like, you know, this is open and upfront about how it's about Marxism or whatever. This is the way they always are, though, where it has to be like, you just watch it and it's allegedly just about James Rolfe, but no, sudden surprise, misogyny, fat phobia, nightmare. God. I mean, if you at least let in with why, you start out by explaining why they are misogynistic and fat phobic, or not even tell me that. Just tell me what they do that is that way and let me form my own conclusion of, oh, that sounds pretty bad, or whatever. Let me form my own conclusion. Instead, he just assumes for us that it's fat phobic and whatever the fuck, and just tells us that, and without... Maybe he'll get to that, but he starts off, he goes in guns blazing with that. A lot of people are gonna be like, immediately, like, eye roll. Of course, this fucking guy is making this fucking video, and he's making it about this fucking thing. It's like, they're all, why do they can't make a video if it's not about politics somehow. If they can't fucking shoehorn in some little fucking thing that they can make about some... It's insane. It's deranged.
Almost as
You just had to talk about the angry video game nerd, and now you're talking about misogyny. Fucking chill. Jesus.
Telling as Rolfe himself is this community that swirls around him, seemingly offended by his continuing existence, though they will absolutely take offense to that characterization and insist that they're not hateful, fat-phobic misogynists, they're just too edgy for woke soy boys, and it is merely their unwavering commitment to free speech that compels them to allow the hateful, fat-phobic misogynist to stick around.
Dude, you can easily make Cinemassacre Truth seem like a bunch of, like, overly obsessed weirdos without having to immediately resort to the buzzwords from Twitter that mean nothing anymore. You could easily look at some stuff that they post where they are a little too fucking into every, like, tiny video that comes out, and they're too fucking autistically obsessed with this fucking, like, that's parasocial insanity, basically. You could easily do that, but instead of doing that, you just jump to fat phobia and misogyny. Like, you know how... God, you're not even trying to make this not... Like, this is just preaching to the choir, basically. That's what you... When you hear that, it's immediate preach to the choir. It's like, oh... This is not an attempt to make anybody, like, understand what you're saying. This is everyone who is going to hear this is going to click off by this point if they don't immediately subscribe to what I'm saying. You know, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. You're talking about how this guy doesn't try hard enough with his videos or whatever, and you're falling back on literal, like, Twitter buzzwords. Like, show me them being fat phobic. Perhaps he will, but he's led fucking dick first with just the buzzwords, and it's really cheapened the whole fucking thing. You know, it makes Cinemassacre Truth look like they've probably done nothing wrong, and they're just being mischaracterized by this guy, which, in fact, they are kind of fucking overly obsessed weirdos, but, you know, he didn't decide to characterize them that way. He went with the fucking classic, so of course
the song
he did.
And dance. Thing is, though, that
No, I know the song and dance, Goonie Beardman Bread Tuber. I'm familiar. Don't worry, I'm quite aware of the song and dance, sir.
Kerr Broadley
I've seen
has
a video
provided
like
them
this
with a
before.
lot of red meat. Mike Matai, who handled moderation of the studio's social...
He will not be able to go without talking about how Mike Matai was racist.
Presence for years.
20 years ago, Mike Matai made a racist joke or something, and now he's evil.
Is kind of an edgy dickhead himself who would pick fights, go on aimless banning sprees, and...
Well, this is true. This is all just true.
Their misbehavior. He once posted a photo of a penis, not necessarily his penis, but certainly framed to imply that it was his penis, to his Twitter account to win a literal dick measuring contest with rowdy commenters. In the shame-soaked aftermath, he tried to scrub this event from history and, as the moderator of the Cinemassacre subreddit, went on a banning spree there, which led to the formation of the splinter sub, the Cinemassacre Truth. As production of AVGN the movie dragged on through 2013 and 2014, James contracted with multi-channel network Screenwave to manage more of the channel's
So, I mean, if it wasn't him with his dick in the same image, if you don't see his face, then how do you know it's his dick? He might have just, like, Google searched massive schlong, and that was his, you know... That might have been it. I don't know.
Back end. Now, okay, in the book, James mentions that he has not, in fact, made his millions. That during the time where AVGN was at its peak cultural relevance, their ability to monetize that success was pretty spotty. Their relationship with YouTube as a platform wasn't the best, and while they were able to be grandfathered into the now long defunct director program and retain their ability to post videos longer than 10 minutes, they weren't in the first or even second or even third wave of channels admitted to the partner program. Merchandising, the publication contract
He
with Game...
actually didn't bring up the racist comic. I'm surprised he spent more time on the schlong picture. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know why that was the problem. I mean, I guess it's unprofessional, but like, I mean, if anything, you gotta bring up El Bandito. Come on, what are you doing?
Trailers and various...
You're not even writing the BreadTube video correctly, dude. You gotta bring up El Bandito. Come on.
One-off contracts provided an income that made AVGN viable as a job, but James claims, and I'm inclined to believe, that this did not manifest as the kind of wealth drawn in by the likes of Smosh, Shane Dawson, and other early YouTube contemporaries.
Loco
James
Bandito,
is justifiably proud of AVGN the movie, a film that by all rights shouldn't exist, that should have fallen apart, that very well could have ruined the channel, ruined his finances for the rest of his life, ruined his marriage, and ruined his friendships. A lot of people helped make the movie, but very few championed it. AVGN the movie, for all its faults, isn't the product of a miracle. It's the product of James Rolfe. And it nearly destroyed him.
So now we get the behind the scenes. This is a good basement. I mean, it reminds me of Janitor Jake's basement a little bit. It's a well-worn basement. It doesn't look like he lives in the basement, but he's certainly in the basement. I mean, this is like you know, there's stuff on the shelf. This is a basement with some experience. I'm sure all of the items on the shelf have things, you know, about them, you know. But now we're getting into the narrative of AVGN's decline, and that's very exciting. He's stimming!
So I have this theory that in 2014, when the movie did not manifest greener pastures, when James realized that he kind of hated making movies at that scale and was loaded up on credit card debt from finishing the movie, someone at Screenwave said, "We can fix your monetization problems." Because what follows in 2015 through 2022 is just an absolute frenzy of content. Podcasts, clip compilations, panel shows, roundtable.
Oh god, the fucking podcast, Jesus Christ.
Vlogs, full season videos, basically every form of content possible that could either be offloaded entirely to an outside editor or would otherwise maximize efficiency.
I mean, some of it, like, yeah, you do the full season videos, that's just convenient, frankly. I mean, I like those. But yeah, then you get those videos that are like, top 10 angry nerd moments, and you get a bunch of those. And this isn't, again, why people stop following the channel. They stop subscribing because it just kind of floods you with shit that you don't need to see, and it's not really new content. And there was a lot of that, or it's new content and it's not very interesting content. But I will say, I mean, it's funny because after the movie, I don't know if the episodes were filmed before the movie or what, but after the movie, there was still a selection of like 10 to 15 episodes, I want to say, like into 2015 or so, where there were still some good ones. There was like a Terminator one, or not, it's like Schwarzenegger movies, games. Not Terminator, but other Schwarzenegger movies and stuff like that. And there were a few of them. There was Hong Kong 97 was another one that he did that was a good one. And that was like right toward the end of where, you know, they started to really decline. But yeah, it was after the movie. It wasn't, you'd think it would be the movie and then they all fall off after that. But no, it was a little while after the movie. Maybe they were stocked up, you know, I don't know.
Stuff that takes an hour to record and 40 minutes to edit. Cinemassacre goes from publishing a little over 1 video per week in 2013 to publishing 5 videos a week in 2017. In order to facilitate this, a new cast of hosts appears very suddenly. Screenwave employees who are already on the clock and don't have scheduling conflicts or other jobs that they would need.
I forgot the other caveman motherfucker. I remembered Fat Guy, and I remembered the one caveman who, like, you know, he exposed them and he talked shit about them or whatever, the other guy. But then there's this guy too, who they really tried to push him, hack the movies. Yeah, something, hack is right.
To work around to do a podcast and 2 panel shows a week. People who are convenient. Cinemask.
This was like unironic nerd crew. It was fucking terrible. They
Through
had no
Screenwave
chemistry.
became visibly extremely corporate extremely quickly. And remember, James doesn't see the channel as the angry video game nerd. He sees it.
I mean, but the thing is that, oh, that's a good pause frame. The thing is that, like, again, as people in chat are saying, unless the ultimate takeaway here is like, who gives a shit? He's just making money for his family, and he's ultimately making fine videos that are fine, right? I mean, it's like, it's not the biggest fucking problem in the world. Like, it's, I don't know. Yeah, would it be better if he had better content? Sure. I mean, you can't always have it all, though. The guy's focusing on the things that probably fucking matter to him, and I'm having trouble, like, having an issue with James in all of this. I don't know what the ultimate, like, am I supposed to feel that he's stupid? Am I supposed to feel sorry for him? Am I supposed to feel negatively toward him, like he fell off and he should do better, TM? I'm not sure what exactly I'm supposed to feel toward James at this point. You know, generally negative. I mean, everyone can kind of agree that he's declined in terms of AVGN or whatever, and Screenwave and all of that, but like, what the takeaway is supposed to be of like what I go home with. I watched this video and, you know, James, and like, what am I thinking? Like, do I feel sorry for him? Is this, I don't know. I'm not sure. It feels just kind of spiteful a little bit. It just kind of feels spiteful a little bit. But it is also factually just talking about a lot of this stuff. It's still not a terrible video, but there is this tinge of like weird spitefulness that I can't get over with this. It was present right from the beginning, and I might be, maybe I'm reading too much in, but it just feels that way. This is how it feels.
As Cinemassacre, the production house. So while this transition made sense to him, it made less sense to
Well, just watch to the end, FFS! Bro, I'm now stopping the stream to respond to your comment. We're watching to the end. That's the goal. Like, what's the point of your comment? Like, that's, yeah, I'm on the path to I'm actively on the road to watching it to the end. Thank you for your tremendous insight. You should be a bread tuber. It's great.
Fans, since all of these secondary videos would show up in their subscriptions, not just AVGN videos.
Yeah.
When you see the channel has a panel show where James is only an occasional guest, the narrative of a corporate takeover of James...
It's not even that James was... It would be one thing if it was Mike and fucking Bootsy and Kyle and people like that, but it was just these random new people. It was a very sudden and marked, yeah, corporate takeover, like he's saying. Like, again, a lot of the video is not wrong. It's just, it does feel like it has this vibe to it.
Selling out writes itself. But, like, none of this would matter if it were good. If the podcast is entertaining, no one's gonna care that Justin and Kieran and Ryan suddenly show up out of nowhere, or that James isn't the main focus. But it's not good, because these dudes they bring in are a void of charisma with basically no on-screen chemistry, because the reason they're there is convenience.
Recently, I took the old website and I made a big document of every single article that was on the old website and what YouTube video or it goes to, or whether that video is like lost and we would have to get it from the sources. So
anytime I think, this is the thing too, is I look at like our podcast, Loud Equals Funny. You can go check out Loud Equals Funny. It's me and Bane and Tristan, and we're talking to we just talked to Kid Icarus again. It was the third time we've had him on, and it was a really great episode. That one's going to be coming out pretty soon. So go check out Loud Equals Funny, the podcast. And I look at that and it's like we're pretty unprofessional. I fucking said the wrong episode number name. Like I said it was like episode 25. It was episode 50. Like I just got it wrong. But like you see this and it's like these fuckers have just no chemistry. They're clearly not like, what is this? I mean, I've seen clips from this, so I say they've got no chemistry because I've seen parts. Here you're just seeing this one guy, like, who no one knows who he is. He's just some dude. and he's, I guess, just talking about like some site maintenance stuff, and it's like, you can have all of the fancy fucking microphone stands in the world and like backdrop. It's so Nerd Crew. It really is exactly what if you've never seen the Red Letter Media Nerd Crew videos, there's like 7 or 8 of them. Go watch them. They are seminal internet watching. Frankly, I think I need to make like a video just discussing the Nerd Crew and how it's been it's not even like prescient. It's just like, it's the most poignant parody of this shit. This overly corporatized podcast YouTube shit where it's like, that's all over. But this is so Nerd Crew. It's just like these idiots yapping about nothing that just no one cares, and there's just like stupid random Tetris pieces in the background, and he's got a fun controller on his shirt. Isn't that quirky? And it's like way too much production value, super corporate. It's you can have all the set design in the world and fancy cameras and shit. You know what? I think it's better that we have technical issues in every episode and Tristan's PC nearly overheats every single time he watches a video clip. I just think that adds flair, frankly.
I have this like huge...
Go check out Loud Equals Funny. It's our podcast. You can go check it out.
Map, and I gave it to Justin and Kieran and all of them, and they're going to start...
Oh, wow. I'm surprised Justin doesn't need 2 seats.
Digging through that or having some...
Very original joke. I know. It's brand new. It's a brand new joke.
Dig through that and start uploading some of the old stuff, like the like all the Turtle Tuesdays and all of that stuff.
The goal...
Forgot about those.
Because you're using all the WordPress stuff and stuff. The goal is to get Monster Madness on there fully and finalized.
Also, like...
Boy, who fucking gives a shit? Jesus Christ.
James just isn't very good at spontaneous conversation. He's not a strong podcast host, but he's the star of the show. He's the person people are tuning in for, which makes a chatty podcast format a really bad choice.
This part of the video is fine, where it is just him talking. It's not a bunch of insane, stupid video editing bullshit. It's just him talking. For some reason, he's got Rise of the Robots over here, or Rise of the Machines, whatever it's called, and Flashback and some other SNES games. I can't make out the other ones. And there's a crow, I guess. He might be part of the Kadishtu. I don't know, but he's just talking in front of a camera, and I know that that's like boring or whatever. It's fine to be experimental sometimes, but God, the way it was just so self-indulgent when all he really needed to do was this. If the whole video was just this, it might be more boring, quote-unquote, or something, but like, I don't need to have keys jingled in front of my fucking face. I just want to see a guy talk about a thing that he's talking about. I don't need to see it through a video viewfinder filmed through a secondary camera. And like, as someone who makes videos, I'm just imagining the fucking process of him setting up the cameras and how awkward that must be. It's just, I don't know. Like, this is much better. So far, the video is improving.
It's a product showing the star of the show in the worst light possible. Then there's James' dad rock band, Rex Viper. Named after a joke character from the Big Rigs Over the Road Racing episode of AVGN, Rex Viper is so insubstantial a project that it would barely merit mentioning it if it weren't for the fact that James, and James alone, seems to take it really seriously.
No one likes this fucking thing.
And talks about it like it's important. The sum total of
No one likes this fucking
Viper
thing.
is 2 live performances and 4 music videos for parody songs that are just songs from 80s movies.
Shut up, chat member. You're not a Rex Viper fan. Get out of here. You're not a That's fake. You're fake news. That's not real.
Lyrics sometimes
No
retweeted
one
to
is a
throw in
Rex
video game
Viper
references, or the instrumentation altered to mix in game themes. Eye of the Tiger Electronics, Mighty Wings and Hadoukens, Nintendo Power of Love. I'm going to be honest, I hate this entire genre. I am the last person to give it a fair shake, so I'm just going to move on. All of this is easy pickings for
Fair
truthers.
enough.
Whether it be the cringe or the cynicism, there's a lot here to make fun of. Truthers even have a name for all of it.
So, this is my problem. Again, this is just further emboldened my thing. Like, this is better now. However, we did just start this off with a bunch of shit about misogyny and fat phobia, and it's like, you have not given us any proof of that so far. You should have started with something to indicate that before throwing around buzzwords like that willy-nilly. Because now you're just talking about many reasons why these people would have real fucking issues with Cinemassacre. And yet you've labeled them with, like, the evil buzzwords. They're bad people because of the buzzwords. They got the buzzwords. They got the buzzwords in bio. You know, it's like the reverse of pronouns in bio. You put, instead of putting all of the causes you support and all of the, you know, the flags that you support or whatever, you put in all of the, you know, the slurs that the person has said and all of the phobes and isms that they have. It's the reverse of that. But it's like, you start with that. You've now given us reasons why these people would be correct to have issue with them. Again, perhaps we will continue and he will tell us why they're wrong, but why did you lead with your worst foot forward is my question. You know, you really cheapen it with these overdone Twitter buzzwords that basically mean nothing at this point. And they might mean something and be acceptable to use if you show us proof of them being fatphobic or misogynistic, which I'm sure probably exists, you know, if you want to find it. But like, it's in my opinion, it's just the way he's presenting this information. Perhaps it's going to be further. I might be totally pause-andying. In fact, I'm very sure that he will at some point get to that. However, I'll be surprised if he doesn't. That'll be pretty funny. Yeah, I don't like the way he's presenting this information. He leads with its insufferable buzzwords that at this point mean nothing without context. And if he had just started with the context, he could then call these people fatphobic or misogynistic, and it would be like, oh yeah, well, you showed us the images where they're like that, and at the very least, those people are, and people on the subreddit are condoning that sort of behavior, and yada yada yada. You can make that sort of claim. But to just lead with that and then just provide nothing, and we've been going for like 5 minutes or something, and I've forgotten all about that, and I'm like, oh, this video's getting better, actually. No, because it isn't, actually. It actually isn't. Because he is completely fucking up how to, like, represent these people. I mean, like, it's pretty easy to make this group not look great, too. But so far, he's shot himself in the foot in terms of just spewing buzzwords like a retard, and then so far he's only given us reasons why they would be right to have issues with I almost said Channel Awesome, jeez, with Cinemassacre. I'm sure we're getting into the negatives, but it's not presented well. Ultimate takeaway, not presented great.
Slob wave era. Get
Slob
it?
wave,
Because Justin
right.
Silverman is fat and Kieran Fallon has that heavy metal look going on.
Oh, because you can't call them slobs? I really hate this, like... this is another thing. This is another element where I would click off this fucking video where it's like, you know, it's the ongoing encroaching of, like, you can't call someone anything if they look weird. If you clearly look like an insane slob like fucking Big Joel, yeah, you're not allowed to say anything. That's mean. No one can have any opinions about appearances. That's wrong. And then, like, shut the fuck up. These people are slobs. It's slob wave era. It totally is. Justin is a big weird slug. There's two guys that look like they need to fucking shave. And then, yeah, James is asleep at the wheel. I don't know if he made this image or someone made it for this video or if this is taken from the subreddit, but this is a pretty accurate fucking image, I would say. I like the liver spots on Justin. That's great.
Ultimately, though, no matter what the Cinemassacre truth might be
Slobphobia,
accurate about,
I know.
it's all just a vehicle for ableism, fatphobia, sexism, transphobia.
The buzz! I'm gonna regenerate into the second Deadwing Dork at this rate. You can't keep hitting me with these Twitter buzzwords. Oh my god!
Truth might be.
This is the end of. This is like this is like when they're all shooting them with the fucking lasers at the end of the fucking. Well, that's spoilers. I won't say which episode, but one of the regenerations, they're just pelting him with fucking lasers, and he's like, oh, and he's going down. He's going down in slow mo. That's me right now.
About. It's all just a vehicle for ableism, fatphobia, sexism, transphobia, and they're Chan trolls. It's not.
Okay, on the one hand, autistics often becomes incels or are in open relationships. Why are you picking on this this mental deficient, Dan Olson? You can clearly read this text and know that this person is not all there in the head. Why are you punching down to this mentally deficient? With a 300 pounds blue-haired whale, so Bim's doing well for himself with Beepril. I don't even... Who the fuck is Bim? I don't know who Bim is. I didn't know there was a real Bim. I thought Bimmy and Jimmy was James and fucking neighbor nerd. I was just calling them Bimmy and Jimmy. I didn't know there was a real Bim. But Beepril, on the other hand, she does have an unironic SJW vibe. That part is...
See, that part is highlighted because that's the part that's bad. Reminder, that's the bad part. They're Chan trolls, you see. They don't like people like him. So that's the problem. You're really making them look better. Again, I've seen stuff from these fucking people. They're not great. I've seen fucking Cinemassacre Truth, and they are overly obsessed parasocial freaks that should settle the fuck down and go outside and stop caring so much about James Rolfe and his wife and whatever the fuck is going on in their lives. However, you are just making me sympathize with them and say, oh, so they're, in other words, they're people that probably have a point and you're just, like, misrepresenting them. Okay, I see. Gotcha.
That deep. They are, in fact, just haters. They have a particular hate boner for James's wife, April, for reasons that are complicated but not complex. They'll frame it that James was dragged kicking and screaming from his basement because she wanted kids. They cast James as a henpecked husband whose career was derailed by a woman.
Well, the transphobia is because Lady Emily did a video about AVGN and Cinemassacre Truth, and she went there and they were transphobic to her pretty openly and immediately, and that was, yeah, I mean, it's fair to maybe... I'm not even arguing that that's wrong, necessarily. I'm just arguing that the way he's presenting this is cheapening it. These people have not learned at this point that just spouting these buzzwords, it only works if you're internet politics brained. And if you haven't taken the internet politics pill, then it's just a bunch of meaningless buzzwords at this point that people say on Twitter because they're mad at each other. It's like calling these people woke, basically. It's the same thing. So, like, unless you show me their behavior that's awful, unrealistic, there's no way April would let James be on top or even in the room. That's the comment I came to see. Haha, not disappoint. So he's a cuck. So they're making fun of him, really. Not even her. They're really making fun of him. You're trying to demonstrate that they're misogynistic or whatever. He's not... I'm willing to believe that all of those isms and phobes are even true, but I'm not seeing it here. He's not demonstrating it very well.
Lies in the face of both everything James has ever said and also just observable reality. James and April were together before the first AVGN episode hit YouTube. There is no Garden of Eden for Eve to...
It's not that they can't... Oh, God. We got someone in chat who's doing the thing where they're, like, intentionally misrepresenting the things I'm saying because it makes them have a point or something. No. The point isn't to not call out the group for being transphobes. The point is to immediately go dick first with transphobia, racism, sexism, all the fucking Twitter-ism trigger warning buzzwords. I turn my brain off the second I see that shit. Show me them being that way. Show me their behavior as transphobes or whatever. So far, he has not demonstrated anything that I would say is particularly edgy other than haha James cuck. You could show me that, because apparently Lady Emily had that happen to her. To be fair, though, Lady Emily, again, on the way to being a little bit of a lolcow at this point in time, so I would say maybe, unless there were, I don't remember if there were direct, like, screenshots of people being that way, or if it was just, and then they said this, and... she just said that, and, we just had to take her word for it. I don't know, but allegedly that happened. So show proof of that. Show them being that way. Don't just pelt me with the buzzwords. That means nothing to me. They are worthless. That's defeating his point. Yes, call out the group for being whatever fucking isms and phobes that they are. They probably, potentially are, from various things that I've heard over the years. It sounds like they're not, and things that I've seen even. It sounds like they don't seem to be, it seems to be a pretty toxic community, And you could easily show that. So far, he's not showing that. So far, he's just pelting me with isms and phobes and expecting me to, listen and believe that. And then the actual screenshots he's showing are just, making fun of James, mainly. There's probably some, fat jokes about fucking Justin, but, is that the end of the fucking world? Really? We're gonna die on Fat Phobia Hill? Is that really... come on. I don't know.
Carnish. April has been here the whole time. During the filming of AVGN the movie, she moved with James to LA for 6 months and took on the role of production manager. If the movie had one champion, it was James. If it had a second, it was April. But because he describes her as giving him an ultimatum about having kids, they are able to depict it as browbeating.
Bimbecile. Yeah, these people have like a weird fucking, like, they have like a weird fucking vernacular, man. She sucked for the baby rabies and giving him an ultimate... What? Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Show more of this. Lead with this. You want to use the buzzwords. You can use the words. You can call them transphobes if you show me the transphobia and then after the fact you say, so, with these displays of blatant whatever ismphobia, and if I see this and I'm like, yeah, this is some weird fucking people. She sucked for the baby rabies. What the fuck does that mean? Yeah, lead with this. Don't cheapen your fucking argument with a bunch of stupid... I'm mainly complaining about the presentation of the information here. It's not even like I disagree with what he's saying. It's like you fucked up how to demonstrate this. You did the classic fucking just buzzwords in bio, and like anybody who isn't already in this circle of like internet cool politics, I have all the right opinions, like you're just going to hear all the isms and phobes and not give a shit because they mean nothing at this point until you see the evidence of it, and then you're like, okay, yeah, that's whatever you'd call this, misogyny, I guess. There's just some weirdo. I mean, this is just some fucking the baby rabies. Okay, there's all this bimble shit too. I don't know where the fuck this is coming from. Bimble, beepril. I don't know why they're using this slang. I don't care to know. That's not an invitation for a history lesson, chat.
Vilifying April as a nagging shrew who uses their children as a chain to keep James from real...
The busybody who ruined her husband's career. Married to the bim. Like, what the fuck? Mike helped with the first draft. I mean, well, yeah, there's probably some people on here that are like this. Again, if you lead with these images and show me, you know, like I can see how you would do it too. You'd like cut to black and then just show me like a montage of some of these, and it would still be like, these are some out of context people. This doesn't represent everybody. You know, but this is kind of like the going. I mean, this post only has 2 upvotes though. You see this? I don't know if the Sangis or whatever are cutting this off, but it only has 2 upvotes. So I wouldn't say this is necessarily like the fucking public opinion. What about these other ones? This one has 5 upvotes. I mean, like, I don't know what the common thing is on there. That's not a lot. These aren't like super popular fucking opinions, it looks like. I mean, this might easily just be cherry picking too. Like, that's the thing.
Realizing his ambitions, as though it is preposterous on its face that James might honestly prefer fatherhood to making videos for the internet. One time, James and Mike sat down to record a Let's Play, and James had somewhere he needed to be, to pick up his kids from swim lessons or something, which gave him a hard out of 5:40 if he was going to get there on time. 5:40 came and went. James started to visibly panic when he noticed the time, and wound up leaving rather ungracefully before finishing the LP later in the evening alone.
Shit. Let's break it. All right. Well, anyway, that's it. We just ran out of time because I have to be done at 5:40 right now. And
so what's going to happen
exactly
is
5:40.
Next time you see this, James is going to beat this on his own.
I'll try, yeah.
Without me, because the way we record. So
yeah. Okay, just
so he had obligations with his family. I mean, again, I don't care. I think his point is that it's not a big deal that he had to go pick up his fucking daughter from swim lessons or some shit. Like,
to make it clear again what happened.
Oh no, he had to stop playing The Simpsons, Bart versus the Mutants or whatever. Like,
was that we ran out of time.
Truthers have clung to 5:40 as a meme ever since. These are what James describes as
so he's lampooning them. This isn't his complaints.
Comments of an assholish variety. And really, the thing with the 2021 behind-the-scenes video, the odd texture of the whole thing, isn't that it's...
He did not, in fact, get into the... He did not, in fact, get into the clip, either in that video or another one where James starts... He goes on his Dark Viper AU moment, and he's just like, why must I suffer? Why must I do everything myself? Why must I do all the editing and all the AVGN episodes all by myself? Why must I not have any screenway editors? He just has like a whole rant about it. He doesn't go Australian, but he should. He should have.
partially a
Would've made it
response to
better.
these comments, but that all of it is. That's the animating force behind it. That's the reason why it exists. It's not a behind-the-scenes room tour for the sake of easy content. It's an explanation, a defense. As a room tour, it's bad. James bounces from odd detail to odd detail, spends tremendous amounts of time.
Yeah, I'm still struggling. Like, ultimately, you'd think that... So, you know, you watch a video like this, you're supposed to have some kind of, like, thesis statement, like, takeaway about the person, right? Like, if it's talking about a person. And I just don't know what I'm expected to think about this at this point. I mean, like, I guess we're getting to the end, we're jumping to the end, but, like, you'd think that at this point I'd have some idea of what he's going for. Typically in a video like this, you get an idea of what someone is going for in their video and, like, what the point of it ultimately is. This is just, it feels very meandering. It feels directionless, basically. Like, it should have stated up front, like, what the goal of the video was, what it was trying to... Maybe it did, but, like, it doesn't feel like it's getting there at any fucking pace other than its own, you know?
I'm outlining problems, and the whole of it is weird and a nearly incomprehensible level of honesty about his bespoke inefficiencies, but all because it's a defense of Screenwave, a defense of his wife, a defense of his children, and a defense of his priorities in life.
So Screenwave hooked me up. So Screenwave set me up with a whole new server. Screenwave also helped me with my internet. Screenwave and I have been working to resolve it. And then I sent a rough edit to Screenwave and they just did the rest of the post-production and effects.
So why doesn't James have enough time anymore? What's he spending his time doing if not making AVGN? I don't know, and I honestly don't particularly
Family, I guess?
care. If AVGN has declined in some spiritual way, it's not because James isn't grinding away with burnout-inducing 16-hour days. In watching through all 52 hours of nerd videos in reverse chronological order, I'm not even convinced that there is some calculable decline. Maybe this is to its detriment, but the show has always been spotty and kind of ragged at the edges, and it has remained incredibly
Oh, see, he doesn't even... See, this is another problem. When she should have also led with his opinions on AVGN, because that's a bold fucking claim. I mean, like, yeah, there are some older episodes that are not as good, I guess, but, like, I mean, it's like saying there were a few bad old Simpsons episodes. Like, yeah, but that doesn't mean that they weren't generally better back in the day, right? Like, you can point to, like, one or two less than fucking stellar, like, season 5 episodes or some shit of The Simpsons, but still, at that point, it was, like, it was a lot better on average than it became later on, and that's sort of the thing with AVGN. Yeah, I mean, like, to say that it's not a measurable decline, I mean, yeah, there's still some episodes. What it is, it used to be that there were the occasional episodes that weren't that great. Now there's the occasional episodes that are good. And that's it has completely shifted on its head. I would say that there is definitely a measurable decline. That's a quite a fucking claim.
consistent in that zone. Maybe the format is just dated. YouTube has left AVGN behind. Maybe the audience is just aging out. Maybe James does lack ambition, or he's just out of ideas. Hell, maybe it is his wife and kids getting in the way of the show, but here's my hot take on that. That's fine. The Angry Video Game Nerd is not a load-bearing pillar of reality. It's a YouTube sketch comedy. It doesn't need...
Yeah, someone says that he's nearly at full-length film with this video, that he clearly put several months. We saw a thing earlier that was dated like 2023. He's been working on this for at least like 6 months, probably longer, and you're telling me like, oh, that's fine, who cares? I mean, this is such a weird video. You're so deeply focused on AVGN, and like, you made this whole thing and you made all those camera mounts and all this shit, but I mean, like, of course you made this whole your whole point, your whole video is called I Don't Know James Rolfe. I guess that's got to be the point, right? That they don't either. They're not supposed to, but like, that's such an obvious point. Of course you don't. You shouldn't assume that you would know a fucking person on YouTube because they like wrote a book or talked about how they have a life. Like, oh, they talked about their wife one time. I know them intimately, clearly. They're like a family friend.
To exist.
If that's the fucking point of the video, then it's a pretty dumb one.
I do not know James Rolfe, but in this I'm confident. James Rolfe loves his wife and kids, and they are his top priority. The best
Right.
written parts of his autobiography by a substantial margin are the stories about the
It's more dunking on the Cinemassacre truth people, I guess, but it still feels like it's weirdly focused on James, though. If it's ironically supposed to be overly obsessive to like parody them, I don't really see that either. I don't see them building monoliths to James Rolfe. They're just calling him a cuck. They're not like building his camera mount or whatever. That I can't get over how he apparently made like fucking 5 of those things. Like, oh, I can't stop thinking about the camera mount. You know, but it's about the haters, I guess. I guess.
challenging births of his 2 daughters and how he discovered that he really, really enjoys being a father. His mistake was to share that fact with an audience too immature to comprehend it. No, not just too immature. An audience patently unwilling to comprehend it. Probably the most baffling mistake James has made is assume that his haters are here to be persuaded.
Do they want me to suffer?
Yeah, James.
Oh, show me more of that. That's a great clip. Why do they want me to suffer, Charlie? 14 pages!
Kinda do. But still,
You
like,
do.
mistakes have been made. Like, what's the point of having a company to handle all this stuff if James is going to make a video where he tries to do his own PR response to his haters by showing off his janky DIY rigging? Why employ editors if they're going to leave in the footage where he has a humiliating panic attack?
Anyway,
part of what is so transfixing in all of this is this parade of contradictions, that from the outside there are these very visible, very public decisions being made, but those decisions aren't producing the intended results. Even without access to their actual back end, I can say that massively increased.
Yeah, I mean, like, someone in chat said that this guy is just so annoying that it's hard to take him, like, it's hard to agree with him even when you do agree with him. Like, that's kind of the vibe. It's like, I think he's mostly right here, I guess. I just feel like I've had a lot of my time wasted by him. Again, I maintain that this was a very pointlessly padded out video that doesn't need to be nearly... We should be done by now, like 10 minutes over or more at this point. I mean, it feels very fluffy, the video. Generally speaking, I agree with most of what he's saying, but yeah, just presented quite poorly, and he's talking about James as a presentational guy, as a YouTube as a filmmaker or whatever, and I just don't think that he's really fucking bringing his game here. He's not sending his best.
Increasing the channel output absolutely improved revenue. Even if the podcasts and whatnot underperformed, there's just so many of them. It is on net hundreds of millions of views. But what good is that if it damages the brand? What's the point of doing damage control at all if it just raises a million...
No, we're getting back into the bread tube zone. He was a normal guy talking on a camera for too long. Time to get pretentious again.
more questions?
Where are we going? Take me on a journey. Where are we going?
In a spiritual sense, James has...
Good. We're sideways again. This is so great. It'd be a good idea. Go outside. I mean, not even just like as an insult, but like just that would be a good idea. Film outside. You should do the thing where you're like on a fucking pier and you're just like walking. You could do like a Rick Mercer rant where you're like walking through an alley and you're like yelling at a camera. That would be great. We've seen the sideways angle before, dude. I mean, we're done. We're good. We don't need that anymore.
Trapped himself on the couch. His access to the capital resources needed for larger projects is dwindling, and his sensibilities as a filmmaker are too myopic to appeal to an audience that isn't humoring him, telling him that Rex Viper is cute and they're just glad he's having fun. In a more literal sense, James has trapped himself on the couch because the room is just too small. I had heard this before, but I find that just saying it or looking at frame grabs doesn't do justice to the realities of physical space. So I did the thing any normal person would do and built a 1/12 scale diorama of the nerd room. He needs to haphazardly hang things from the ceiling and build...
Why, Why did
12 scale diorama of the nerd.
You can say I did what any normal person would do, but that doesn't make it less fucking strange. Like, again, this is why I called it a creepy video. This is what I heard, was it was like weird. It was like creepy and weird. And I don't know if it's like that creepy and weird, but this is pretty fucking strange. I mean, why would you do this? It's like making those fucking shelves or whatever for the fucking camera. It's like, this is very unnecessary. I mean, and you know that, and you say it in the video, but it just comes across, it doesn't help the image that this video is odd. Odd is the word.
Room. He needs to haphazardly hang things from the ceiling and build Franken low hats because when he moved house in 2016, he had Kyle build a replica of the nerd basement in the new garage so that the new basement could be dedicated to a fake video rental store. But Kyle, whose day job is renovating houses, built the room as an actual room, not as a set with accommodation for the needs of recording, and for reasons I can only speculate on, the set is only 8 feet wide. I don't know, maybe the rest of the garage is a workshop, or they still needed to fit a car in there. I really, truly don't know, but it would feel cramped just as a rec room. But as a film set, it is claustrophobic. There's nowhere for stands to go. And okay, now every film set is crowded with junk. Every film set is a jungle of stands and tripods and Apple boxes and lens boxes and lights on standby. But this tightens things down to a point where you just can't get in and out without stepping over everything. It becomes a game of parkour just to change.
What does this have to do with anything, though, really?
A battery. And when you're working mostly alone, that gets frustrating really fast. And when you're frustrated, you get impulsive. And those impulses lead to half-measure solutions. And those half-measure solutions accumulate into a whole network of bespoke inefficiencies that you just live with because the process of unraveling them feels just so big. It was in the finishing touches of James's low hat that it began to make sense.
We're back to the camera
Screwing
stand.
on a bubble level did something to it, transformed it. It was still janky, it was still inexplicable, but I suddenly cared for it. No longer saw it as just a heap of scraps stapled together for a bit. It's still a
This is like when you see one of those Oscar bait movies where it's just like, you know, it's like ostensibly it's put together well. It's not like it's a bad video, right? It's got all the things that it needs to have in it, but it's just so cliche. It's like it's shot well, it's executed reasonably well. It's got flaws, obviously, like that I'm pointing out, but, you know, the Academy would eat it up. But, like, it is just so generic. It's like, you could make an AI make this fucking video. Just... like, we have to repeatedly return to the thing that he's, like, fixated on. I've seen, like, 40 videos that have this exact format. It's just so... it's so trite. I'm done with this. God.
Bad solution. It still looks visibly like a bad solution, but it felt personal. I could imagine myself as James, self-conceptualizing as not an indie filmmaker, but as a backyard filmmaker, a kid with no resources but what he can scrounge out of the garage, and this felt far more homogenous with that than with any other James I had considered so far. In 2010, James posted an autobiographical documentary called The Dragon in My Dreams. James tells a story of a recurring nightmare he had as a child, being borne down on by this massive dragon, an image that he connects to a dragon-shaped water feature in a neighborhood park his parents took him to as a toddler. For the video, James, with friend Matt behind the camera, visits the park on the day it just so happens that workers are removing the dragon from the spot where it sat for 30-some-odd years. In voiceover, he reflects on his childhood, on the imagery of the dragon, on the then upcoming milestone of turning 30, and holding back tears, he takes a knee beneath the dragon and avows himself to the path of the filmmaker, while the dude who was working the jackhammer stands just off screen having a smoke while these two guys do their thing. It's all kind of cringe, a truly elemental example of pretentious, self-important film school pap, but whatever. Let he who is without
You know, that was...
cringe throw the first stone.
Exactly.
The conclusion of the video is muddled, just kind of wanders between a few different ideas,
Chill,
but
bro.
the
Yeah.
intent is clear. It's a reflection on just how far James has come and an aspiration of just how far he has to go. A phase of his life coming to
Kinda cringe.
an end just as conclusively as this dragon being torn out and replaced. That metaphor crumbles to bitter ash when you realize that the dragon didn't really go anywhere. It was displaced all of 30 feet, from sitting inside the water fountain to standing beside the gate of Fox Chase Playground. In a way, the dragon in my dreams is itself a brutal metaphor for James's career. James is a calcified dragon whose films have barely changed between high school and middle age, uprooted from VHS and transplanted 30 feet away in HD. I think about James every day now. Every time I have to step over something that's in a bad position, every time I need to get...
I mean, he thinks about James every day now. Every day of his life has been infected by James. Everything he does for James. You know, I mean, generally speaking, yeah, that's sort of the takeaway I had as he was describing that was, wow, that sounds like his own fucking career. He, you know, he got the statue torn down and moved 30 feet away. That's sounds about right as he continues to remake his childhood videos. So it's not entirely bad criticism either. I mean, this is a very... definitely not one of the worst videos of the year, but it's not great. It's got a lot of problems. It's got a lot of presentational issues that needed to be addressed, but... I mean, yeah, I mean, it's mostly pretty agreeable. Yeah, it's just the guy's very annoying.
Something off a shelf, but there's stands or tripods or boxes in the way. Every stack of books, every lens without a home, every camera bag left on the couch for weeks on end, every clamp, every cable, every stray roll of tape has become an accusing presence in my life, a bespoke inefficiency that I can stare directly at and yet never fully escape. What if the problem is me? James hasn't moved, I've moved. AVGN is what it's always been. The truthers claiming that the show is bad now are getting spooked by their own shadows. The show is what it's always been.
Unfortunately, the guy in chat named Chad and he has the Chad profile picture too. He's not happy with me. That's a shame. I was really going for the Chad demographic. It's not happening, boys.
It isn't bad now, but good in the past. You're just getting older. You're not seeing a titan of YouTube fallen from grace. You're seeing a man as immovable in his interests and habits as Atlas. But... so what? Would it even...
oh, the fucking Atlas reference. Oh, Jesus Christ.
matter either way? We don't have the James Rolfe.
You already mentioned Sisyphus earlier. There was a Sisyphean thing earlier. I mean...
have a crass homunculus of James constructed...
you got a crass homunculus, everybody! You gotta have the crass homunculus!
...out of photons and wavelengths, delivered to us through our screens. A codex of symbols we can interpret but never fully understand. And in that void between the real and the perceived, impose meaning compelled by what we'll never know. Today we're going back. We're going flashback.
He is doing it. He's doing the wonderful nerd parody. I knew it had to happen. This is so great.
Released in 1991, this game was available for most consoles available at the time, plus PC, but all I've got is...
so this is him pretending to be the nerd now and do flashback?
the Super Nintendo version. So that's what we're playing. This was part of a trend of so-called cinematic platformers. Many of these games are considered classics because of the way they elevated games as an art.
Well, this is nothing like how the nerd talks. I mean... if he's trying to do a nerd parody, it's not working, but it's just generally like, you know, the style of the video. It's
took it seriously and confronted audiences with complex, sober stories. They weren't just reflex-based arcade games where you hop on Goombas to rescue a princess. They told complex stories like films. So, will flashback to lighten us down, or will it put the ass back in classic? Let's find out.
Okay.
It opens with a pretty impressive 3D cutscene that was clearly intended for PC because the
so this grown man made this like straw paper doll of fucking the angry video game nerd, and you can imagine him playing with it in his basement with his little tiny miniatured angry video game nerd diorama room. I'm just saying, it's a little strange, right? I mean, it's like, you can argue it's good, you know, it's not a terrible video, but it's like, I can't stop thinking of the meta angle of him standing there, like, filming it, and, like, you know, just moving the little fucking doll around, and, like, you know, his wife or whoever, like, walks downstairs, and he's just like, "Get out! I'm making my art!" You know, it's difficult to separate that from... you know, the end product. I don't know.
Super Nintendo is really struggling. Still, many Super ports at the time would have replaced these with a static slideshow, so the fact they even tried to keep it is impressive. Okay, so your character crash lands in the jungle with no guidance on who you are or what you're doing here. Well, turns out that's intended. Your character has amnesia and needs to figure out why he crash landed in the jungle. The only thing you know is your name is Conrad. The first thing you notice is that the animations are very smooth and lifelike, because like Prince of Persia, the developers rotoscoped actual footage of actors walking and
It
jumping.
looks like Darkseid too. It's great.
This does lend the game a
I
certain
wonder if this guy's the one who killed Rita.
weight. When you drop down off a ledge with your pistol drawn and ice tube mutants, it feels super badass. Yeah, take that, you mutant fucks. The second thing you notice is that the controls are ass. Every time you push a button on the control...
So this is just his time to do fake nerd, I guess.
controller,
Right.
Conrad takes one giant step forward,
It's just I guess it's a fine fake nerd episode, sure.
or jumps, or rolls, or draws
We needed more people to pretend to be angry video game. We didn't have enough videos like this.
his gun, and you need to wait for the whole animation to finish before you can do anything else. And that'd be fine, but the game still has tons of reflex-based obstacles that require very precise timing. One of the very first challenges you're given is jumping over this pit, but to do it you need to start running on the previous
Yeah, I agree, chat member. His delivery sucks monkey fuck.
Sucks monkey fuck.
screen and then enter the command to jump before the new screen has even finished loading, or you just run off the ledge into the pit below and then need to climb back out, waiting a short eternity for Conrad to go through his lifelike cinematic animation
Just
every
like speeding through all his dialogue. AVGN was fun to listen to.
time. Just like in cinema, Conrad doesn't have a life
And to
meter
be
on.
fair, I have him sped up a little bit. He is a bit of a sped at this point in time, but I mean, he just feels he's got no real flow to his delivery. AVGN had a certain like drawl to some of the words he'd say. I mean, it was that New Yorker kind of accent. I don't know if he's exactly from New York, but it was that kind of accent that he's got. Maybe it's Boston or whatever it is, but he's got a bit of an accent and it adds to it. And this is just fast talking Canadian sounding nerd. Like it's not really hitting the same vibe.
Screen. Instead, he has a personal
Avoid
shield that can absorb a
impersonality.
certain number of shots. Okay, so that's health by a different name. So to check your health, you need to open your inventory and cycle through everything you're carrying until you get to your shield module, where it'll tell you how many charges you have left. Oh yeah, that's
New
cinematic.
Jersey?
Cinematic is dog farts. Yeah, it turns out that in video games, cinematic is a code word for shit. Oh, the controls suck ass? Just tell players it's cinematic. The story gives you no clues about where to go or what to do. It's cinema. You eventually get to a giant pit that this shady fuck tells you to jump into in order to get to New Washington. At least you...
I'm still watching this because like there's got to be a point to why we just started doing this all of a sudden and this is just happening again.
warns you that you'll die if you jump
Just
without
got fake nerd now. I don't know. I did not consent to this.
an anti-gravity belt, which he offers
Is this
to...
better than Irate Gamer? I think this is better than Irate Gamer. I'll give him that. I mean, it's definitely higher effort. I mean, he made the whole fake nerd set and everything, and the little puppet. Definitely better than Irate Gamer. More soul than that for sure as well. A lot better than Irate Gamer, but you know, not. That's a very low bar. It's a very, very low bar.
Sell you for 600 credits.
I don't know.
Okay, so you need to go find some credits. Fortunately, there's lots of them hidden around different areas of the jungle. But here's the
Almost
thing.
done,
If you go out of your
Oarfish.
way to get all of them, thinking they'll be useful
I'm
later,
naming
you're
and
wrong.
shaming you
He doesn't just take
specifically.
600 credits, he takes all your credits.
Yeah,
He robbed-
Game Dude was better than this. Not for real reasons, but the irony surpassed the ironic factor of the S1. The irony of Game Dude and how funny, like, the Bothering Wario or whatever, you know, him... Even before he had his meltdown, when he was just doing his regular game reviews, it was so profoundly bad. It was perfect. I mean, it was perfect.
You cinematic. Anyway, after you pay this line, fuck everything you have, Connor jumps into the pit and enters level 2.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it is pretty creepy. I mean, like, there's an element of if I'm imagining because I got I'm YouTube Johnson, and if I was as YouTube Johnson, I'm a YouTube content man, and if I had someone make a video that was like this, this is bordering on Filmarillion. Someone was like bordering on, hit piece. No, it's like bordering on Filmarillion levels of like, this is a little too dedicated. You made something that's a little bit worrying. It's like, thank God you aren't building a bomb. Like this is, it could be, I guess it could be a lot worse. I guess it's a good thing this is the outlet for him. And it's AVGN and not like blowing up the mainframe or something. If we allow folding ideas to become Neil Breen, he will. He will.
There's nowhere to go. There's just 3 screens. There's nothing but an elevator down into a hole. Sure, you can recharge your shields down there in the hole, but it's not going to get you anywhere. It's cinema. You can jump up to this ledge, but it doesn't go...
The Unagamer. Yeah, I mean, I guess this is kind of like a nerd video where he gets befuddled at a certain point. This kind of reminds me of like the, I don't know, RoboCop game or something. I don't know.
Anywhere either. There's this ledge you can see, but it's out of reach. You just can't jump high enough to reach it and pull yourself out. This is your life now. You're trapped here on these 3 screens until you quit. Anyway, what you need to do to progress is confront your insecurities and accept that you're not a filmmaker either.
What did...
Oh, the joke is because it's flashback, and so it's cinema. And that's the joke. It's the point is that... Oh, I see.
Did you say?
Oh. See, I don't know if you guys realize this, but it's deep.
He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard.
Oh, God. Alright, that's kind of funny, I suppose. Yeah! Now he runs, and that's the credits. Sure. Not an entirely terrible video, right? It's like, it's got parts that are agreeable. It's just very boring and drawn out, and I'm saying boring as someone who I'm actively asking him to not, jump around with the fucking editing so much. It would be less boring if he would just fucking chill and just sit in front of the camera for a little while longer. That was the best part of the video. It was also, however, the worst part of the video, though, because it was yeah, I mean, he tries to talk about Cinemassacre Truth, and he absolutely bungles it. It's a very easy target to make them look like they're silly billies. And ultimately, he posts. He displays some posts from them that are, pretty bad, I guess. But they're all pretty they're not very highly upvoted or anything. It feels like cherry picking. It feels like cherry picking, and he does that, but that's after he leads with buzzwords that just sour the whole thing. He ruined a very easy fucking assignment, which was talk shit about the Cinemassacre truthers that are weird parasocial bozos. That was a very simple assignment, and he fumbled the bag on that somehow. And, ultimately, again, I think that generally, I think he's, I guess it's a good point. I mean, let James be, let him fucking take care of his family or whatever. But it's such a long video to get to that point. I don't see why he needed to, it just seems so, I mean, and the ending of it, too, where it's you have to recognize that you're not a filmmaker. Well, do you recognize that, too? Is that the point? You're, running away at the end? Is that why your video's so pretentious? But it's hard to make that distinction, because so many videos like that are like that. That's the BreadTube style, is, overwrought bullshit. So it doesn't come across as anything special for the video. It's just, that's the style of... how those types of videos are made. I've seen plenty of videos that have similar styles. Not great generally. I mean, because I do agree with some of it, but it's presented very poorly. It's needlessly long. It's just so needlessly long and long-winded and again, purple prose, and it's you could have easily made the same video in about 10 minutes at most, probably. Just quick summary of who James is and what's happened to him. In fact, I think, what's the channel? It's Chazington or something. I think they did a similar video. I was watching some of their videos recently, and they had one that was about James Rolfe, and it was 10 minutes long. And I didn't watch it, but I assume it was probably sort of a similar thing that's just a quick rundown of the guy's history or whatever. But this is needlessly... And the funny thing is, too, is people have pointed out that there's, docu-series about James Rolfe or whatever that are, 6 hours long. And somehow that doesn't even trip me up as being that weird. You know, because it's like there's probably 6 hours of individual things that you could go into detail. You can read various quotes, you can show full video clips, whatever. 6 hours for that type of video isn't crazy. But for this, where it's an hour and 16 minutes, 17 almost, and it's pretty much just a guy talking about a YouTube channel. I don't know. It's I mean, like, it's a lot. It's just like his opinion for an hour and 15 minutes and filled with a bunch of weird arts and crafts. It's weird. It's a very strange video. I don't know why he put so much effort in. He really didn't need to. Maybe that's the funny point, I guess, but it's not landing. I don't know. It's not really landing. As someone who likes AVGN videos and occasionally watches a BreadTube video like this every now and then, a video that maybe not like this, but a video of this sort of nature, maybe this type of individual making a what many would potentially call a BreadTube video. You know, I watch those from now and again, and this is just a pretty bad one. It's nowhere near as bad as In Praise of Shadows. You know, there's been many worse ones this year, but this is a pretty... It's not a terrible video, it's not a great video, it's not a horribly disagreeable video. I agree with a lot of it, but it's just bumbled. It's bumble-fucked so heavily that it's not great. It's not great. It's not great. I'm going to catch up on a couple super chats here. There's just a few here. $5 from I Don't Care. This is just Movie Bob with better editing. Again, better is subjective. £5 from me, not to be a shill, but Dylan the Night Owl 6-hour video is the comprehensive AVGN vid, a love letter and real criticism from a fan. Also, Justin is friends with a pedo. Oh, all right then. Well, I don't know about that, but yeah, no, that's what I mean. It's like you can make a video that's long, and it's longer than that even, but it feels less like it's time wasting because it's probably got, you know, more covering more specific stuff, and, you know, again, it's like it's just something about the way he talks is very meandery. It's very meandery. He's a salameanderer. $2 from Winter 1205. It's too focused on AVGN that he loses the point. Yeah, it should be more focused on the Cinemassacre truthers. It should drive that point home more. It spends a very short amount of time in the video actually talking about the Cinemassacre truthers. I guess it's more about James, but like James, it's a strange video because the ultimate takeaway is just let him be, which is like, it's fine, but you're also dumping a bunch of criticism on him, so you're not really just letting him be when you're just like, yeah, and your fucking camera stand sucks, you piece of shit. And then he starts talking about the, you know, the truther people, and like he could focus on that more. I mean, as you know, if the ultimate focus is let the guy be, let him fucking take care of his family, why is it just shitting on him for being like a failure of a filmmaker the whole time? It does seem insulting to James for no real reason, and it seems pretty derisive toward him. It seems unnecessarily spiteful. But all that being said, I still wouldn't say it's fully on par with, like, it's not really a hit piece. It just feels like certain elements of what he, you know, really thinks is peeking through otherwise what's sort of supposed to be like a neutral video essay kind of thing. But it's just that he's kind of letting slip that he might be a little bit spiteful, maybe a little, I don't know, something. That's just the vibe I get. Maybe it's not really there, but that's what I'm picking up on. $2 from Edgelord Leon. Please notice me, Senpai, much? Well, a lot of people have tried to be noticed by him in the past, by AVGN, and sometimes they do. I mean, he's not a difficult guy to get noticed by in some regard, because he'll have, like, you know, he'll do guest videos that'll have Scott the Woz or JonTron or whoever the fuck on. You know, like, you could probably set up some kind of a thing with James if you wanted to just meet him and talk to him. But instead, he made this whole, like, deconstruction of James, and it's for how pretentious it is, it doesn't say enough. If it was so pretentious and it actually had more of a, you know, more of a critique, more of an actual analysis, more than something I feel like I could get in 10 minutes, then the pretension, pretension is actually like a different word, isn't it? Pretentiousness. It would be kind of acceptable if it was in service of something, but you know, it's just it could be summed up so much easier. But yeah, in terms of that sort of negative response, like he's had, you know, Game Dude people, Irate Gamer, that he's had. He did a guest thing with Irate Gamer at one point. I mean, it fucking happened. So, like, you know, anything could happen. So that was the Dan Olson video. The foldable idea, folding human t-shirt idea. I was in the search bar and it said folding ideas t-shirt. So I got that in my head. But that was his video. And again, I don't think it was that great, but it wasn't so terrible. Definitely not one of the worst videos of the year. We've seen a lot worse. This one was just very annoying and overly long. But we're going to move along now to another video, which is possibly maybe another really bad one from this year. I've heard some things. I've seen some things. Shit. How the fuck? What is this? Okay. Right. Here we go. Wow. Pumping out the fucking content. Jesus Christ. 2 days ago, 4 days ago, stream from 6 days ago. Oh boy. Okay. Alright. Well, so there's this guy, and he made this video, and this follows along with what we were just looking at, sort of. This is a similar type of thing. There's a guy who made a video about, and the video title is YouTube Critics Are Lying to You, a Bad Media Criticism Video Essay. It's 48 minutes long. And in this video, he manages to fuck up at like criticizing Anita Sarkeesian. Anita Sarkeesian shows up in this video, and he does a poor job he does a very poor job of criticizing her, which you'd think would be very easy to do, but he does a pretty poor job of it. It's kind of another meandering nonsense fest that's sort of, this is another, like, weird nerd drama video. Like, it seems like he just has beef with various people on Twitter or whatever, and he kind of wants to argue about it for 48 minutes. I don't think it's on par with, Insane Piece of Shit, but it's that core. It's definitely, if this appeared next to the Bad Conservative Horror Movies video on like an album, like a musical album that featured that, and then this video, I feel like they wouldn't be out of step with one another. And this is from a channel called Anthony Gramuglia, and he really is pumping out the fucking jams. He's got like a bunch of videos over the last couple of weeks. This video's 3 weeks old, and he's got like streams and videos fucking galore, and they're long and they're edited, and I guess he's putting the work in. He's also a Lily Orchard tuber, so that's super cool and awesome and great, and I'm so excited to learn about Lily Orchard. It's gonna be great. Anthony Gramuglia, probably saying that wrong. YouTube Critics Are Lying to You, a Bad Media Criticism Video Essay.
When Kong Skull Island first hit theaters, the YouTube channel Cinema...
This one's a less positive like ratio. Still overly more positive than negative, but definitely more negative than the last one we watched. Anthony here, maybe not bringing his best. I don't know. So what are we talking about? CinemaSins?
When Kong Skull Island first hit theaters, the YouTube channel CinemaSins did a video detailing all the ways the film sinned in their popular Everything Wrong With series. This would have been an unremarkable video for them, if not for the director of Kong Skull Island, Jordan Vogt Roberts, taking to Twitter to criticize the video. Tons of movie reviews are criticized by their creators.
It's the Chad who's gonna go watch Dan Olson instead. Well, alright, you have fun with that, I guess. I wonder if that... I assume that was meant to be like an epic own. I guess I'm owned right now. I think I'm owned, because like I responded to it. I guess I'm owned, but it's like, if you really want to go watch that boring loser, alright, that's cool, I guess. I mean, It's up to you. Attention economy, man. I mean, don't let me take away from you your enjoyment of that boring loser who talks for 20 hours about nothing.
But Vogt Roberts' perspective gained traction because, well, he was right. The big criticism that the review from CinemaSins flat out lied about his movie.
It looks like this movie spent half its budget on rain machines.
So I mean, CinemaSins sucks. Yeah, CinemaSins, generally speaking, not a great channel, known for their shitty, you know, it's another thing where it's like their criticism rides the line between haha, it's a joke, and it's real criticism, and it's meant to be taken seriously, that sort of thing. You know, half the time it's stuff where it's like, oh, this is like a real flaw that they're pointing out, and then other times it's like, this credit sequence is too long, yeah, ding! Not a fan. Very Reddit atheist, wholesome Chungus kind of channel, you know?
Made sure key scenes took place with them involved, so we couldn't hear the dialogue. Cole's not excited about the bombs going off. He's just happy that the director chose him for the obligatory destruction reflecting off sunglasses shot. Just out of curiosity, if a landmass has this much of a reputation, why is it just now being discovered?
As the director summarizes, critics like CinemaSins want to appear smarter than the media they criticize.
CinemaSins isn't playing a character, they're just nitpicking movies as themselves. Jeremy even acknowledged this in his Reddit AMA, saying, "I've always been a hyper-observant, nitpicking jerk. Everything wrong with is just a manifestation of that."
So this is not the first time I've discussed bad media criticism on my channel, and it's not going to be the last time either. Bad media criticism is a term that's thrown around a lot.
Dishonest storytelling uses narrative elements in far more petty
Is it really a term that's thrown around a lot?
and biased ways, taking
So
what
now he's showing a random clip from this guy.
is limited perspective and writing it as the entire truth is dishonest.
Well, this isn't even talking about media criticism, it's about storytelling.
Bad media criticism isn't simply just disagreeing with someone. It's not saying...
It's not even the thing you're talking about.
Saying something you don't...
I watched Harmful Opinions watch this video, and that was a few weeks ago or so now. I mean, but yeah, this is just confusing because he, to my knowledge, he mostly brings up a lot of. It's another one of these scenarios where he'll say a thing and then he can't find footage that like lines up with what he's saying, so he just plays some slightly related, almost related footage. It's like a YouTube search engine, like, yeah, this isn't what you look for, but how about this? It's got one of the same keywords. He'll play like semi-related, mostly unrelated footage because he can't really back up what he's saying with like a real footage. He's talking about how bad media criticism is a term, which I feel like that's more of a phrase, but this is a term, sure. It's a term that's thrown around a lot these days. Did this guy even say bad media criticism?
Channel, and it's not going to be the last time either. Bad media criticism is a term that's thrown around a lot.
Dishonest storytelling uses narrative elements in far more petty and biased ways, taking one's limited perspective and writing it as the entire truth is dishonest.
Bad media criticism isn't...
Okay, but you're talking about... You're saying a term. I'm gonna get autistic about this, but you're saying a term. The guy doesn't even say the term. And he's not even talking about that concept, let alone not saying the term. He's not even... That's not even what he's talking about.
Simply just disagreeing with someone. It's not saying something you don't agree with. It's when the criticism itself seems to fundamentally misinterpret the piece of media being discussed, even when it's supposedly going through a scene frame by frame by frame.
Oh, Peach, yeah. Princess Peach. Yeah. Giving her pants. Yeah.
Giving her pants!
Now,
this is why this doesn't support my creationist agenda. Thread.
Bad media criticism exists everywhere. YouTube is not unique in this regard. Part of the reason I made the jump to YouTube over written media was due to wanting to distance myself from several hot takes in media publishing designed to draw hate clicks. And if I'm going to draw criticism, it's going to be because I said something ridiculous. I don't want to be associated with someone else's bad media takes. I want to be associated with my own.
So apparently Anthony Gramuglia was uber triggered by the most 3 devastating sentences he's ever heard.
Yeah, so this is already, we're off to a good start. It already kind of comes across like he is just trying to, like, I don't know, this is just like a response video to the trolls or something, I guess. I'm not sure. I guess this guy called him out, or something, and now we have to make an epic own about him.
So apparently Anthony Gramuglia was uber triggered by the most 3 devastating sentences he's ever heard. Peter Parker isn't gay. There's 60+ years of comics proving this. Stop ruining characters by playing politics. So, like a typical precious snowflake, Anthony penned a 1,400-word rant just
1,400 words!
Call me a homophobe.
The sole time he's referenced in the article where I say he's not a homo. What does this even have to fucking do with anything? What are we talking about? Bad media criticism? What? Right. So he's saying they're not homophobes. What does this have to do with anything? I guess the guy's being dishonest. Yeah, alright. I mean, this is... Isn't this guy, like, kind of I don't know. Hasn't this guy been, like... Do people still watch this guy? I thought this guy was, like, viewed as, like, a grifter or something. I thought people kind of no longer care for this dude. I don't know about this dude, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of someone else, but... So, some one guy got your thing wrong. I mean, people can just be wrong about things. It doesn't mean he's being dishonest, necessarily. But this isn't even media, it's just your fucking tweets. I mean, we're not even talking about media. We're talking about you having a nerd Twitter war. This is pretty gay.
Penned a 1,400-word rant just to call me a homophobe.
Uh-huh.
So if I screw up on my own terms. However, there's a danger to YouTube. Even though it's the independent channel and you're not being linked to a greater company or organization, bad media takes take up a lot of attention. They draw a lot of clicks. They draw a lot of anger. And some channels feed on that rage. They feed on the anger drawn by a certain audience. And that draws more attention. And the algorithm rewards bad takes and bad faith criticism.
Why do you assume it's bad? Why, he's attributing to malice what could just be stupidity. Some of it might be malice, sure. I mean, a lot of the nerdrotics, they have every financial incentive to just be mad at things and not be fair to things. So, like, why would they ever be nice? Why would they ever fairly watch a TV show and have a fair opinion about it and not just scream woke at a trailer that they, they see 2 seconds of on a tweet or something? Like, that's maybe that's fair, but like what we're seeing so far, again, presentationally speaking, we're not getting a lot here. He might be right, but he's not doing a great job of talking about it. And he's talking about, like, just a robot now. I mean, is it literally just I found people I don't agree with, so they're lying? Or what is, like, bad media? Like, oh, it's bad faith. He used the funny buzzword.
And some channels feed on that rage. They feed on the anger drawn by a certain audience. And that draws more attention. And the algorithm rewards bad takes and bad faith criticism.
So, bad faith. This is implying they're lying. This is implying that they are disingenuously, like, defrauding their viewers, basically.
Unlike all of those previous failures, this one tries to have a woke plot twist. She's not the mother of the savior. She's actually the savior herself. Yeah, I felt nothing at this reveal.
The more outrageous...
So he doesn't like woke things. Why is that not just his opinion?
The better.
And to try to pin the fact that mutants are minorities is proof that it's social justice. It's both intellectually lazy and dishonest.
Now, negative reviews have always...
But you really aren't demonstrating that that's not just something they believe, though.
Done this to an extent. There's a sort of joy some people get...
He's showing us their videos, their clips, and just... We're supposed to assume that they're in bad faith, or they're lying, or grifting. Some of them might be, sure, but why do we assume that? I mean, some people just don't like woke stuff, and maybe they are dumb or whatever, but like that's probably their opinion,
Feeling like they're better than the movie, that they've beaten the movie, that they've outsmarted it. This isn't new. Some of Roger Ebert's best reviews are the ones where he tears into a film.
I hated this movie. Hated this movie. Hated it. Hated every simpering, stupid, vacant, audience-insulting moment of it.
There's a whole book of these. But there's a difference between writing an honest review, giving your thoughts, and approaching each and every film with the intention of criticizing it. And more than criticizing it, mocking it.
Kind of a forgettable show. Look, acting was great. Cinematography was great.
Pull one frame of the Roger Ebert book again.
The writing was good.
Excuse me, there was an editing mistake there. Why was there one frame of the Roger Ebert book? That shouldn't have been in there.
Good. But it was a lot of little things. I mean, when we saw the camera in the previous episode, there were like screws in the wall.
This isn't like Mystery Science Theater 3000 riffs, all right?
What? Excuse me, what's the criticism here?
in every film with the intention of criticizing it. And more than criticizing it, mocking it.
Kind of a forgettable show. Look, acting was great. Cinematography was great. The writing was good.
So, cinematography, great, whatever. We're talking about a Star Wars show. It says Star Wars Theory up here. I don't know who this guy is, but I guess he's maybe like the Obi-Wan show or something. I don't know. But he's talking about one of the Star Wars shows.
But it was a lot of little things. I mean, when we saw the camera in the previous episode, there were like screws in the wall.
This isn't like Mystery Science Theater.
What? It was. What are these people with camera screws? What the fuck is? Why is that the theme of this stream? That's very strange. So are you gonna build a fucking how many camera wall screw mounts are you gonna build there, buddy? So don't. This is becoming a problem.
3,000 riffs.
It's like an SCP.
You in those you laugh with both, the hosts and the film itself.
There. Sure glad I don't look stupid in this.
This is the kind of media criticism that approaches each film as a puzzle. How is this media bad? And by that same metric, how can I...
Okay, so someone in chat says Star Wars Theory complained about buildings in a planet in Andor having been built with screws and bricks, as well as the show being boring for not having lightsabers and fights every other minute. Oh, it's Andor. Okay, so, well, alright. So he's just an idiot. I mean, he's not convincing me that the guy doesn't believe that. This is supposedly in bad faith. What if he's just wrong? Like, what if he's just stupid and doesn't understand media? I mean, there's that possibility.
The problem of the movie. Rather than take the film on its own terms, you come in knowing your goal, to tear it apart.
Pushing identity politics and the message. They done
woke it up!
Famous critical reviews have forced you to reevaluate a film.
That's a good clip. I like that clip.
Mel Brooks' comments on Life is Beautiful, a film that implies you can laugh through the darkest times, even genocide, forced a lot of people to reevaluate this award-winning film. Chinua Achebe's famous criticisms of Heart of Darkness rewrote academic textbooks for decades and led to the creation of Achebe's counterpart to Hearts of Darkness, Things Fall Apart. But one thing both of these criticisms have in common, they address the themes and ideas of the work. When referencing specifics, it's in order to bolster the argument that the themes are fundamentally wrong. Patrick Willems made a video a while back.
Oh no. Oh, it's a bad sign when we bring up Patrick Willems' plot hole video.
On plot hole.
That's a bad sign. For those that don't know, this is another legendary... It was so simple 5 years ago. We got like one video like this a year, Now we're getting one every other fucking week, basically. And this caught a lot of people's attention. His very stupid opinions about plot holes and I think he's had other dumbass videos where he basically like tells people not to worry about plot. The story doesn't matter. Shut up. It's just a movie. Shut up. You're an idiot. Don't think about things. Like, I don't know. Probably being pretty reductive, but not a great video, generally. So, what are we saying here, buddy?
Patrick Willems made a video a while back on plot holes that garnered a lot of negativity at the time, mainly from people who argued that holes in logic and plot were essential to criticize. You had to focus on them, and to an extent that makes sense, right? The plot is the story, right?
No one seems to actually know what a plot hole is. And all those plot holes people complain about, they don't actually matter.
By criticizing
leftist smug man with sunglasses told me thing on internet, so I agree. They don't matter. He said they don't matter, so alright, they don't matter. And he does go into more detail in the video of why he would assume that they don't matter, but it is that smug... It's just that smug pretentiousness. Once again, the prevailing, I'm right, this is why, I don't even need to explain to you why I'm right. They don't matter! They just don't matter, and you're stupid! It's like, no one liked this video. Everyone hated this video.
By criticizing plot holes, we'd understand some deeper truth about storytelling, right?
A plot hole is a point in which a story breaks a previously established rule about its own universe. So here's what are not plot holes.
These critics seem to believe that by understanding the technical flow of a plot, that you'll understand all the components of storytelling. I disagree. The way a film makes you feel is more important than the plot as written in the plot summary, right? There are more components to a film and its story than just the plot. That is the...
So if the Oh, that's a good pause frame. So if someone's watching a movie and they are like at Lights Camera Jackson or something, and they just are like, this movie was nice and colorful and it was funny and I liked it, 10 out of 10. I mean, like, that's bad media criticism, right? You know, like, if you're there's a lot of bad media criticism, but he's talking about bad faith, like people being dishonest, like people lying about their opinions for rage bait views. And he's given me nothing to work with to assume that that's the fucking case. He's basically just talking about differences of opinion, and I've got no reason to assume. I've got no reason to assume something that I already know to be true, which is that people pretend to be mad on YouTube for fucking views. Like, again, it's something where it's like, I'm pretty sure I agree with him, but, like, I don't think he's doing a great job of explaining himself. I think it's just a really bad job of explaining himself.
Events as they occur. A lot more happens beyond the plot.
Dude's also holding his mic, yeah.
My recent video essay comparing the film Excalibur...
Look at this. This is not as clear. This is insane because it's clearly not even a microphone that you would hold. Like, there's a difference. If you have, like, a stick mic, you have one of those stage microphones, like a fucking... like a singer or like a presenter on a stage or something. You've got one of those, like a Shure SM58 or something. Yeah, you talk into that. You hold that. This is a podcast mic. You put that shit on a stand. What are you doing? Why are they all doing this?
To the works of Zack Snyder, focused on the way Snyder and Excalibur failed to employ their characters effectively. From a plot standpoint, Excalibur works perfectly fine. There are several events that happen, and while a few plot beats come out of nowhere, on paper, it's the story of King Arthur.
Swear faith to me, and you shall have mercy. I need battle lords such as you.
What the film faltered in was characterization and how it rushed through its themes. But on the other hand, dismissing the film's stunning visuals and music in order to focus on just the plot and how the plot flows is a huge disservice to Excalibur. The plot is easy to talk about. Flows is a huge
Dude. Come on, man.
Is a huge
Come on, man. Oh, we got that guy recently that it was a whole stream where it was like multiple people who couldn't stop saying, well, we got frustrated and like, there was another one, I forget what it was, but this is a new, you know, getting an unironic Trump huge. That's good. High quality Trump huge. That's great. We love a huge. That's huge if true. You know, many such cases.
Service to Excalibur. The plot is easy to talk about. You don't need to study cinematography to get it. It's also the easiest thing to lie about, because, frankly, most people do not follow every component of the plot as it unfolds before them. For the sake of argument, consider Blade Runner.
Why does it need to... It really does come down to, like, he's attributing it to malice. Why? Why are they lying? Why can't they just be stupid and wrong? Like, this video could be about how people... It could be a media literacy video, you know, as much as that's a funny buzzword now that everyone hates, but it could be a video going into why people are misled about certain types of media, why they aren't understanding deeper themes these days, why people don't seem to be able to pick up on, you know, even just slightly subtle things that aren't lightsaber in face or whatever. Why is that idiot complaining that the one good Star Wars show in like 10 years, well, I guess there was The Mandalorian too. There's two good Star Wars shows. Why is he complaining that the one good Star Wars show, you know, other than the first season of The Mandalorian, is shitty because it has no action fights and lightsabers? You can make a video talking about that and why people are too dumb for subtle media and why everything has to be explosions now. But instead it's implying that everyone... It's not even implying, it's directly stating that people are lying and misleading their audience. They're rage bait farming. And that's true, but he's not showing us... He's showing us examples of people where it just seems like it's their actual opinions, though.
one of the essential sci-fi films of the 80s. The film is, on paper, about a police officer, Deckard, a Blade Runner, hunting down rogue androids, known as replicants, from space. He finds them, exterminates them, and then runs away with a woman he is infatuated with who also happens to be a replicant. On paper, this sounds unremarkable, cliché almost. So much of this story is told, however, through subtle means outside of the main plot. For one, Deckard always looks miserable. Hunting replicants is never shown to be exciting or thrilling. One replicant runs from Deckard before being gunned down. The final replicant, Batty, chases Deckard across the city and ultimately saves him before talking about the nature of life. And
thanks for the fucking spoilers, by the way. This video's got tons of spoilers. There's no spoiler warnings. I was not spoiler triggered at all.
Passing away.
We just got the full plot of Blade Runner here. Yeah, that's fine. That's good. Blade Runner, cool movie. You should see it.
Any of the story, all this stuff beyond the plot, they wouldn't pick up on. That's why they forced Ridley Scott to make Harrison Ford spell out the subtext to audiences in one of the most widely criticized elements of the theatrical cut of Blade Runner.
Recreational, they don't advertise for killers in a newspaper.
She was a tall drink of water and a cold glass of sushi.
Harrison Ford's bored, exhausted narration, where he just tells you what's happening in front of you.
I'd quit because I'd had a belly full of killing, but then I'd rather be a killer than a victim. And that's exactly what Bryant's threat about little people meant.
This is widely seen as a big mistake. That being said, some bad media critics might need this. They might not get the plot otherwise, unless it's spelled out to them by a bored Harrison Ford dragged back at 4 o'clock in the morning to read a script.
Just out of curiosity, if a landmass has this much of a reputation, why is it just now being discovered?
Because if, let's say...
people are stupid, that doesn't mean they're lying. He's saying they're lying. They're not... They might be stupid. There are... And what I don't get is there are channels that probably do lie. Like, you could easily point the finger. And, spoilers, I'm pretty sure he doesn't, by the way. But, like, because I vaguely remember when I saw Harmful watch this, I don't think he does point the finger at anybody like Nerdrotic or fucking Heels versus Babyface or any of those channels where they basically just... they mulled over some fucking tweet and just take shit out of context, and they just spin an anger narrative about every new piece of media that comes out being the worst thing ever. It's coming to kill your children or whatever. And that's like every video they make, basically. And it's like, yeah, those people probably, like, I have myself demonstrated that they are full of shit and they're liars. That they'll make they'll make multiple videos about TV shows they don't watch because they saw a toke now. And they have no idea about what the fuck's going on, but they'll just mouth off about how it's woke now and they're doing this to your favorite media and yada yada yada. Like, you could talk about the channels that do that. There's plenty of channels that do that. You could talk about them, but he's not doing that. He's just bringing up examples of people that look like they actually... just are stupid and don't get it or whatever. Like, that's different from lying.
Like, just shout plot hole whenever... Here's an example of a plot hole in Blade Runner. During Batty's final speech to Deckard, he mentions, going to Orion, which is a star system deep in space. Way longer than the 4 years lifespan could ever allow you to travel.
Attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion.
Now, some might argue that's a technical plot hole. I argue it doesn't matter, because the focus on that scene is to show that Batty has seen things, and all these moments will be lost in time, like
tears in the rain.
Thankfully now none of us need to watch this movie, so I appreciate it, Anthony. I appreciate it.
And that's compelling. The emotion is compelling. The technical details, who cares? The idea is that Batty has seen things, these things matter, and that in a few minutes, it'll be forgotten.
Right, and so the average person is too stupid to get that, I guess. I mean, you have to understand that mass market people are stupid. I mean, there's a lot of people that are, they're barely paying attention. If a movie is too subtle, they're not going to know what's going on. That might be the fault of the movie and, like, not, being clear enough with its subtlety, so to speak. But whatever it is, I mean, that's bound to happen. I mean... This is not, and this is Blade Runner. This is a movie from, like, the 80s. We're talking about media criticism, too, and, like, who are we talking about that didn't get Blade Runner? I mean, are you going to be talking about, like, contemporary film critics at the time that didn't understand Blade Runner or something? Again, spoilers, I'm pretty sure he doesn't. He's just talking about this movie unrelated to anything. This is more what I mean when I'm talking about a bad video that's like, this is trash white boy summer. YouTube trash slop YouTube summer. We're getting so much good content this year. It's unreal. So much quality where it's like, what he's trying to talk about is like wrong, or if it's not wrong, he's not talking about the thing right. I mean, it's very confusing. I mean, like, yeah, YouTube critics are lying to you. That's the name of the title. Is that true? Well, some of them probably, but I really don't believe that he actually demonstrates that very well. I don't know.
The themes are more powerful than
talking about another fucking movie here and how the chuds wouldn't get it or something.
Elements of the plot. But if you approached every film like a CinemaSins ticker, then you'd say, oh, plot hole, this movie's bad. Like, who cares? Doesn't matter. Doesn't affect your enjoyment.
I don't know why he saved my life. Maybe in those last moments he loved life more than he ever had before.
Part of the
Oh, I muted it. Sorry.
Maybe in those last moments he loved life more than he ever had before.
Yeah, maybe he loved it more than he ever had before.
Part of the reason why the question if Deckard is a replicant annoys me is because people get caught up in the technicalities and not the why. The question being unanswered is so important because it forces audiences to question human nature. As they say in the film,
It's too bad she won't live. But then again, who does?
now that question is more profound than
No wonder Blade Runner didn't do so well, because you look at the title, or you look at the like subtitle or whatever, the slug line, whatever you call it, the tagline, man has made his match, now it's his problem. That's awful. Who's gonna watch that? This looks like you would never watch this movie. If you see this on the shelf in a Blockbuster, you're not picking up this movie. This just looks like slop. This looks like trash. I mean, it's got Harrison Ford. I guess it's got Ridley Scott and everything. There's some, if you know, you know. It's got Vangelis, for God's sake. But yeah, it's not a great slug line. I don't like it.
Hour-long fan theory video breaking down the evidence for this theory. The theory is told in brushstrokes on a canvas, not a chart. It's impressionistic, not concrete. The thing is, with bad media criticism, the ultimate point is to keep you engaged. That's why the sins ticker goes up. That's why a new criticism is made every second.
So I don't know that they ever did like a CinemaSins thing for Blade Runner, but he's essentially brought up Blade Runner as an example of how they would get criticism wrong and lie to you, and how they wouldn't tell you about the deeper themes and yada yada yada. Except, where is the proof of that? Show me someone who doesn't get Blade Runner. Why didn't he pick Why didn't he pick an example that he could get some proof of? Like, pick something more recent that people like misrepresented. Pick The Last Jedi, which was apparently like fine, but everybody shit on it because it. I don't know. I don't know why. I really don't remember. It seemed very mysterious. It's very mysterious as to why people had an issue with them trying to do something different in Star Wars, and then immediately everybody had an issue with them never doing something different in Star Wars. I'm just saying, I didn't watch a lot of those fucking movies, but it's like, maybe you should have just let them fucking, you know, maybe you should have just let Rian Johnson do his fucking thing, and then we wouldn't have had that third one. I don't know. I did see that one. But, you know, you could have picked one of those movies. You could have picked anything recent that people have been talking about. But he picked a movie from the 80s, and he was just like, well, they probably wouldn't understand it if they did talk about it. They probably wouldn't. Why? Just pick something that you have an example of. What are you doing?
More vitriolic than the last. If you think about some of the criticisms critically, you'll pick them apart. Good media criticism forces you to reevaluate a text, and even if you disagree, you might have at least thought about it. Erroneous criticism, which I'm definitely guilty of, they might make that's when you make an error once or twice, or 3 times. It's in good faith, but you might make an error about something. Even then, that's...
Yeah, he didn't even... Well, the recent one's not a remake, it's just a sequel, but he didn't talk about the sequel. The sequel probably had some stupid people misinterpret it online. You could probably point to YouTube critics that didn't understand Blade Runner 2049, sure. But instead he's arbitrarily picked Blade Runner as an example and then refuses to show any examples of people actively misinterpreting Blade Runner in any fashion at all.
still forces you to go, hey, wait a second, that's wrong. And then the critic, if they're being in good faith, will go, oh, you're right, I am wrong, I apologize. Or to some extent, to revise their argument. That's good faith criticism. Bad faith criticism comes from the approach that I am right, you're wrong, no matter what you say I am right, and I will always be right even if you point out every error I made and spelled it out to me.
Fandom discourse is full of self-contradictory phrases that people love to say
Oh my god, it's Lily Orchard, everybody. It's time. We're really doing this.
a lot but don't actually adhere to.
Tell your fucking friends Deadwing Dork is watching Lily Orchard. It's happening.
Among them is, I respect your opinion even though I disagree with it. This is an oxymoron.
That is the key difference. The refusal to accept when you are wrong.
If you're negative, you're gonna have the screeching of 1,000 illiterate fucksticks descend upon you like a
Apparently this guy hates Lily Orchard. He's like an active orchard tuber. And if you don't know, I don't know. I've heard various things about this person, and it's all been very tepid and uninteresting shit. I guess Lily Orchard made a fucking My Little Pony fanfic that was sus like 10 years ago. Oh my god. I don't know. They were part of a group of crazy people on Tumblr that were all also crazy, but Lily Orchard is the main crazy one, apparently. But there's never been anything all that interesting, so I've never really looked that deeply into Lily Orchard. So every time I randomly keep getting recommended Lily Orchard videos, or videos rather about Lily Orchard and epic takedowns of Lily Orchard and how cringe and wrong Lily Orchard is, I'm just really fucking done with it, and I'm fucking done with it. I'm sick of it. I don't care. This person doesn't seem very interesting. Not really. I don't know.
sort of sweaty, unwashed, transphobic bats.
And the insistence on doubling down when you were wrong.
Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world?
Yay!
Yeah, well, guess what?
No, I was wrong. I guess he does bring up this guy, but he's not giving me an example of him doubling down when he's wrong, though.
Get pronouns!
This is just the funny pronouns clip. I mean, we can all make fun of the pronouns clip, but, like, that's not him doubling down. You told me, or worse, them doubling down when they're wrong, and you just show me the pronouns clip. That's not him doubling down. And the worst part is he did double down on that. He had a response where he super doubled down on it. Why didn't you show the response where he did double down on it, you stupid idiot? What is wrong with you? Wow, this video's terrible.
Bad media criticism's ultimate goal, though, is to supplant the original media in your mind. And the way they do that is by sometimes just making shit up.
Characters as powerful as Dream, or as supposedly perfect as Superman, are well liked and aren't usually considered Mary Sue's, is because the plot doesn't treat them as such. If a fresh-faced farm boy who's never even seen a sword suddenly picks one up, and without any kind of outside divine or supernatural aid, defeats a war veteran of 15 years in single combat, you likely just
Change veteran to moon-sized space station.
witnessed a Mary Sue moment.
Trained my entire life to master my senses. Where did you train? On a farm?
Plot doesn't treat them as such.
They'll either misrepresent scenes or...
Well, that's not true. I mean, the whole thing is about their fight to... the whole Ray Mary Sue thing is kind of... I thought we were settled on that. I mean... She really very quickly acclimates to her abilities in a way that, like, Luke didn't, and she doesn't really require much training. We see her training, but it's like she's depicted as being pretty skilled without a lot of training. It's a very bad trilogy of movies. I don't know. Like, it's all so tiring.
Omit key details to make their point land better, or in some cases, lie.
And then also, yeah, the Superman movie was also stupid. No, you saying lie. What do you mean lie? What do you mean lie? In what way did they lie?
Plot doesn't treat them as such.
They'll either misrepresent scenes, omit key details to make their point land better, or in some cases, lie.
Why do you think they're lying? What if they're just stupid and wrong? There's a lot of people that are stupid and wrong. He's already depicted that people are too stupid to understand the plot of Blade Runner, so they needed to have Harrison Ford, like, she was a tall drink of water! He should, do the fucking voice acting thing. The voiceover. The narration. So like, people are dumb. That's what I've taken away from this so far. So people are dumb, so why are they lying necessarily? They might be. Some of them are, probably. Sure, but But why are they necessarily lying? They might just be wrong. They might be misinformed and have poor media literacy, as they say.
So this is pretty wild. In spite of mostly positive reviews from both sides of the culture war, Disney's X-Men 97 appears to be a complete flop in terms of viewership.
And don't worry, we're going to go into a couple examples of that soon enough.
To be a complete, pretty wild. In spite of...
Yeah, this is just some, like, I mean, like, you can see there's, like, multiple articles about Sweet Baby on the side. This is just some, like, biased, weird clickbait article, you know. It's a site for people, you know, like this to... Yeah, this is John Del Arroz. This is probably someone who's lying for... Let me see this here.
To make their point land better, or in some cases, lie.
So, okay.
So this is pretty wild.
So this is Fandom Pulse, and the article is called X-Men 97 Flops. Yeah, I mean, this seems to be full of shit.
This is pretty wild. In spite of mostly positive reviews from both sides of the culture war, Disney's X-Men 97 appears to be a complete...
Like, when you start your article with, like, positive reviews from both sides of the culture war, I don't take your website very seriously. And, yeah, I mean...
Complete flop in terms of viewership.
What was this here? Promising track record for Disney Plus. So this is maybe the first time that he's actually shown someone here who does appear to just be lying. But it's possible that it's not really proving that he is lying, though. I mean, it looks pretty bad for him, this John Del Arroz guy who made this video. Seems to just... But it looks like he's probably just getting like, it seems like this website is lying more than anything. I mean, he might be knowingly reading false information off. That's possible. But it's the website that's reporting this and him just parroting that, and so the website is wrong. He probably shouldn't just be reading a website for his content, you know, just stealing someone else's news article and making that his news article. But it seems like that website is maybe just incorrect. I mean, if this is to be believed anyway. I don't know. This seems like the closest thing we have to it actually calling out, like, bad faith, lying media criticism when it is just, like, that culture war grift nonsense. It's still not really landing it, but, like, I think it's as close as we're getting. I see what he's going for with this one, at least. This one makes sense. I can see the
And don't
through
worry,
line.
we're going to go into a couple examples of that soon enough. But the question you might have is, why would they do that?
You really think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
The reason is ultimately engagement. The algorithm on YouTube, and honestly the internet at large,
He really hasn't stopped to, like, mention that some people might just be wrong and deceived. They might themselves be the victim of, like, the bad media criticism that he's talking about, and then therefore they go out and they just say, Terminator's woke, or whatever, which I think it might be. But that's neither here nor there. But they do that, and, you know, he could talk about that. I don't believe he does, necessarily. He's not now, for sure.
Engagement. The longer you stay on something, the better it is. The more you click on it, the better it is. What keeps someone engaged? New reasons to be emotionally invested. Either to be angry, or to be frustrated, or justified in your own predetermined beliefs before coming to the page or the video. This is why you usually see a lot of two kinds of reviews on YouTube. Concise and straightforward reviews that make a point and then end, or the massive sprawling videos that go on for hours and hours and hours and end, sometimes longer than the source material itself. Long form reviews are
Mahler getting called out.
very entertaining if you get the right people working on them, or at the very least they're the kind of thing you can listen to while doing other work. I mean, you can tune in and you can follow along very well. I'm sure some of you are doing that with this video right now. When I was in college, I wrote essays while listening to Red Letter Media's Star Wars reviews.
Star Wars The Phantom Menace was the most disappointing thing
We've all seen the videos, dude.
since my son.
However, to keep audiences engaged and for longer, what a lot of reviewers resort to is hyper-emphasizing the negative, finding new things to critique every 5 seconds.
I mean, you just showed me Star Wars Plinkett reviews. You're talking about hyper-emphasizing the negative. I think they've kind of always been doing that. We just watched a video about AVGN. It's always been in vogue to hyper-emphasize the negative. Why is he acting like this is some kind of new thing or just a YouTube critics thing? I mean, we were specifically talking about how even before AVGN, you had people like Sean Baby writing fucking articles that were like edgy, negative hit pieces talking about a shitty NES game or whatever. You know, and that's always... You had like 90s fucking Game Magazine articles that were funny takedowns of you know, some sloppy Amiga crap. It's not new to make fun of bad stuff. So, and I mean, he showed the Your Movie Sucks Roger Ebert book earlier too. So that's, again, it's not like these bad critics have really invented this. They're just that's just the way things are. I mean, they're playing the game, you know?
Resort to is hyper-emphasizing the negative, finding new things to critique every 5 seconds. Focus on a new plot hole, focus on a new cliche, focus on a new trick that pulls the plot along in order to trick you into thinking you're having fun. In the more extreme examples...
You know, fun is just a buzzword that people say when they can't justify the reasons why they're having a good time. Fun's ephemeral. Fun is meaningless. Don't worry about fun. What you should be worried about is getting the next Atelier Totori GameStop Totori game. You gotta get one of those.
Tries to invoke
Those are
an emotion in the audience is deemed manipulative. It's deemed cheap by the critic. Now, a bad faith media critic will take away the themes and ideas of a work.
They tricked me into having fun, everyone. I mean, this literally sounds like the V. What is the... Oh, thanks for telling me that all that fun that I was having was not real. Thanks for opening my eyes. Like, I don't think that's how it works. I think everything's tricking you into having fun if you want to be a fucking pedantic dickhead about it.
To solve the problems the media presents, it being good being that problem. Why is The Last Jedi so awful? How is Steven Universe bad, actually? How is Sherlock bad, actually? Oh, wait, that actually was a good video, actually. Why is Totally...
No wonder he likes the H-Bomber Guy video. He's gonna bring up a bunch of channels, and the only one he's talking positively about is, well, I guess Red Letter Media neutrally, but yeah. The H-Bomber Guy one, that one was good. I don't know what it is about that one. For some reason, I like that one more than the other ones. It's crazy.
Buys just 99 DeviantArt fetishes. Okay, well, that's actually just not a video on YouTube, I think, but it should be. I'm done dodging around the point, though. What are some examples of bad media criticism? Let's start with the Mary Sue criticism, one of the more widely used ones. Every female character is stamped with this moniker, from Captain Marvel to Rey Skywalker, and does this always apply?
Luke Skywalker stands as a good character, and why Rey stands as a lifeless, blatant Mary Sue.
Yeah, well, you know, that's just like your opinion, man.
So why is he lying if it's his opinion? That's his opinion, then. Is he lying? Are you sure he's lying? Are you sure about that?
I don't know, maybe. I mean, what's a Mary Sue anyway? The origins of the term date back to the Star Trek fandom, as a parody of the self-insert characters who are just good at everything they do, and everyone loves them, and they're just fantastic, they can do no wrong, and they're just better than everyone else. Making fun of pure wish fulfillment. Now, what separates a true Mary Sue from, say, your Luke Skywalkers or other heroes is the lack of struggle.
Pushed onto us under the thin veneer of homage, the stories of Rey and Luke Skywalker make a fairly easy side-by-side comparison.
Everything should just come to the character naturally being able to do everything without needing to grow or develop. They start at a point of perfect skill level and never need to improve. And
does she really, I mean, if we're talking about this, does she really have any kind of fucking, like, character arc? I don't really recall Rey particularly struggling. Luke gets his fucking hand cut off because he can't tango with Darth Vader. Like, I would say he struggles a little bit more than she does. I don't know what... Like, maybe something happens to her. I don't really remember those... I saw the first and third one, and I skipped out on the second one because YouTube told me it was bad, and that I shouldn't watch it. And, so, you know, I mean, like, I don't know. I feel like that character didn't have much going on. I don't know why this is such a hot fucking point of discussion. Like, can't we all just... What, so many people need to die on the hill of Rey Skywalker. Like, dude, just don't. You don't worry about it. She can be a bad character. It's fine. Why can't we just say she sucks? She does. She kind of sucks. She's not that bad, but she kind of sucks. She's not great.
outside of skill level, they also just have perfect relationships with everyone.
Which means Rey and Luke are both expected to begin their journey as relatively normal people, discounting legendary fathers, ancient prophecies, etc.
Let's look at a few common criticisms of Rey to see why people think she's a Mary Sue.
Luke Skywalker is introduced with a particular set of skills such as general knowledge on droids, how to drive, and how to use weaponry. Now, how does he know these things? Believe it or not, the movie doesn't need to tell us directly. It is a movie after all. It can show us things, and we, as the audience, can make logical connections. Rey doesn't have anything for the audience to connect with. Instead, the movie decides to focus on how alone she is. In fact, you could say that she's almost like a human version of Pixar's WALL-E, without the humanity. Luke was taught farming skills by his uncle because his uncle was a farmer. The movie spends a decent amount of time establishing this fact, while Rey can scavenge and survive alone on the desert home planet because she's just awesome.
So one big criticism of Rey is that she seems to be good at everything.
I mean, all that sounds pretty fair. I never even thought about that. Yeah, I mean, Luke had like a family that did this moisture farming shit, and you know, it seemed like it was pretty dangerous out there with like Jawas and whatever the fuck, you know, whatever was going on at like the Cantina scum hive of villainy and all that. And then she's just a strong woman who can, I guess, just take care of all that on her own. She doesn't really seem to be too affected by that, you know, like, I mean, why are people not allowed to think this? It's implying that, the thing that I don't like about this video, it's implying that it's, like, dishonest to just have that opinion or something. Like, I don't get, like, a lot of people might just think that. What's wrong with thinking that?
She never loses a fight, she knows the Millennium Falcon better than Han does, can do the Force without training. So let's break a couple of these down.
3 different systems.
What'd you do?
I bypassed the compressor.
The easiest scene to discuss
she bypassed the compressor.
The scene where Rey fixes the Falcon's hyperdrive.
Rey fixing the Millennium Falcon better than Han Solo, its former owner. The usual defense for this is that Rey is a scavenger and lives alone, and can therefore ignore the fact.
Yeah, this is really making a great fucking case for her being a Mary Sue, I gotta say. I didn't remember how much of a Mary Sue she was, but like, she fixes Han Solo's ship for him, huh? Uh-huh. Okay, sure. Right. Not a Mary Sue, guys. Absolutely.
That she was aware of the modifications made to the Falcon since Han had it.
Some moof milker put a compressor on the ignition line.
That's a good point. It's toxic positivity. You're just not allowed to not like things. You're not allowed to ever say that someone looks like a slob, or like that someone's stupid. You know, calling someone stupid is like a slur now. Not explicitly, but like, you know, implying someone is dumb in any fashion is, like, considered a very rude... It's becoming more of a rude thing, apparently. It's becoming insensitive to question someone's intelligence, you know? It's like this thing we're just supposed to, like, bottle up what we feel about things, because people can't... You know why? It's because... The problem is...
This user is also the opinion basher.
I mean, all I want to do is say that I think the Star Wars movie is stupid, but apparently that's like a lie and I'm being dishonest, so I mean...
I thought it was a mistake to put too much stress on the hyperdrive.
And during a key scene, bypasses a modification made after Han lost the Falcon that made the Falcon function worse.
I bypassed the compressor.
And once more, the movie had the perfect opportunity for a setup and missed it entirely.
Some moof milker put a compressor on the ignition line.
But we don't know this for sure.
That's all information she's seen firsthand, so naturally she knows this.
Rey is introduced with unexplained expert fighting skills, technical skills, and magical expert level piloting skills despite only dabbling. Still no sign of a mentor, and she uses all these skills to save the day.
As for fighting, well, Rey grew up on a desert world where scavengers fight for scraps. We even see her fighting in the background of a scene,
I mean, Luke grew up on a desert world too, guy. I mean, this is not... It's not entirely like they can't be compared. They both grew up on, like, dangerous desert planets where they're, like, scavengers. That's the point he's making. Why is she able to single-handedly fucking fend for herself and have, like, every skill perk available? And Luke is just, like, a kind of good pilot, maybe, who, you know, has some force sensitivity and whatever. I mean, there's more to it, sure, but it's like... This is really a bad video, because it's not even... I love these videos where it's not even like I disagree fully. You know, yeah, there's a lot of YouTube critics that are just kind of full of shit. If we focused on CinemaSins, that would be one thing. Who doesn't hate CinemaSins? They're fucking terrible. But instead we're going into all these other fucking things, and it's just structured so poorly, and I'm left just like... But she is kind of a Mary Sue. You're making a great argument for her actually being a Mary Sue, and we're not allowed to say that? That's dishonest. That's bad faith media criticism if you have that opinion. Okay.
Fitting her lived experience before she demonstrates it in a fight. What lived experience does Luke Skywalker have fighting?
Where did you train? On a farm?
He's plays with toys all his life.
A scavenger without the benefit.
Superman is also Superman. I mean, he's the Mary Sue. If you're going to use that as a comparison, it's not a great comparison. By nature, I would describe Superman as a Mary Sue. I wouldn't have any problem calling Superman a Mary Sue. But that's also not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, you can write a story around a character like that. Superman is kind of a fucking Mary Sue. I mean, you know, but so is, like, if you really want to get into it, so is every protagonist. I mean, Doctor Who, the Doctor is the biggest fucking Mary Sue in the world. I mean, like, every scenario, I mean, any protagonist of anything, you're just kind of like, okay, well, how are they going to get out of this one? We know they will. They're not going to just cancel the series at, like, episode 5 of season 6, right? Like, they're going to probably keep going, you know, they got a whole rest of a season to do or whatever. So how are they going to, you know, wrap it up? Oh, well, you know, this is some stupid fucking plot contrivance, usually. I mean, that's just what it comes down. It's always this people grasping at straws to just basically say, this was written poorly and I don't like it because it was written poorly and it's bad writing and it was written poorly and it's bad. And it's always like, well, it's woke, or it's the Mary Sue, and, like, there's stories with Mary Sues that are good. There's woke movies that are good. There's plenty of stuff, if it's written competently, it's almost, shocker, it winds up being fucking good. Amazing. I mean, usually. I mean, I guess it could be, the ball could be dropped on the direction or whatever, but, like, yeah, I mean, it's the Mary Sue thing. You can compare Superman, I guess. He is kind of a fucking Mary Sue, but I don't know. I mean, the whole argument, I'm just so tired of this whole fucking argument. I think I'm going to skip ahead past this segment. Mary Sue, bad or good or whatever. Damn, that's crazy. I'm sorry that happened to you, or glad, or whatever. Didn't read, though. What's this part? A good faith criticism of Star Wars sequel trilogy. Let's see.
And look, Rey isn't a perfect character. And Star Wars, the sequel trilogy, isn't perfect. Going to criticize her? Okay. Her entire arc is centered on waiting to be destined for something. The first film, she's waiting for her family. Second film, she's trying to figure out her heritage, her position in this great, grander story.
The fact it's good faith when he does it?
The Last Jedi ends without her resolving the core conflict of the plot is a key element. She has no predestined part to play in the saga. But through her...
I mean, like, his definition of good faith, bad faith, whatever, was something like, well, if you're presented with facts to dispute the claims you're making, then you should retract your claims, or whatever. Well, you're just making an opinion. I mean, it's an opinion. I guess it's kind of true. I mean, I would agree, I guess, but, like, it's still an opinion. And still, most of what they say, most of what the bad faithers are saying is still just opinions. So I fail to see how this is an alleged good faith criticism. I mean, it's less harsh, I guess. Does good faith just mean don't call her a Mary Sue? You know, find more artful ways of describing what a Mary Sue is, but not using that term because it makes people upset? Is that what good faith means? That's kind of what this is implying. I don't know.
Actions, she becomes the hero. Anyone can be the hero, regardless of where you came from, except no, because the third film shows us she has a lineage, and there's a reason why her family never came back, and she's part of this big grand destiny to stop Palpatine's return. And you get all the answers that completely undermine all the legwork made leading up to this point. There are genuine issues with this.
I'm done. I don't care about Star Wars. What's the next part? Honest criticism means honest thought.
Honest criticism requires honest thought. And that doesn't always culminate in a dopamine hit to the audience. It takes longer. People are going to lose interest.
I can't believe how much time in human discourse has been centered on discussion of the worst Star Wars movies ever. The most corpo slop trash ever made. The new Super Star Wars brothers of fucking cinema. Just so many hours of discussion, and it's just like, well, it's like a McDonald's Happy Meal as a fucking movie. I don't know what anybody expected. I mean,
to set up the elements of a discussion about themes and dive into complex ideas. What they want is that dopamine hit 30 seconds in to continue watching.
Pushing identity politics.
They
and
done woke it up!
message. They done woke it up!
A big thing with a lot of these bad movie critics appears to be
What if he just doesn't like things that he perceives to be woke? That's his opinion.
honesty.
To summarize, social
A
justice.
big problem is honesty.
Get up!
A big thing with a lot of these bad movie critics appears to be honesty.
Right, Mandalorian gets woke. Fired by... I don't get what this is even conveying, but okay.
To summarize, social justice stories are little more than infantile revenge fantasies where the writers value power over heroism and covet self-validation rather than truthful discussion.
You motherfuckers ain't special and you're raging hypocrites. And while that may be a little bit of my opinion, what isn't my opinion is that some of you are just flat out lying.
Ultimately, what we're dealing with here is people who hate being told they're...
Man, you know, we got everyone's here. We got the ponies. It's really happening. This is a great video. But I don't see again how this is supposed to be bad faith. It sounds, in fact, the way that this guy says, like,
and you're raging hypocrites.
That's his opinion.
And while that may be a little bit of my opinion, what isn't my opinion is that some of you are just flat out lying.
He's saying that there's just lying happening. That doesn't sound like he's being like bad faith or whatever. This is just someone saying someone's lying and then other people pointing to that guy and saying, well, you're lying. Like, okay, I mean, well, all right. This is such a bad video.
Ultimately, what we're dealing with here is people who hate
What does the pony have to say
being
here?
told they're wrong, and whose opinions are so underdeveloped that they can't defend them when put to the task. And you know what? Tough shit.
They constantly emphasize
Who is the pony? Who's Pony Avatar? Who is that?
objective opinions with reality. The movies aren't bad because you didn't connect with them. No, they're just communicating ideas that are antithetical to your...
Looks like she just crossed America's southern border. They do this to humiliate you. Right. So there's like racists on Twitter probably, right? What's your point? What's your point? I found a tweet that was a racist tweet, maybe, about a film that's... And right video! Just like, what did you... this is bad.
beliefs. Oh, and the tangents. These guys love to go on tangents that have nothing to do with their core thesis. Never connects to their ideas. And
yeah, I've seen a few people of all sorts of political affiliations doing that sort of thing, my man. Don't worry. Seen a few tangents in my time.
ultimately
Gone on a few.
don't even make sense on their own when you circle back and go, okay, what did you actually say, and how does that connect with your core ideas? The reason for this is that they ramble a lot, and they say tons of buzzwords. They'll make you think that somehow what they said is more sophisticated than it actually was. And they never speak plainly, because if they spoke plainly about their ideas, you would realize how superficial their ideas are. The faux intellectualism. In fact, if they...
Oh my god, the faux intellect... You know... This is the proof. This is proof that everyone really, like, you know, everyone really needs to just figure out a way to talk out their differences. That's true. It's the truth, because, like, come on. This guy is upset about intellectualization and people meandering with their thoughts and going nowhere. Presumably on the right and not in BreadTube. So, like... Dude, there's so much we could probably get along with if we could just figure out how to speak with our words, you know, instead of everybody just being, you know, on team them, you know.
ramble on enough, you might even forget what the thesis of their argument was. So that way, they can just shift the goalposts a little. If they throw enough at you with new information every second, you might even think they have a point. Until you pause the video and think about what they actually said and realize, oh, it's all nonsense, actually. Another common tactic is the idea of a central boogeyman. They always harp on one particular person, usually a woman, and then criticize them. Kathleen Kennedy, Brie Larson, Anita Sarkeesian. These women become the people stealing away your media.
These SJWs just want credit for something and excuses for continuing to ruin characters in books that they don't even read.
A face to the blame.
Well, the thing is, okay, well, for one thing, I have to point out that as a veteran, you mentioned Anita Sarkeesian, as a veteran of the Gamergate wars, Anita Sarkeesian attracted negative attention But there were a lot of men who did as well. It's just that they were, like, not ever allowed to discuss, like, the men that were getting quote-unquote harassed. Like, they would get the same kind of treatment that the women were reported to be getting. And that was supposedly harassment, and your mileage may vary on that. It was like tweets or whatever, but it would be the same type of treatment. But they wouldn't ever be allowed to discuss it because it would be men. So, I mean, it's more visible when it's complaining about women. But, like, there's complaints about the men, too. I think it's just, people don't focus on those as much. You know, the men get similar criticism in all of this sort of, in these types of circles. It's just that, you know, people like this tend to focus on, well, they're misogynists. You know, Ray, Mary Sue, therefore misogyny. You know, this is just such a, this video is so tiring. I can't believe this was made in 2024. This is such a dated video talking about, like, this fucking Star Wars and Captain Marvel and, like, Jesus Christ, Twilight is on there. What are we doing here? This is so, it's all so tiring.
And if they take quotes out of context, even better.
He even admits that any sort of portrayal in terms of Magneto being Malcolm and Professor X being like MLK was something that was done unconsciously. He literally says that himself.
The reason being is that it's easier to get mad at an individual, to say this one person is responsible for all the problems you see.
What if someone's just wrong, though? You haven't proven that any of these people might just be incorrect.
Rather than tackle abstract ideas like a philosophy. Also, whenever the video essayist loses track of their point, they can just point to a picture of their target and say, that's the person who's at fault.
5 years ago, I made a big video on Steven Universe and haven't stopped having a migraine since.
They raise the anger levels again, and you're...
What do you mean? That's not what you didn't display that. You didn't show me that. You just showed a random non sequitur clip, and that's not related to what you just said. I hate this video. I hate this video. I hate it.
Blinded.
This really makes me feel better about the Dan Olsen video, because, like, as weird as it was a pretty well put together video. It had some flaws. It had some definite flaws. He couldn't keep his fucking SJW face from showing, you know, so he immediately went dick first with the fucking buzzwords and didn't maybe lead with the reasons why people were fat-phobic and misogynistic and then use the buzzwords after. You know, there were some issues with it, but overall, well put together video generally, this is a nightmare. This is a fucking nightmare. But also, this is what I live for, so hey.
Or holes in their argument. The cycle continues again. And that's why you get angry reviews for every trailer, press release, and eventually release, whenever anything science fiction or fantasy comes out. The reviewer wants to hit that knee-jerk reaction as fast.
Someone says this one tries to have a point. You know, that's a good point, actually. You know, I didn't think about that. The other one does kind of have no fucking reason to exist. There's no real ultimate point to that fucking Dan Olsen video. It's, like, better put together, sort of, but there is kind of nothing going on. At least this one's trying to get at something. Some kind of idea is present here. I can kind of understand what I think he's maybe going for, possibly. But it's not communicated well at all. Yeah, maybe, by that metric, maybe this is better. It's tough to say, though. I mean,
as possible, even if they have to eat their own words later. Consider The Critical Drinker, who was so fast to capitalize on the release of Prey, they didn't even realize people were kind of hyped for this movie.
Arnold fucking Schwarzenegger and his pumped-up buddies armed with state-of-the-art weaponry got wiped out almost to the last man by just one of these things, then what kind of a chance has a 100-pound girl with a bow and arrow got against it?
And then the movie was pretty good. The moment he saw this, all the old videos he made about Prey were changed. Titles, thumbnails altered to appear more neutral.
Also, I'd like to point out...
Does it appeal... Well, no, it says doesn't look great. I mean, it still indicates that it doesn't look good. I would say this appears just about as equally, you know, negative toward the reveal. It just seems like he changed the title. That just happens sometimes. People just change the title, because it's the second one here, right? So apparently it goes from how to spoil a good idea to doesn't look great. I feel like that's just for SEO or something, dude. I don't think you're looking too deeply into it, I think.
Prey were changed. titles, thumbnails altered to appear more neutral.
Also, I'd like to point out that no hunter-gatherer society of that time period would have tolerated this kind of bullshit from one of their own. Those ideas would have been literally beaten out of her. This is 21st century Hollywood's idea of what nomadic hunter tribes acted like. So strong female character takes her suspiciously domesticated pet dog.
Someone says he was covering his tracks. Well, I mean, it is the critical drinker, so yeah. I mean, he's closer to being legitimate opinions than some of the people that he maybe associates with pretty frequently. But he's yeah, no, I would have no... this is another one. I would have no trouble necessarily believing that Drinker just, you know, tried to cover his tracks a bit. Sure, maybe, but I guess this is maybe 2 points of, like, dishonesty a little bit. I guess in this very long video, it's maybe the second point. The other one was that John Del Aros guy. And he just read an article that seemed to be lying to him, so he parroted that back. And again, uncritically, Anthony doesn't stop to think that maybe that's not him being a disingenuous liar, it's him as a victim of some other, you know, other lies that are being, you know, fake news to him or something. I think that guy is a bit of a scum. I don't know much about him. I don't think he's... I think he's, you know, he's potentially one of the grifter types. But, yeah, no, I mean, Critical Drinker is definitely adjacent to that group, too, I would say. So,
and you know what?
Easy to
cool.
believe.
At least that's better than a ton of grifters who don't hide their shameless grifting on every news story. You know, at least he had the self-awareness to go, okay, this is an unpopular take, let me change it slightly. Most don't. Most are shameless in their approach. Most are very superficial in their approach. When reports came out that X-Men 97 was Disney's third most watched original program to debut on Disney+, grifters were fast to call X-Men 97 a flop. Which, yeah, flops don't get greenlit for a third season before the end of season 1, and don't get reported in Variety for having 3.5
Well, yeah, I mean, this is the thing, is this is what the video should have been. This is another one. It's like that insane piece of shit video because it's interesting because it feels like a video I would watch. It feels like a video I'm interested in. The effect that something, you know, some of these weird, you know, media rage bait channels that you see a lot of, like, are people being driven away from Doctor Who or whatever? Is it a self-fulfilling prophecy of, like, they'll keep lying about how the ratings are bad and they're actually pretty good, but people are driven away because they're like, oh, Doctor Who's dead again. Nerdrotic told me so, and he definitely watched the episode. And, like, I don't know. I mean, like, that kind of does annoy me because I watch the new season of Doctor Who and it's great, and I'm like, man, it sucks to me. It sucks to think, you know, that there are people that are just going to see some talking head on YouTube tell them, yeah, I saw a tweet that told me that they watched a clip of it, and I watched some of the clip, and it's bad, it's woke, don't watch it. Like, there's something to be said here for, like, yeah, dishonest media criticism, stuff that's basically just driving people away. Maybe the X-Men numbers were hit in some fashion because there was, like, this push of people online that's, it's woke, don't watch it, it's bad, culture war, Probably not substantially. Again, it sounds like it's pretty successful, but, you know, there's something to be said there. There's maybe an argument you could have there. This video's so fucking meandering and pointless, though, and it just spends a while talking about Blade Runner and some other stupid shit, and I don't know, maybe we're getting into that.
Million viewers in the final episode, rising in rank with each subsequent episode.
Oh, I mean, these people do hate you. If you look at Bo DeMeo, the guy who's the showrunner for the show, he is a person who just really, really wants to tear down this society, put his globo homo agenda into everything, and then you
globo homo
better eat it up, consumer, or you're a bigot.
The other common tactic from grifters? The past is perfect.
There is a big difference between older Stan Lee Marvel and new corporate-approved Marvel Senates.
And you're also, of course, he's doing the thing where he's just like, he's basket of deplorablesing everybody who's like, clearly we've got some people here who are like, globo homo agenda, and then you've got people who probably are just, I don't like Ray very much. And are they being like tarred with this fucking same brush as the globo homo guy? Like, I don't know. I mean, It kind of sounds like you're lumping them all into the basket of deplorables, and I don't know if everyone necessarily deserves to be in there.
Eyes for a modern audience.
Peach has been an established character where she has been a delicate princess for a very long time.
There's 60+ years of comics proving this. Stop ruining characters by playing politics.
But the right-wing grifters, easy pickings. Simple. Basic. I want to show you that I'm not just letting my political bias show. So let's start talking about Anita Sarkeesian in The Lee Orchard.
You know what I do like, though? Old shit.
Anita Sarkeesian was for years the boogeyman of the internet, releasing fairly mediocre video essays analyzing video games from a feminist perspective. And while her videos do have
fairly mediocre
faults, I don't think it's a good idea to necessarily label them all as bad faith media criticisms.
Here, I'm going to tell you why thinking things that are... What? I'm going to tell you why thinking Rey is a Mary Sue is therefore, by default, dishonest, lying, fraudulent bigotry or something. I don't think he's really saying that, but that's kind of the way it comes across, and then he's like, no, but I'm not going to let my political bias show. Here's why Anita Sarkeesian isn't a grifter. Dude, come on, man, you had one job.
Poorly crafted, yes, but from the perspective of someone with minimal experience playing games, it's not necessarily bad faith. A lot of her errors come from someone who just isn't experienced.
So why the fuck was she talking about video games then?
Medium, doesn't know the experience of female gamers, etc. But there are some bad faith criticisms within Anita Sarkeesian's greater lens that I feel...
Everything she said almost was bad faith because she has no idea about fucking video games, apparently, by your own fucking... Like, it's not her passion, so why is she even talking about it? It's not something... It feels... It's weird, isn't it? It's like her passion is fucking feminism or something, right? And, like, she... I don't know, like, she clearly didn't know that much about gaming at the time, anyway, and maybe she does know more now, but at the time she didn't, and we watched those videos. I can fucking speak on this like a fucking authority. She didn't know what the fuck she was talking about. She had one kernel of a good point every now and then, and half the time her videos were like PragerU conservatism. She's like a button-down fucking librarian. The background that she uses, the blue-colored background, it's like 1 or 2 shades darker than the PragerU background, or lighter. I can't remember which was which. Tristan had a whole little quiz for people to figure out which was which. And I think the answer was a little funny surprise. But, yeah, no, very weirdly backhanded conservatism from Anita. Bad videos. Not very knowledgeable about gaming, and extremely surface level about feminism. It's a little fucking weird for her to be like, yeah, I'm gonna come along and tell you all my opinions about gaming. I barely know anything about it, but here's all my opinions. That sounds almost like the people that make videos about Doctor Who and don't watch it and tell you their opinions. That's crazy. Wow, if only there was a word for that. That's wild.
But there are some bad faith criticisms within Anita Sarkeesian's greater lens that I feel a lot of people, especially on the left, refuse to engage with, primarily because she was a target of so much harassment. But enough time has passed, we can actually look at some of her bad faith arguments and address them as bad faith. Take 2 things into account: her restrictive lens of feminism and her tendency to manipulate the game mechanics to prove a point.
It's true.
The latter point is easier to prove first, so we'll start there.
Once a person is reduced to the status of objecthood, violence against...
This is directly the same color as the fucking... This is the same color as the PragerU background. It's like identical. It's like identical.
That object becomes intrinsically permitted.
In Hitman, she constantly implies the games encourage players to commit acts of violence in areas where you can voyeur on models.
Players are then invited to explore and exploit those situations during their playthrough.
But doing this is actually counter to the game's mechanics. The game punishes you for making too much of a scene.
The player cannot help but treat these female bodies as things to be acted upon, because they were designed, constructed, and placed in the...
I saw women in a video game and decided to beat them, and that was the game's fault. The player can't help it. They just can't. I was the player. I couldn't help it. I had to put them in a meat grinder. There was no option. That was I physically was compelled to do it. There was no other option. I'm sorry.
Environment for that.
And that's the game's fault.
Purpose.
They gave me that
So wanton violence and wasting your time is not to your benefit.
Players are meant to derive a perverse pleasure from desecrating the bodies of unsuspecting virtual female characters.
You can do it, But you can do a lot of things in video games. You can have Mario try to give Koopas little forehead kisses in every Mario game, but that doesn't mean it'll end well for you. The problem is, though, that Anita conflates being able to do a thing in a game with the game...
So she doesn't understand the games she's talking about. I don't understand how that's not, like, bad faith by the metric of, like, what he's described as being bad faith of, like, just not... I guess just not understanding things. Like, being stupid is bad faith now, I guess. I don't know. Like, I'm not sure. He hasn't really covered exactly what it is. Like, according to him, if you have an opinion he disagrees with, it sounds like it's just lying, grifting or something, because I'm just left, like, there's been no answer to my question of, well, what if they just actually think that, though? What if that's really their opinion, though? And now we're on to Anita Sarkeesian, and she's demonstrating that she knows nothing about what the fuck she's talking about. He basically said that she knows nothing. She's wrong about the games and about feminism. So what was her series about, dude? I don't know. What value is gleaned from their fucking series?
Encouraging you to do said thing.
Once a person is reduced to the status of objecthood, violence against that object becomes intrinsically permitted.
There's a common theme in her video essays, but I find that less disturbing than how her specific brand of feminism impacts her criticisms. You see, what a lot of people don't realize is that feminism isn't a singular philosophy, especially if you've listened to right-wing grifters all your life. Feminism is actually an umbrella term that applies to multiple different subsets of philosophy. Many people know about fourth wave, third wave feminism. These occur because over time, people's perspectives on gender rights issues and etc. have shifted as new information becomes available and new discussions arise.
Did he, like, cut out a part?
Many people know about fourth wave, third wave feminism.
Did he not have a part about first and second wave? He just jumps to third and fourth?
These occur because over time, people's perspectives on gender rights issues and etc. have shifted as new information becomes available and new discussions arise. It's responding to an ever-changing, progressive world. Gender identity has become a huge part of discussion.
Huge, guys.
It's responding to an ever-changing, progressive world. Gender identity has become a huge...
You know, I would say gender identity, you know, as a part of our discussion, it's becoming a bigger and bigger thing. And, you know, people talk about the global homo agenda. And I don't know to what degree... You know, we can trust that, but I will say that that would be pretty huge if true.
Part of discussion, and this goes beyond simply just what gender you're assigned at birth. Gender expression is a huge point as well, with several feminists in disagreement on whether women need to embrace or reject traditional feminine presentation, or if it's the individual's choice.
Well, huge isn't a speech impediment. That's not a speech impediment, that's just an accent. Come on now.
That the person can choose how to express their own gender however they see fit. In case it's not obvious, I believe in that last point, that people should be able to express their gender however they see fit.
That's pretty obvious.
And so a lot of Anita Sarkeesian's arguments, which are rooted in this discussion of conforming or rejecting traditional femininity, I find very troubling. Anita, in a lot of her videos, subscribes to a very particular form of feminism, one where pacifism, beauty, and intelligence are key distinguishing features. But she also regards anything assigned with traditional female presentation, like dresses or fluffy bows, to be negative, to be stereotypical, to be cliche.
Thankfully, the game doesn't resort to clear gendered signifiers like a pink outfit or a pretty bow in her hair, nor does it present her gender as some kind of surprise twist like we see in the original Metroid. In both visual design and writing, Sword and Sorcery is subtle about asserting the Scythian.
I mean, there's some truth to, you know, wanting to not have every female character be a bow tie girl, right? But I mean, everything in moderation, right?
Gender.
As a result, she creates a particular box for which things can be valid in her eyes as female rep, or invalid if it falls outside that box.
Unlike the deaths of so many female characters in games which serve the purpose of fueling the development of male characters, the Scythian's death is tragic because her life had intrinsic value.
This means a ton of beloved characters are arbitrarily criticized for falling outside her particular parameters, especially Nintendo characters like Princess Peach, Princess Zelda, and even Samus Aran.
Consequently, the trope robs women in peril from the opportunity of being the architects of their own escape, and therefore prevents them from becoming archetypal
Like, her video format is even identical to PragerU, too. It's crazy.
heroes themselves.
It's the
Disguised
same
as
video
she is a
format.
helpful and active participant in the adventure, transforms back into her more stereotypically feminine form of Princess Zelda. She's captured within 3 minutes. Her rescue then becomes central to the end of Link's quest. Once in a while, she might be given the opportunity to have a slightly more active role in facilitating the hero's quest, typically by opening doors, giving hints, power-ups, and other helpful items.
Which is frankly the same thing a lot of right-wing grifters do with their arguments, that they have a very specific box as to what they deem acceptable.
Wow, but she's a grifter then? Is that what you're saying?
If it falls outside that box, it is seen as bad. The only difference is Anita is doing this from a leftist perspective, where the right-wing grifter is doing it from a right-wing perspective. But it's the same problem. It's the same faulty argument, just applied through different political lenses. And the end result is the same. Rather than engage with the media in question.
Didn't he say that he wouldn't call her a grifter? Am I making that up? Am I making that up? Because I feel like he would be very... I feel like he would not be quick to call Anita Sarkeesian a grifter necessarily, but he directly just said that, oh, it's the same thing that all those right-wing grifters do. It's like, yeah, it sure is, isn't it? It's crazy.
Both apply a restrictive limitation to what is and isn't good, which ignores a lot of the statements made by audience.
You did say that? Oh dear. Right. But she really, really means it though, because she has the right opinions. Amazing. Incredible.
Members of a certain particular type of media. They may find certain characters empowering.
It's like, that sounds so reductive, but when it does come down to that, it's like, well, that is basically what it is, isn't it? It's just you don't agree with them, so their lying is objectively wrong, but you agree with the things Anita's saying, so when she's grifting people, it's fine, though, because she's got a point, though. Like, well, you know, I think, I don't know, I think it has to... What's the iDubbbz thing? All of it's okay or none of it is, you know?
Like Bayonetta, which were criticized by Anita Sarkeesian when they first came around. Now they're regarded as a beloved icon of video games, but Anita Sarkeesian argued that Bayonetta was sexist. This ignored the opinion of a lot of women who found her empowering, and a lot of lesbians who wanted to, you know, who felt very attracted to Bayonetta, because can you blame them? Or bisexuals, for that matter. The point is, Anita's particular lens of feminism was deemed as the authentic statement. Outside of that, nothing counted. Ignoring the voices of women to prop up your own feminism. Interesting take. The difference...
Yeah, it's almost like there was a bunch of people on the internet who, hang on, I just need to, hold on, just, you know... Yeah, because it's like, it's almost like there was a whole bunch of people on the internet who were upset with the way that she was manipulating and twisting her view of feminism to be like the only acceptable view of feminism on the internet, and how like if you said anything about that and weren't on board with that, how you were called like a misogynist and you had like internalized misogyny, and how you were called like a sock puppet and you weren't a real woman and you were actually just a guy's fake sock puppet account and you were actually just a 4chan guy. Yeah, it would be weird if that happened. I don't know. That probably didn't happen, though.
Here is that, unlike a lot of grifters, Anita doesn't waste your time. She gets right to the point, which means her points hit harder because you're not falling asleep while watching her videos. This also means...
Is that so? This is such fucking bullshit. I watched her videos on stream like fucking 6 months ago, young man, and I'll have you know that her videos are about as fucking boring as they goddamn come. She has fucking nothing of interest to say. Her editing sucks. She's got no jokes. She's got no presence or charisma. She's got nothing going for her, goddammit. Those videos are fucking terrible, even if you agree with everything she has to say in those goddamn things. Those things are fucking becoming more insufferable, Jesus Christ.
Right-wing grifters can easily understand her points. Anita is clear, concise, and that makes her perfect for rebuttals because she's always saying something. Every few seconds,
she has no style. She has no grace.
This is opposed to your average right-wing grift video where you can literally cut out 70% of their words and lose nothing pertaining to the central argument. In fact, a lot of the times...
Yeah, I mean, if we cut out 70% of the times that you guys call things racist and sexist, then you'd probably still have the same video, too. So, like, it kind of works both ways, man.
You can cut out 70% of the video, and all you're doing is cutting them out, repeating the same statement. This is not the case, however, for Lily Orchard, who has never heard of a central thesis she can stick to, and always goes off on long, rambling video essays, where she completely misrepresents the target of her criticism, and delivers several personalized insults for people she deems lesser than her.
Becky's not very smart, tried to do one thing, smashed her face into a wall, whatever, I get it. Because nobody who watches Utena as an adult sees a revolutionary step forward in gay rep and anime. What they see is a fucking mess. There's no way around it, this makes them come off...
So if you've never, I watched somebody else watch this video before, and it was a few weeks ago or something, but if you've never watched Lily Orchard stuff, this is just insane. I mean, this just comes across, it just hits you in the face, and I don't know what to take from this. It's just, this person babbling about TV shows I don't know anything about, and I don't know what they're saying, and I don't know if their criticisms are valid or not because I haven't watched the shows, and I'm scared and disoriented.
Like a fucking asshole.
Yeah, well, you know, that's just like...
I don't know who this... I don't know who this...
Probably
what is this anime?
Accusations against Lily, but if we looked into the accusations made about half the grifters we've discussed so far, we'd be here all day. Now, Lily Orchard is unique. She writes her scripts in stream of
She's really not, though.
Consciousness, which is just when you write your thoughts as they come to you. It's a rant, essentially, where she just says whatever comes to her mind.
Is that really unique? I've seen a lot of videos that sound like the clips you've shown me from her. That just sounds like the user video. Sounds like Star Giant Productions in more ways than one.
And there's no editing involved. There's no secondary thought. There's no point where she goes, okay, hang on, stop, let me edit that out so it makes more sense, or structure this so I'm improving my thesis or tying back to my core ideas. It's just stream of consciousness.
No,
and she's admitted this is not like a fake.
Oh,
I'm not
by the
lying
way,
about it.
Bane,
It's what she said.
Bane, what do you think about, so we're doing this is a little, you know, hey, everybody, check out Loud Equals Funny. It's our podcast. But Bane, we're doing the movie thing. Is there any way we could fit the AVGN movie into the rotation? I know that we've kind of got the thing filled out, but like the AVGN movie is about to be like 10 years old this summer. I don't know the exact date of like the anniversary, but that could be if not for that series, then maybe just for another thing. We got to talk about the AVGN movie because that's gonna be real.
She sustains herself on pure frustration with media, adhering that all media must conform to her very specific, very rigid perspectives. And what are these perspectives? I couldn't tell you. I don't know them specifically because it feels like she contradicts them every other video. What she says in one video does not apply to another. It's whatever she likes, and her criticisms aren't always grounded in the media itself. In fact, often they are completely divorced from the media, where she confuses fan canon and her head canon with what's written in the text. I watched the Pokemon review. Half of that is all her own fan canon and her own made-up strawman arguments that she's fighting against. Whatever she personally likes is elevated. Whatever she does not like is demonized. It's either the greatest thing of all time or the worst thing of all time. No nuance, just extremes. Even if she has to make stuff up about the work she's criticizing to prove that point.
But if you were a gay 13-year-old back in the 90s, this show and bootleg copies of Sailor Moon were all you had. And so you covet those things and never really think critically about. Hell, most of the topics people claim it covers aren't actually in the show. It's in Adolescence of Utena, basically a movie rewrite that came out later.
The worst of this is
Wow, slow down. You know what? I'm not going back. I'm not going back for whatever the text said. I'm not reading it. I don't care. You should have slowed down, cunt.
Steven Universe, a series she brings up multiple times in about 80% of her videos. This animated series broke ground for queer rep in media, and yet the way Orchard discusses it, you'd think Rebecca Sugar personally came to her home and mounted her My Little Pony pony collection with a soldering iron.
All it needed was a writer who knew what the fuck they were doing. Sorry, did I say knew what the fuck they were doing? I meant decided to actually put in some work that day. This is why Steven Universe thought nothing about taking a story regarding dysfunctional family dynamics and just throwing Nazis on top of it. Steven Universe likes to pretend it's weaving this intricate plot web, but like most stories, they're making it up as they go along. But presumably Rose had a secret identity was scribbled on a post-it note somewhere, and this is the only place where it feels like they thought about that.
I'm not getting why any of these things are, like lying or disingenuous or dishonest in any way. I mean, why I'm not getting anything that doesn't feel like this is just what they feel about this show. I mean, maybe they're wrong. I've not watched the show. You really need to have like a fucking reading list of like material homework you need to get done. Not just the material, not just watch Star Wars, but you need to watch like people talking about Star Wars and Steven Universe, and then all of these videos talking about Steven Universe in order to really even understand what's happening here. I watch videos like this. Can you imagine seeing this video with no concept of like internet criticism or whatever? You're just like some grandma. This would be an aneurysm video, dude. There's like no real explanation of like what we're looking at, why any of these clips are relevant, what's wrong with what's being said. I mean, it just seems like a normal YouTube video, basically. I'm not picking up anything from an outsider perspective of why I'm supposed to give a shit about their horrible opinions about Steven Universe or whatever the fuck.
Many of her specific arguments have been rebutted by more patient critics. All of Lily's arguments are extremely biased and rarely rooted in any tangible evidence in the source material. Lily's criticisms are often completely divorced from what she's criticizing. She sometimes has to make things up herself. Lily doesn't even bother. She knows her word is enough to convince her audience if she says it confidently enough, regardless of how many of her ideas break down after a few seconds of thought.
Magneto's new-ish backstory is pretty bog-standard sympathetic villain fodder. Namely, heroes plead to the moral sensibilities of an oppressor, and trying to end systemic discrimination by force is a bad, naughty thing for meanie poos. It works if it's done well.
But I'll pay Lily this compliment, just this one.
It's just awful video that's very poorly put together. I mean, it's different. It's different from, it's like a different thing from the Dan Olsen video where it felt like, you know, he primed us with buzzwords so that we knew what to feel when he started talking about, like, the Cinemassacre truthers. But here it's like, you're not giving me any idea of what I'm expected to think. I mean, I see clips of this person talking, and I don't know. I haven't watched the fucking show. What's wrong with what they're saying? I have no idea. I'm supposed to have apparently watched all of Steven Universe or something to be able to pick up on what's wrong here, and know the hyper-specific nuance that this seems more like a lie and dishonest fraud rather than just someone who has an opinion that this guy doesn't like or agree with.
She's not boring. Her energy levels and enthusiasm for the media in question, even if it's all nonsense, put her in a different league of grifter, one that draws energized reactions from critics like myself and her fans. Most right-wing grifters, they blur together. I've shown you clips from multiple grifters. Could you tell them apart if you didn't know the context? If I didn't tell you who's who? Probably not.
Yeah, pretty easily. You've got, like, the black guy, you've got the British dude with the suit and the, you know, he's got, like, the PowerPoint presentation. There was a few different ones. There was, I mean, I guess John Del Arroz. He has pretty generic slop content, but even among these people, it was unique. Among the people that he showed, he also had Critical Drinker, who is a film review channel. Not a very good one, but, like, it's pretty different from all of those people. I would say, actually, yeah, all of them are pretty different. Yeah, no, they're all pretty different. I mean, this is bordering on that, like, you know, what do you mean they all look the same to you? They all seem pretty different to me. That's so strange that you feel that way. That's crazy.
But Lily, when you see her and you hear her voice, you know exactly who she is, where she's coming from, and what her perspectives are, even if they're nonsense. Because
I don't really think Ripa is a grifter. I mean, he's a little bit more epic anti-woke, super cool conservative than me or whatever, but he's I don't think he's necessarily a grifter. I guess he did raise a bunch of money for a thing, so that, you know, raises some eyebrows, I guess, but I wouldn't necessarily say he's a grifter, no.
She is so distinct as a voice.
Not from what I've heard.
You can't help but notice her. And I think that's why she's had so much success as a bad media critic as opposed to other bad media critics. Look at her amount of followers. Compare that to, say, Eric July. Look at July's most popular video on his channel. Now compare that to Lily's most popular video.
Wow, it's almost... Wow, that's crazy. Hang on. That really gets the neurons firing. You mean that it's more profitable to lie in one direction than it is in the other? And yet vastly more people talk about people lying in the other direction that they do with people like Hassan or like Anita Sarkeesian or like Lily Orchard, I guess. Wow, that's crazy. That's wild. I never thought that would... Wow. This is a good video.
Yeah. Now look at the divide in runtimes. Think of how many hours people have spent watching Lily Orchard. There is a titanic...
Did he say something about Lily's distinctive voice? Yeah. Very distinctive voice and appearance. You know, Lily Orchard, you know, that's a distinctive looking individual, for sure.
Between Orchard's grifters are in the shadow of Lily Orchard. Eric July. Orchard. There is a titanic gap between Orchard's success and theirs in this regard. Because even among bad media critics, there is a tier list, and most right-wing grifters are in the shadow of Lily Orchard, and that's actually deeply upsetting, actually. Why am I pointing this out? So, why does any of this matter? Who cares, right? Why do bad movie criticisms make the landscape of media criticism a worse place? Well,
why are we talking about all of this when Lily Orchard apparently, like, wants to fuck her sister or something? It seems like there's a lot of more important things than talking about, like, somebody who incorrectly discussed the game MDK2, you know, and he didn't accurately discuss the one special power-up mechanic on level 6, you know, like, probably bigger issues, bigger fish to fry, you know?
Simply put, it allows people to stop thinking critically. A trend I notice online is that people will echo what their favorite personalities say. And if you watch, say, Little Orchard, you'll probably agree that Steven Universe is pro-fascist. If you watch Ethan Van Sciver, you might argue that Marvel Comics is secretly controlled by a lesbian Illuminati. But the problem is this.
Well, why can't both be true?
By doing that, you're actually not engaging with the media anymore. You're just echoing what someone else told you to say. And you're not coming up with your own answers. And if those answers you're echoing are based off faulty logic, that means you're not even engaging with anything anymore beyond their perspective. You're helping create an alternate reality where art and a fake version of said art exist in tandem. And if you don't believe it, consider the Mandela effect. There's a trend among audiences to create fake quotes from movies without intending it. For example, Darth Vader never says, "Luke, I am your father." He says, "No, I am your father." A small detail, right? What about that scene in 2001, The Space Odyssey, where they say, "My God, it's full of stars"? Everyone quotes this scene, but it never happens in the film. This is what they call the Mandela effect.
Say that again?
Everyone quotes...
Never happens in the film. Oh. My God, it's full of stars. Oh, it's in the book. It's in the book. Oh, it's not from the movie. It's from the book. Well, I mean, that's probably where it comes from then. It's not really a misrepresentation. It's probably just a phrase that's associated with it because it comes from the book. But then I guess many people didn't read the book. But that, you know, that at least makes some sense. No, but I mean, I guess so. Sure, and definitely, like, that, you know, this is what I'm saying, is there's a kernel of this that makes sense, where it's like, yeah, how much of the people, you know, the supposedly bad ratings of Doctor Who or whatever, whenever they talk about the ratings, I have something, I'm just like, well, okay, is this because they went woke, or is this because people like you are, like, misrepresenting this fucking show and, like, lying about it and spreading a bunch of bullshit so people think that it's, like, horrible, evil, woke propaganda or some, you know, some such nonsense. And sometimes it might be actually a good show or a good movie or whatever. And like, yeah, there's some of that for sure. But so much of this video sucks ass, though. This is a pretty bad video. I kind of get what he's going for, I guess. But it's arrived here by means of, like, fucking overturning our whole caravan, man. The oxen are all dead and all the fucking provisions are all across the fucking, they're all over the river, you know.
The scene, but it never happens in the film. This is what they call the Mandela effect. It's when you remember something happening that didn't actually happen.
Yeah.
Bad movie criticism and bad media criticism is speeding up the Mandela effect to an absurd level. If you see a bad movie critic misinterpret something online enough times, and those bad critics echo each other, knowing that it's successful in the algorithm, you'll think art did something.
But you're wrong, though, and stupid, and possibly gay. You're wrong because, like, well, you are right, though, because you're not entirely wrong. But I mean, like, but yeah, because you're saying that, like, okay, well, they're gonna hear each other lying and they're gonna reinforce the lies. No, they're gonna be lied to and then misinterpret things. And then they'll go around and say things, yeah, that show does this thing, and it's woke, and it's bad, and they didn't actually watch it. That it's not that they're lying, it's that they've been lied to. I mean, there are people that are doing this, for sure, but he's not really, he's kind of addressing both, like, the victims of this and the people causing it, I guess, in one fell swoop. It's no, I mean, there's definitely people that do this, and then there's people that are victim to this, but it doesn't mean that they're lying. I don't get where he's nearly done the video. He hasn't explained how it's lying. He hasn't explained how people are lying and they're, like, fucking erroneously. Some of them certainly are, but he hasn't really explained how. He's barely identified anybody who does. Maybe a couple. I think maybe two. And one of them, not even really, because one of them was just another guy who looked like he was reading a fucking, like, website that lied to him, like a news article that was just wrong. So he was just reading an article that was wrong. So not even two of them, maybe one example in this whole video is really a lie or something. And even then, it's pretty Like, okay, you know, I think it was Critical Drinker changed a thumbnail, changed a title, rather. Well, he changed it to something that was pretty much equally, like, harsh to the movie. I mean, it wasn't any more neutral, really. So even if that's true, that he did it to, like, fucking weasel out of some pushback or something because the movie was good, well, the video title is still kind of negative toward the movie. It still implies that the movie looks bad, so I mean, even then, he has no points. The whole video has no points. This is very frustrating, chat, because I agree that this is kind of a phenomenon that's happening, and he's addressing that this happens, but he hasn't displayed any real competence in actually identifying the problem here. This is a very bad video. Very bad video. Jesus Christ.
You believe their lie, and never return to the media in question to double check. And then you echo those wrong beliefs, and more people will believe you. And ultimately, this distances everyone from the art that you supposedly love. And that kind of fucking sucks, doesn't it? This is made all the worse because often bad movie criticism paints a target on real people. Spreading lies about a movie is one thing. Slandering a person, a real person, and blaming them for perceived faults that don't actually exist, or highly exaggerated.
Okay, but this is talking about, like, that Kelly Marie Tran shit, and while, yeah, people maybe shouldn't have been harassing her or whatever, that's kind of also Disney's fucking fault for, like, pushing all of these actors out there with, like, this, you know, big feminism campaign. They had Daisy Ridley doing interviews where she's, like, you know, directly kind of provoking, you know, it's not... The vibe wasn't, let's all get along and watch Star Wars. The vibe was, this isn't for you. And so, like, it wasn't like that Disney was fucking helping, right? You know? I don't know. Like, it's easy to blame some randos on the internet, but, like, who set up this poor actress to be the fucking fall guy for all of this social media firestorm? I don't know. Maybe the same company that ruined the Peter Pan actor's life? I don't know, maybe.
That's far worse.
Do
I
better,
don't
video.
care if you like or dislike The Last Jedi. I won't lose sleep over it. But you know who will lose sleep over your harassment campaigns? The actors involved with the film. The crew who have been targeted for harassment.
The harassment campaigns.
That's screwed up, man. Especially when bad movies...
I'm so done, guys. I'm just so done. It never ends, but I'm just so done with the harassment campaign. The supposed so-called alleged harassment campaign that always exists. There's never any real proof of it, and if there is, it's just like one mean tweet that has no likes from someone with no followers, and that's the harassment campaign. And that's the proof. And other than that, there's usually never any proof of it, and it's the harassment campaign. Never stop taking it seriously. They're harassing people. As we speak, it's the harassment campaign.
Criticism is
Take it seriously!
Theory paranoia.
Chuds!
You blame Daisy Ridley or Kelly Marie Tran for some greater evil in the film industry, and you target them and you harass them.
Yeah, Disney probably shouldn't have set them up to die then.
That's just cruel, man. The danger...
I agree. Disney, that was unfortunate. You shouldn't have done that.
With bad media criticism is that eventually it bleeds into real-life conspiracy theories, which can hurt actual people. It's all part of the greater pipeline that exists.
Oh no, it's the pipeline. Chad, it's the pipeline. I need, like, some kind of, like, tragedy music. I need like Holocaust music or something. Every time someone talks about the pipeline or something, it's like, oh no, don't take my baby from me, no! It's like fucking Sophie's Choice. It's like I weep. I go into the fetal position when I hear about the fucking pipeline. It's like I'm having a PTSD flashback every time they mention the goddamn pipeline.
On the internet, the paranoia. The clicking on videos
Not the pipeline!
And getting more extreme stuff, and more extreme stuff, and more extreme stuff, until you're no longer living in reality. You're living in a divorced existence outside of the real world that everyone else lives in. You create a less safe place for your peers. But there is some good news, though. There's a cure for all this.
Guys, you're gonna love my nuts. You're gonna love the cure for all of this. It's a great cure. He's gonna really cure y'all. It's gonna be so great.
You want to hear the cure? You want to hear the cure? I'll tell you right now the cure.
So he's going to tell you the cure. He's going to tell you right now the cure.
Watch the movies you're complaining about.
Yay! Consume product and don't ask questions. Yay! I love buying things!
I'm gonna go watch the new Star Wars movie, and the new Spider-Man movie, and the new Ghostbusters movie, and the new Terminator movie, and the new Star Trek movie, and the... Yay!
Oh.
I'm quite surprised
by this.
And come up with your own ideas. Sounds easy, right? Then start thinking for yourself for once.
Think for yourself, cause I won't be there for you. Alright, well thank you, Anthony. I appreciate it. Listen, there's some truth to watch the thing on your own, absolutely, but it makes sense that people are going to want to get some idea from people that they listen to of like, hey, what is this guy? I generally like the same movies he likes. What's he got to say about this one? Oh, he didn't like it. Oh, I wonder why. Oh, you know, I mean, that's just a fair thing. People don't have infinite money to go fucking spend on like movie tickets or whatever. So, I mean, like, I guess with streaming, you know, but even then people don't have all that much time. It is fair to say if you're going to spout off a whole bunch of opinions about something, you probably should watch the thing first. But, I mean, it's fair for somebody to want to watch a YouTube critic. That's a terrible takeaway, is like, just watch it yourself, forehead. I mean, people don't have the time. People need someone to be like, is this worth my time? There's a lot of fucking media out there. There's YouTubers that you could watch for free, that you could watch a 4-hour video from, or a 48-minute video from. And it's the same. It's attention economy. It doesn't matter if it's not the same, like, whatever fucking budget or anything. It's people will spend time on a lot of different things other than just a movie, so it makes sense they're going to look for somebody that can tell them, is this movie worth watching, based on metrics that, you know, whatever, some reviewer that I agree with typically, kind of thing. Like, if Nitro Rad says that a 3D platformer is worth my time, I'm probably gonna fucking listen to it. Double Nitro Rad mention. Yeah, bad video. Worst part, it's a terrible... I love the videos that... You know, it's not even like I disagree strongly. I kind of agree with most of it. It's just such a bad video. It's great. I love it. It's so poorly presented and doesn't even argue anything that it's trying to argue. It's such a great video. I mean, like, we were really blessed. We've been blessed with this this trash boy summer. It's been great. $10 from Janine Randall. Graduated with my bachelor's in psychology / minor in gerontology about a week ago. I don't even know what that is. Your expeditions through trash got me through college and brought a lot of laughter through the hard times. Thanks, Claw. Well, congratulations on your graduation, nations. Good job. You can now just chill and watch the streams and not have to worry about writing up theses and whatnot, you know. So good for you. I don't know what gerontology is. So like Geronimo? You're like, I don't know. But good job. $5 from Edgelord Leon. This all just reminds me of the PC Gamer review of Shadow Warrior 2 that rated the game lower because the writer found the humor offensive and dated. I mean, there's, you know, and it's a reviewer. It's a subjective reviewer. That's what you're getting. You're getting somebody's take on the thing. It's fair. It's fair to say that, isn't it? Like, if they walked away from the thing like, yeah, I didn't like that the humor was so dated, and maybe that's true. I mean, I don't know Shadow Warrior 2. I know the original is based on, what's his name, Lo Wang or whatever, and it's just a white guy doing a funny voice, you know. So there's definitely a history of that. So it's like, yeah, there's a precedent for that in the series. I mean, I think it's kind of what the joke is in the series. It's that's a little bit of it. But I'm not that familiar with it. I don't know. Maybe it just specifically was like bad humor in the second game. I don't know. It's possible that it was like, you know, like epic movie level of like just the jokes aren't funny kind of thing. And then a single pound or euro, I guess. I think that's a euro from Kayaz Jopatsu. Thank you very much. I think that's Kalaz. I don't know. Thank you very much. I guess that'll do it for the stream. I'll probably be back tomorrow because I don't have anything else really going on tomorrow. But I'll be back tomorrow, I think, with some more trash. We're gonna maybe do some, I don't know, maybe some commercials, some animations. I would like to finish this month without Sangi if possible. This is little Sangi. I mean, we had Lily Orchard today, but hey, as little Sangi as we can manage. I'd like to just close out June with minimal Sangi, and then July, you know, get your fucking zoophile website recommendations ready for July, I guess, if that's happening. I don't know. There's a video I saw pop up on my feed that's like, why zoophilia is bad, and it's like an hour long. I mean, like, that sounds like a good video. I mean, it sounds like a video a lot of fucking people need to see. I don't know if it's necessarily, well, that's just preaching to the choir, really. I'm just going to be watching it going, true! Indeed! Any truers? I'm not going to have much to, you know, bring to that one, but, yeah, no, you know, I'd like to try to do some more just, wholesome trash, more bad animations, weird stuff like that. I mean, maybe some users. We did do a little bit of Captain Alex, but that was a fairly wholesome Captain Alex dive last time. You know, when the internet was getting fucked with. I'm very happy it didn't happen this time. I guess it was just some outage shit. I was very annoyed last time. Yeah, so thank you everybody for watching. This has been an enjoyable stream. I hope you had fun. Take it easy. Don't make horrible BreadTube videos. Make good ones, you know, because there are good ones. I mean, again, because, like, they put Jenny Nicholson in the BreadTube box, and I don't know if she deserves to be in there, because she just makes videos that are... She's the one that, like, most of the time doesn't go political. She might mention that gypsy is a slur or something, and that's kind of like, okay, whatever, but... like, most of the time she won't go political. And it's just a video about a Star Wars resort, or whatever the fuck it was, you know? It's just a video about ponies or something like that. And I think that's what it's all about. I mean, there's some people definitely that are part of that sphere that aren't hopelessly horrible, awful people that are annoying to listen to and look at and deal with, and they make awful content that's horribly obnoxious and annoying. Some of them are fine, and they get tarred with the BreadTube brush, but, you know, don't let them be basket of deplorables. That's my takeaway to you.